Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Ketchup, joined by Darth Armor. You're watching our latest installment of the Mortal Kombat 1 Pro Competition. So, a top 8 bracket is set in stone and we are ready to kick off the first half of today's entertainment. So we have this first, and then we're going to migrate over and do the other portion of EU, so you're going to get a fresh batch of new players, but we're not going to get ahead of ourselves because we've got to get through this one first. Armor. Been a while, mate. There's been some offlines since we've been here together, and I think the online portion could be kind of fun, to say the least.
Oh yeah, definitely fun, and you have so much access from all these different players, all these different talents to, be able to showcase what they can do in a game that we love. I mean, and in such a long time, like we've never had a Mortal Kombat like this with all this access to all these different attributes and these different cameos that you have to keep in mind. So it's just really refreshing to see what kind of different characters we can see being brought to the table, and I love seeing the worldwide reach in this pro competition tour, including online, and we're going to see some awesome talent that we need to see more of.
Well, it's been the weekend of intercontinental combat. We had Middle East and we had Oceanic yesterday, so if memory isn't as bad as I hope it is, Tekken Master, and we had Waz as well. Two players that you kind of expected to see go all the way in their respective regions, so like no disrespect to anyone, I'm not surprised to see those two players were the ones that took it that far. They are the best. They're the best of their regions for a reason, right? But that's not to say we didn't see some wonderful talent all the same. Speaking of talent, let's have a look at the players competing in this bracket that you're about to see here, because having a look at it online, there's a really nice mixture. I mean, I'm already looking at players I know: Macaran, H-Dope, K-Top, Takada. That's just on the winner's side, and then down a step lower, Magic T versus Disarted, and then SNK versus Fish Like Steve. So these are all players that we have seen in various forms. We've seen a lot of them offline, perhaps. You may have seen a lot of these players at even UFA months ago, the offline European stop in the pro competition. And then some players that we haven't seen as much of in that respect. I think a player like SNK, for instance, I know the name, right? I'm sure I've seen SNK in like a Rips Arena or something, because there's a lot of online talent that just like to compete and like to grind. So with the countless amount of online tournaments we have, you've always seen someone somewhere. But pro competition, this is where the stakes are highest when it comes to earning those points, trying to make it into final combat, and bring yourself one step closer to being the world champion of the first year of MK1, which a lot of competitive players, that's where they want to be.
Yeah, and I kind of want to spin off of what you were saying before, where there is so much online competition for those who do go out and seek it. And yes, this competition is important, but there are ways to prepare for competitions like this, participating in everything that you can, and just getting used to being in that setting, being into those like clutch moments, those game-winning plays, and you always get better, especially if you can look at your losses, even look at some of your wins in a progressive way, and just kind of lab things that you might have not known, and you just become a better player from going out there and competing. So I just kind of want to urge people to go out there and compete. A lot of fun on top of that, but it's just going to make you a better competitor too.
It's the best way to improve. There's, as generic of a statement as it is, practice makes perfect, and thankfully, especially due to the community these days, there are so many online tournaments that it feels like, depending on your territory, every other day there's something going on, there's some sort of event, and if that is where you want to go and that's how you want to grind, you can enter a tournament a day, depending on your territory. I mean, North America, I think, is a little bit more lucky with that. I feel like every single night someone's doing something. But it does just help you reach that level. Now, speaking of that level, we've got our first match that we're going to be getting up and running very soon. And I'm kind of looking at Macaran and H-Dope here. With Macaran and H-Dope in particular, like, Macaran was such a legendary European player near the later stage of MK11. You know, loads of Scarlet, a little bit of Cetrion, but even the final Evo that MK11 had, Macaran was able to get up until that final 8. I know it was top 6 technically on the stream, but Macaran did actually make top 8 that year. And I think that really filled Macaran with a great confidence going into the new game, and is still looking incredibly strong now. Started off with Melina, playing a lot of Ashra now. Just fundamentally sound, right? You're going to play a character that gives you fundamental tools that are just really strong. That just fits Macaran to a T. I'm not surprised to see a Scarlet player then playing Ashra in the next game.
Yeah,
it just kind of fits.
I was going to say that, like, it's very reminiscent of, like, Scarlet's range, and, you know, you just kind of think of Ashra. You know, you don't want to be super close. You don't want to be super far either. You want to be in that in and out range. You've got, like, an extended hitbox, and, you know, you can be in places where I can hit you and you can't hit me. And that's what you're going to see Macaran doing a lot. And on the other side, we have H-Dope, rocking Tanya and Goro, I believe, from what I saw at UFA a little bit earlier in the bracket. H-Dope didn't do as great at UFA as a lot of people were expecting. But again, this is technically a veteran, someone who's been through this before, and I wouldn't be surprised if H-Dope would come out today stronger than ever.
It wouldn't surprise me. The one thing about this game, when you look at both K-Top and H-Dope, I mean, twins are overpowered in fighting games, and that's not even, you know, a self-flex. That's just, like, the new generation and players that are now doing really well. So, you know, the Greek twins, for example, you have El Kakoi and Mighty Unjust. We have, of course, Scorpion, Prox, and Nicholas. Like, twins are kind of busted. The ability to train together and find lots of tech has led to a weird development in MK1 where I swear H-Dope and K-Top are playing like identical characters. I see both of them play Tanya in like a competitive setting, and although the two of them can play loads of characters, this is new, this is different, because they would normally at least have like a couple of characters they were known for, and then they would branch out. When I see the two of them in high level, it's a lot of Tanya on both sides, and they collectively look for a lot of tech. They look for a lot of weird situations. I don't believe we'll be seeing Chameleon in this tournament, for example. She has only just come out, but they've already been finding tons of really interesting, like, Chameleon and Tanya tech. So, I mean, sky's the limit with a cameo like that. Sadly, we're not going to be able to talk about Chameleon much today because you're just not going to see her, but with some characters, she can absolutely thrive. Sonic Fox with the Natara and the Chameleon combo is already looking pretty terrifying. However, we're starting off our first match here, and already Macaran going into the dark stance. And this is an element of Ashra that's kind of evolved over the last month or so, I think.
Yeah, a lot of people are, you know, exploring more of her tool set, and, you know, it does have some startup. It does put yourself in a little bit of danger here, but for the most part, you're going to be seeing Ashra with Serena. I mean, loads of damage, tons of pressure, and even just like a full screen projectile in that Serena single rank, which is something that Ashra doesn't really have.
Already challenging in there with the armor, just to let you know, this is Ashra. I do have my many absorption armored reversal, so you better get used to that. But it is just complementing what a character would normally lack. Ashra, ranged character, some good options, but one thing she lacked was a fast, quick projectile. And using that either in the neutral or on the end of strings, all of that can work really well, as I'm sure you've seen many, many times by now. H-Dope looking a lot better in this game. And now this is something about Tanya, specifically when I see K-Top and H-Dope use Tanya. It's uncommon to see them spend and cash out that buff that she activates. And the reason for that is, a lot of people don't realize, she gains significantly increased range on some of her buttons because she carries forward that forward momentum. H-Dope is totally happy to pop that buff and then just have the extra movement. You don't even see the teleport, and that was a great second round there. H-Dope tying things up. Keep an eye on that buff, because I promise you, you'll see it a lot more.
And there's that buff going into play here. Poking, challenging, and good observation by H-Dope not to really press a button, but Macaran just all over that, going in for the throw, knowing he's slamming down on that block button. What a range there, just max range, making sure Goro pops him up for even more damage.
Going in for the quick wake up. We're going to try and escape
last time
here.
he challenged him there was hoping that he's going to press a button.
do like these choices from H-Dope, by the way. And oh, last minute overhead. That is a full combo still. Oh no, must be spacing dependent. Wait, fatal blow. Nice.
I think so.
Right.
I think this is going to be it. It's so weird that sometimes those Serena rangs don't bring you back if it hits you in the air. Most of the time it does, but it really depends on like what angle and exactly how you got hit. Still alive. Still alive.
Goro, the flawless block. Oh, flawless block, but then H-Dope challenging it with a mash down one. Not gonna lie, probably would have done the exact same thing, and on the receiving end, probably would have got hit by it all the same. But great first game.
In hindsight, so the flawless block, as long as the block string doesn't go, there's not too much gap between block strings, you still get the benefit of no chip.
You would have survived.
And you know, again, as a competitor, you know, H-Dope said in his head, like, I'm going to down one cancel no matter what happens here. If he gets hit, I win. If he blocks it, I'm going to chip him out. But that one chance that something could have got flawless blocked. So that last decision was a lot riskier than it seemed.
Yeah, and even beforehand, before getting clipped, you know, that overhead from Ashura into the double knives, such a unusual situation to be in with, I imagine, some variables, because it goes so far, and even then, if you hit it from max distance and still dedicate it into the double knives, one of those things where if it doesn't work out, you'll just have to accept it. Macaran, always a composed player, so he's not going to be sitting here thinking, oh my god, why didn't it work? We're already going into our next match, no time.
Yeah.
There's the absorption. The flash parry. There's no attack on the end of it from the dark stance, but sometimes that's even better. That's what you want, because you'd rather a full combo. Wow! Standing three. No dashing into my face, thank you very much. Oh my god.
Just kind of occupying that space, anticipating the opponent to really, you know, try to close the gap here. And that's what's really strange about this matchup, is that both these characters don't really want to be like super up close, but someone's always going to be chasing someone else to get the offense going, get the hits. Didn't really believe there, but did give access to Fatal Blow here, so if H-Dope does find a hit, it could force that breaker or possibly some kind of winning round situation.
Nice little pickup there from Macaran. Nice little pickup. H-Dope trying to go in for the Tanya drill. Goro just a little bit too far away to actually make it safe, so good awareness there for Macaran to know, wait, hang on a minute. That's a punish, and I'm going to take it. Speaking of Goro, here he comes again, charging it with the armor. And I think this is kind of where Ashura versus Tanya is always going to be pretty decent for Ashura, because if there's one thing that's just universally there for you, it is that multi-hit armored reversal. You have no risk of getting armor broken. Goro isn't going to be this free absolute check on the end of something, and it's something that's going to force H-Dope to respect Macaran in a lot of these situations. And even then, the Dark Stance flash parry attempts is going to make that grounded Tanya even scarier to enforce. H-Dope doesn't quite manage to get the combo, doesn't get punished for it, thankfully. Don't think you can punish it from that quick.
Try to go for a throw there, getting armored right through. Not really too much on either side. Oh, I thought that Serena was going to convert into something bigger, but Ashura is just a little too far away considering that hit stun.
And was one of those recent changes. You know, there's been a few patches in this game already. One of the adjustments to Serena is that if she does get hit, it can nullify some of those double knives. So those like random, you know, not necessarily random, but those really weird full screen double knives that you get hit out of and can still combo, they just don't really happen as often these days. It can still happen, but not as often. Now there's the knockdown here. Macaran looking to tie things up, baying out the armor. War full screen with punish. You were talking about why we see Serena and Ashura. That's exactly why, isn't it? Just getting the full screen double knives and getting a full combo. Very few characters can do that.
Exactly, it's perfect. A lot of characters can't really reach you, you know, whether they dash in or not. They're not going to have that range or that quickness.
Armored reversal, thank you. Got plenty of meter going in for the buff. Ooh, Tanya, low profile of the armor.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't check Goro there too to kind of reduce that buildup, but it's not really going to matter. Going to the other side, getting the easy punish on that whip, and Macaran keeping this interesting, 1-1.
It's definitely one of those weird instances there. The Tanya, the low string, she goes so low to the ground that pretty unbelievable, low profiling. A lot of things you normally wouldn't expect, actually, but that happening with someone like Tanya doesn't surprise me. She's always been one of those more tricky characters that even in a game like MKX, right, she was pretty famous for going underneath certain things. Maybe not as bad as Melina's ball roll, low profiling down one, but, you know, she was up there. She was up there.
The down one of the best anti-airs in MKX. Just gets under everything.
Unless I did it and it never worked. But it's now 1 game apiece. Plenty more games where that came from, though, with these two, and can't really say I'm surprised to see it be this back and forth. The two players have a very similar playstyle. But like we kind of talked about in the last match, this one matchup, there's a lot of stuff that H-Dope will have to now respect. And it entirely comes down from being in Dark Stance and having that armored reversal on tap. But look, just so many individual hits, the 1-2s, even just individual buttons after that. Anytime there's armor, H-Dope's not going to be at as much risk.
Oh, just armoring out of there, trying to get a little bit of real estate, trying to, you know, kind of turn the tables here. Never mind, going in the forward throw to keep them in the corner. H-Dope not really ready to throw tech. And again, I love the way that this back throw kind of complements, at least it does in mid-screen, not too much in the corner, but just leaving you there on that Serena seance.
Something of Serena that I'm happy that we've seen develop, and you knew it would always happen, that when the game first came out, there was Serena everywhere, mostly because you can just do anything into double knives and get that combo you practiced, you know, that's just a very beginner-friendly character, or cameo. Definitely. Now the specialists are remaining with the character matchups that make the most sense. We're starting to see the entire kit. You know, the double knives are one element, the fast projectiles another, the meter drain, even in a pinch having that armored reversal. Ashra doesn't necessarily need that, but with some matchups, even that flip kick can be really useful.
Oh, what a whiff punish there. Down one, so risky in a game like this if you compare it to previous MKs. There's so much recovery and, you know, so many ways for characters to just punish you for full combos if you don't space it right.
Really tidy confirm there from H-Dope as well. I mean, again, a lot of this is coming from having the buffed, which just gives you access to better forward movement. It's a full combo. Hang on a minute. Going to spend the meter. Probably going to be enough to win the round, and it will. I was unsure because there's one thing Tanya isn't known for. It's doing tons of damage, and you're fighting Serena cameo, which gives the extra 50. However, still enough. Oh, that's a bad time to get hit, though, because that's a meterless pickup. Spend the meter on the end just to get even more damage still. And that's something that Macaran's going to do better than H-Dope here. He is going to be out-damaging his opponent quite significantly. About half the work's already done.
Literally one opening. If you look at all the damage that he's done already. One opening and little chips, little individual hits here and there. So Macaran definitely going to be a little bit more passive with this approach here at the end. Big jump, but obviously going to recover fast enough to block.
Oh, challenging the dash, actually. Macaran holding it down possibly just a little bit too long there. A bit greedy with the escape distance. H-Dope not spending Goro. Warp that down too. I don't know about that one. H-Dope scouting it out. Full combo.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was so... The way the down two just put him back into the corner, able to keep him up. That is so much experience here from H-Dope. Armor does get covered here by Goro. Doesn't commit to the full armor from Ashra. Oh, overhead.
Yeah, and that delayed overhead. And by the way, now it hit nice and close. We got both hits of the double knife, so we are going to get the combo that Macaran tried to do in game one. That was a really nice pickup there from H-Dope. Sadly, not enough to get the job done in the end, but still, a good set. 2-1 currently.
It was beautiful. It was just the way that they didn't go anywhere. They just stayed here. Where normally you do a down two in the corner, they fly out behind you. That was just so specific.
This is kind of what I mean, though. I know it's just a combo at the end of the day, but even little things like that, H-Dope and K-Top collectively have been putting so much time into Tanya Goro. And it does result in those small, optimized situations that you never know, can make or break a match. Not so much in that last game, but it's just the knowledge is there.
It's also just that sharing of knowledge, sharing of experience. Hey, I had this weird thing happen to me in the corner. I wonder if I could have optimized it.
Yeah. Before you know it, you have Macaran, though. Hasn't changed a thing. 2-1. Looking to get one more game here to move on into winners finals. And winners finals, it's one hell of a comfort zone to be in. We've talked about it so many times.
The worst feeling when you just get hit by double Serena knives in neutral. And you
Yep.
think like, oh, there's no way they can convert. And they dash forward, easily convert, and do so much damage.
I remember
Because
in like week
you
1.
fell asleep for a second.
Yeah, in week 1 where I saw Ashra do that for the first time, I'm like, wait, she can do it from that far away? Come on now. And then obviously just ends up being, who knows, one of their best cameo pairings. But yeah, the pressure begins here for H-Dope. Plenty of meter. These delayed button presses. Delay into button, I mean, just trying to catch someone expecting a grab so many times. Didn't quite get that confirmed there from the string. Wasn't really ready for it to hit. Good respect on the Goro. Not enough though. So many of those raw blades are just connecting, and that the more you get hit by that, the more frustrated it makes you.
Yeah, because it's I don't want to say free damage, but like the way that Serena cools down so quickly, it almost feels like you're giving them free damage. On top of that, like during the combo, Serena is building back up, so like what did they really lose?
Yeah, especially with how long Ashra's combos can take. If you are the kind of character their combos take a million years to come through, that's all recharge time. But, oh wow! And hitting it from max distance, and again, awareness to know that we're still going to turn that into a combo regardless. That was really nice awareness there from H-Dope.
Yeah, I saw H-Dope walking back. He baited the down 1, but like just kind of wasn't sure of the situation. Like I see some hesitation.
Don't get hit. Oh! That overhead whip punish!
Not fast enough. Oh, it is
Armor
fast
break!
enough!
And a
I
Goro
thought the
stomp
armor was
as
going to
well.
activate.
Yeah, that was definitely something. I saw so many hits come out of nowhere. Goro was coming. Goro did the unblockable stomp as well. I mean, look, no time to even think about it now because we have match point still for Macaran. They're going to throw out those 2 blades once again.
Boosted up a little too early there, getting clipped at the very tail end of that projectile.
I really want to watch that back because in the heat at the moment I could not tell if that was an armor break or if it was just armor hadn't activated. I know she has one of the slower fatal blows, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, I want to say armor activates around like 5 or 6 frames.
Oh, no Goro. We're going to see Goro eventually. Oh, that's going to be meter taken away from Macaran actually. So there will be no chance of a break for Macaran by the end of this match. Oh,
let go of block just to avoid the possible throw, and that is what came out, but that could have been worse. Good anti-air here from H-Dope.
He's just been so, like, I don't use the word greedy, just hasn't been using Goro. Forced to break now.
Don't whiff in front of Ashra.
No chase down for you. Still gets the trade. Fatal blow. This could kill Armor.
This is going to be enough. It is 950 considering because of the Goro cameo, but...
It's Ashra as well. With Ashra, I never know.
For some reason, I think they're alive. Hopefully they're mashing. They're mashing for their life right now.
I think dead. I think dead.
Whoa, alive!
1% left!
Flawless block, minimizing the chip!
What? Goro, no!
9 seconds left. He's got to do something right now. Is it enough time?
Still alive?
Try to chip him out.
Oh my lordy lordy.
Never say never.
Especially when you've got that clutch flawless block on the double knives there, Armor. That is what saved H-Dope in that match.
That was the only option. And again, that was H-Dope being fully aware of the situation, fully aware of the time. He knew how long that back throw was going to take and just how much time was still going to be left on the table. And it could have been one of those, because some back throws in this game take forever. Like, they just take so long. But, you know, maybe Macaran was kind of banking on that. Like, hey, there's no possible way that there's enough time to eat this throw and get tripped out. So I'm going to hold on to block for dear life.
Not only that, but there is a bit of an elephant in the room that there could have been a defensive flawless block from Macaran. And I got to say, considering how unbelievably good Macaran's defensive timing has been, not just in this game, but 11 as well, I'm very surprised we didn't see a flawless block on that spin. But
there's no choice, though, because if he did faultless block it, I mean, there was still no time left. So that was the only opportunity.
I don't know. Flawless block and mash down one. That's what I'd have tried. I say tried because I definitely would have missed the flawless block. However, I saw 2 seconds, not 1. That's all I'm saying. But
Multiple flash parrying going right through it. Armor just eating through all those hits.
not only that, but we've tactically gone into the dark stance as well. H-Stone just gets clipped. Can't win the round on it, though. There's no meter. Goro. Okay. Fatal blows in play. No breaker for Macaran. And that's absolutely why Macaran was happy to just sit there, hold block. You could afford to take a couple of throws there, and the moment you see your window to armor, take it.
Yeah, he was kind of waiting for that situation, that win condition, if you will. Yeah, that was a little overzealous there of H-Dope to press a button in the air, knowing Ashura was not going to be in there. Good armor, though, popped it up from Goro for a little bit more damage. No, opts to go for the buff.
Wow! Just committed all the way. Without meter as well, that was only going to be a single hit. H-Dope getting overwhelmed here. There's the block on the flip kick, but the flip kick, I mean, it's -3 if I'm not mistaken. That is safe as anything. Goro coming in, stealing a turn. H-Dope can't get hit by anything realistically, especially now this chip damage is being dealt as well. Oh, that should be it, I reckon. Oh, yes! I'm not even going to pretend to know what happened there.
Where'd she go? She's gone.
Disappeared. The stick's still on the floorlet. Keep that souvenir.
There was, yeah, a little souvenir and proof that she did exist here, but completely gone.
That was a good set.
That was a really good set, and especially that game for like clutch situation. It's so heartbreaking when you see a player put so much into making that comeback, and you could physically see how taxing it is on them mentally, because like going into the next game, it's just like, dude, my tank is empty. Like, that took everything for me to make that comeback, and then now you're telling me I have to win another game. So
look, it was one of those matches where like we just got a perfect example to see what level we're looking at, because that was just the first game of the day here. We're going to see both of these players again, of course, because Macaran moving into winners finals, then H-Dope still with that final lifeline available. We're going to be seeing that Tanya again. It was a sick comeback in that 4th match, but Macaran being this sort of like just unbelievably composed player, those kind of comebacks aren't going to just ruin you. Now, quite a few players in that situation, right? Especially those less experienced. You have a comeback made on you like that, and you're thinking about it all the way into the next match. You can't stop thinking about it.
Here it is.
Right, here we go. Right. No, yeah, it was just active. It was just active.
So you're saying it was the armor did not become active?
Yep. The armor was not available. It was way too meaty. And then, of course, with the comeback happening, being denied in the final moment with Macaran moving on. Overall, though, pretty impressive start. Now, I have a question for sure.
Sure.
Do we risk seeing a repeat of that? Because I'm looking at K-Top versus Takada as our next matchup. And like we said at the start of the show, K-Top and H-Dope, they play a lot of similar characters in this game. We might actually see Tanya again. It's either that or possibly Johnny Cage.
Yeah. I mean, expecting to see the Tanya. I mean, it's a character that I feel like you don't see as often. Like, Tanya's definitely solid, but she's not as like oppressive as a lot of the top tier characters in this game. And I feel like if you're a little bit patient, you know, and on top of that, like, she doesn't do like a ton of damage like some other characters, but it's I think it's refreshing. I would love to see another Tanya, is what I'm trying to say.
Tanya is definitely one of those characters that, like, she's in a competitively a strange place, because she's certainly not like really uncommon, but there's just something about her that I almost feel like she's similar to like a Lee May in terms of competitive popularity. Like, there's definitely really, really good players of these characters, but they're just not as regular in this competitive setting than you expect. That could be, you know, maybe people have moved on to other characters, maybe they just want similar utility belonging to someone else. You know, if you want the armored launcher, maybe people are playing Lao, but even Lao's not as super, super common. However, Takada, I've seen Baraka, I've seen Johnny Cage. We could even have a Johnny Cage mirror. Like, genuinely, we could have a Cage mirror between these two. We'll be moments away from finding out, of course, but we've hit the ground running with some players that are known for using multiple characters. And even though the cameo system, you know, you'd think that just allows people to dedicate to just one, it's not really how it's unfolded. If people play multiple characters in previous games, they're going to do it here. They'll just treat a character as a specific team, right? It will be, I'll play Johnny Cage and Lao, or I'll play Baraka and Striker, or I'll play Kenshi and Sub-Zero. Like, they'll very rarely play different cameos with those characters. It's always like a set amount of teams that they're rocking.
Yeah, and that's if someone who is in that mindset to play multiple characters. Like, some players don't like playing multiple characters, so the cameo system is kind of like a little strange to them because it's new. But I feel like it's cool for a very complimentary of players who just like to kind of stick out with one character, because you can kind of use those cameos as like complements to their already existing complete character. And that's a phrase that I want to kind of emphasize on MK1, is that these characters feel complete before the cameos even come into play, and then the cameos are like, all right, what extra dirt can I put in here? And it's very fun. It's super fun. And you know, you have like those character loyalists who can still utilize multiple things. You know, you have anti-zoning approaches through the Sub-Zero cameo, where he puts on the vest and you become immune to projectiles, including Kung Lao's. I think over a while we might even see Tremor act as a counter cameo. There's a lot of great tech to stop Low Lao Hat with Tremor not even having to spend like any actual cameo meter. Like, yeah, you eat the hit, but it nullifies that cameo so much. It's definitely worth looking into. But Tremor's one of those characters where you're going to have to do a lot of digging to figure out how to complement your existing character with Tremor. Some characters can do it a lot easier than others, but I think there's definitely things to explore there. If Lao Hat's driving you crazy, check out Tremor.
It's honestly funny you should mention that, because you know, I've been one of the early believers in something like Shujinko for certain matchups, because very early on in the game's lifespan, those that sort of tried out Shujinko just, you know, try and figure out a complicated cameo no one's using, right? So let's figure out what's happening. A lot of people
also,
realize
you love the 3D era.
Hey, look, I've got my shelf to my side. I've got all my 3D MK games, including Shaolin Monks. Actually, I've got them right there. I'm looking right at them. A lot of people realized early that Shujinko can run in and absorb projectiles in a very similar fashion. You know, originally there was no, because when a cameo gets hit, and the reason this is such an important thing, actually, especially if you haven't considered it, something to talk about while we wait for our next matchup.
Sure.
Is that when Shujinko first had that, early on in the game, there was no penalty. So when your cameo gets hit right, they're down for, I think the average is 6 seconds. Shujinko originally didn't have that at all. It was just, he gets hit, you can resummon him straight away. In the first patch, they changed it to be 6 seconds. And then in the Tremor patch, there was a very small patch that made a few cameos when they get hit. The penalty is 3. So Shujinko's Meditate was one of them, Motaro's Reflect was one of them, and Cyrax's Self-Destruct was the other. So it ended up being 3, which was like sort of a happy medium. I don't think it was meant to be there when it first came out, with there being no penalty, but 3 feels like a really nice middle ground. And then when Tremor comes out, it's immediate 3-second penalty. So it's kind of like the idea of tactically using a cameo to get hit, I think, is something that's already being considered. Because Tremor comes out, he's got that 3-second cooldown straight away. But anyway, enough time for us to now get into K-Top versus Takada. I've seen Takada play a lot of Baraka Striker. Similar characters to Disarted, actually. It's two players that are very similar. They play very similar characters to those they train with. So who knew? Go figure.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Baraka Striker gameplay out there, and I would say it's a pretty straightforward game plan. You know, do something unsafe, make them think it's their opportunity to punish, and then you kind of just turn the tables on them. And then it's all about managing that cameo bar with Striker, making sure it always has that option to keep you safe if it does get blocked.
And not only that, but Tekken Master at UFA was able to demonstrate the sort of next layer of that, I guess, where it's not even just the classic ambush on block, it's using the striker grenades after things like a throw or a knockdown to set up like an armor-breaking safe jump to keep the pressure going. There's been so many small evolutions of it that, you know, I'm just happy to see Baraka still in there. I know a lot of people were doom and gloom when Baraka had that first nerf, and they're like, this character can't compete anymore. Nope, just pick Baraka Striker, it's still good.
What do you mean I can't just chip out half their health with
500 damage combos? Like, without them, he's nothing. He's winning nothing, mate. Fantastic start for Takada, by the way. And dangerous situation for K-Top. K-Top has no Goro, but technically one use of armor. That is the problem, though. I was about to say 2 strikers. No meter for Baraka, but who cares when strikers there ready to party. And
I don't think I ever saw the striker cameo fall below half. Like, he was always ready to come out, and it's like that layer that you have to get through from Baraka. You have to force those striker grenades to come out, and then you can kind of play like normally. And you just have to be super mindful, and it's very stressful. On top of that, you're trying to play footsies. On top of that, you're trying to utilize your assets, your offense. So it's just so much going on at the same time. So it is very, very draining.
And this is going to be something dangerous. You know, we sort of saw that right at the end of the first game, where K-Top had armor for reversal, but there was no Goro. If you don't have Goro here, any gaps that may or may not exist with the Baraka and Striker, you can do very little about. And not only that, you're going to get rushed down massively by this team. So K-Top's management of the defensive resources is going to be key to staying in this match.
It's a nice forward throw, good corner positioning here. Oh, the striker grenades. As soon as you can move, those striker grenades can come out. So you always have to be mindful, but I love K-Top just staying on top, whether you got hit or not.
Corner pressure's looking good. However, 3 bars of meter with Baraka. Is the armor going to come? Nope, no chance now. Break has been used. Believes in the comeback. Wow, the armored reversal just to fight back. We were so close to that back 3, chewing up whatever K-Top was trying to do. And if that happened, that round could have been a very different story. But K-Top, good timing on offense, knows to be safe. There's the defensive striker again, and that is just one of the scariest things about that striker cameo, right, is I'm on defense, I'm just going to call in striker, because he appears from so far away. He's almost never going to get hit before those grenades become active.
Exactly, yeah. He's safely far away, like away from the danger. He's like, I don't have any superpowers, so here's a grenade from downtown.
I mean, look, Striker's an intelligent man. He's got his backwards cap, he's got his gun, and he's like, look, this is as good as it's going to get, right? This is it.
That's the armor shredding that you were just mentioning before, how it stopped that momentum, and this time, a little bit better placed by Takada.
Speaking of placement, though, unfortunately, the Goro was not placed so good. I think K-Top placed the Goro on the anticipation it would have worked. However, defensive. The down 2 punish. Now that is some knowledge you need to have fighting Striker. If someone does something unsafe and you just know there's a gap there, you can at least do a down 2 and force a favorable damage trade. It looks ugly and, you know, it looks kind of weird, but it's genuinely a good punish, and it's something that you have to discipline yourself to do.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at it like I'm doing more damage than he is, and on top of that, I'm also making that Striker cameo bar half less full.
Absolutely. Still worth it. Unless it will kill you, you know, do it. It's worth it.
That's true. Then you got no choice there. Goro keeping it plus. Ooh, what a whiff punish here from
No
K-Top.
confirm!
Messing with him.
Yeah, we'll call it that. K-Top. He's toying with his adversary.
He just wanted to hit Striker one more time, so he's like, okay, come on, please call out Striker. And just finish it.
I want you to live. I definitely did not drop the confirm off forward too. But look, I much prefer that turnaround. More aggression from K-Top. And I mean, look, that's just something that's very common of K-Top as a player. He's actually said it himself. Like, I don't like defense. He doesn't like playing defense. He likes offensive characters. He likes to rush down. He likes to be the player that's in control of things. And to be honest, that's where Tanya can be quite a good character for that. Because while her pressure is very basic, on first glance, there's a lot of layers to it. You can play heavily around how the opponent's trying to poke out. Are they trying to jump? Are they trying to backdash? Like, whatever their options are, you can play around that. And as a finely tuned defensive player, you can pick up on those habits. Even there, reading a back jump, chase it down with the drill, get the Goro pick up, and now straight into the driver's seat. To the point where you're ending a combo in a basic drill to be point blank to keep the offense going.
Yeah, you always kind of, Tanya's always in that range where she always is going to have an option. Whether the option's safe or not is, you know, up for however the opponent blocks or not. But she's always going to have something that she's going to want to do or thinking about doing.
Nice little pick up there from Takada. The important thing is where we go from here, right? So let's go into the overhead. Good block there from K-Top, not going to get caught by it. Armored reversal, I mean, we escaped the situation, so it's still a pretty big victory there for K-Top. And there's two Goros ready to go. Oh, the bait. That's the bait. I'm going to whip this. Call in striker. You press a button. Oh, no.
That's exactly it. That overhead, you know, making sure that, you know, it's not going to reach, and your opponent's going to think, oh, that's a mistake. Every fiber in my being wants to whiff punish this, and because of that, going to eat this damage over time as well.
I have fallen for that in Combat League so many times. I really have. It's not a nice feeling. However, it was well played there from Takada, and that's another element of that kind of thing has such a higher chance to work at this level because you know we're in tournament. If I whiff something, you are absolutely looking for that whiff punish 100% of the time. And you use that knowledge against them. Oh, okay. Going in for Goro's stomp there. Not entirely sure that was intentional because I'm just looking at the reward and I'm thinking, I don't know if that's worth having no Goro for almost the rest of this game now. Block. But no Goro, so you have to keep your punish basic. And K-Top still not even spending the meter on the punish, so I'm not sure if that stomp was intentional armor, but pretty costly.
Swinging around here, looking for something, some kind of opening, a weird little trade here. Projectiles from both players. And there it is again, the bait. Come on. Come on. How many times?
There is breaker available. I think K-Top just... Oh no! Wanted to armor, but not even armor broken by Baraka. Armor broken by the grenades. 2 for the price of 1. Right.
Yeah, so
I feel like this is definitely Takada one step ahead.
Yeah, your armor attacks are always going to have that one hit of armor. Those grenades come out in 2s. On top of that, you have Baraka with a lot of great, you know, multiple hitting strings, multiple hitting starts of offense. So it's pretty easy to get your armor shredded through.
It's a combination of the two, isn't it? Baraka's unbelievably good back 3, and then you've got the double grenades at the same time. I mean, God, if they both happen together, you ain't got no armor coming out. You could do a fatal blow and it will get armor broken. But K-Top has to put his thinking cap on, because the way he's trying to play, I mean, it's working just fine, but Takada is just making so many reads against it. You know, we've seen that whiffed overhead into the grenades more than once. Getting answered back here by K-Top. It just comes down to how you can lay on this pressure and not get overwhelmed too much. The moment Takada gets even one good play and K-Top goes for these armored reversals and loses the armor, gets punished anyway. I mean, you're just losing so many resources here. Oh, didn't buffer that standing 3 into anything, and full combo. From an execution side, we haven't seen the greatest game from K-Top overall. We're punished again. Just maybe a little bit frustrating almost.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it puts you out of your comfort zone, and there I definitely see a frustrating armor opener here. And yeah, we're going to fatal blow, we're going to collect ourselves, we're going to make sure that this does enough damage, and this is really the momentum shift that K-Top needs.
Absolutely. Right now, Takada has been the player in charge of this set. Even if some of the rounds haven't quite gone the same way. I mean, so many of the plays are Takada's like leading the charge, I suppose. He's the one making these decisions. He's the one getting most of the whip punishes, setting up into a striker grenade trap that K-Top's falling for. If you can win this game and you can, excuse me, win it convincingly, it's the best way to turn it around. Nice little pick up there. Not going to allow the grenades to mess with the timing.
Ooh,
love the walk back there, just opening him up with that low.
Cheeky little 3-hit, gets the knockdown into a situation. We're about to build back Goro. We're going to go for Goro here. Yeah, we're going to have to now. Keep it safe, build the meter.
Like the idea of going for throw mix there, just in case he does tech. Going for the less obvious route.
Oh, low.
He knew? Just knew? No, because he wouldn't have called that striker grenades.
Yeah, that was a just-in-case situation. However, couldn't avoid it there. Going into a final game another time.
Even if it was blocked there in that last one, he had, you know, he didn't have any more meter afterwards. So that would have easily just been a down 1 and 2 special move.
For sure. Well, much like his brother before him, we're going into another game 5. This one been a little bit more of a set back and forth, I think. Takada still looking pretty composed. I mean, it's hard to say who has a clear, distinct upper hand now, because K-Top, the way he was able to win that game was a pretty important method. I mean, it was, look, the last game before it, I was whiffing all over the place. I was getting caught by every sort of button. I see a whiff, I try and press a button, Striker's throwing grenades in my face. I mean, had to just basically cool off, you know, calm it down, not try and play so fast, because you're playing too fast, you're going to eat those cameos for breakfast. But now, final game. Chance for winners finals to face off against Macaran. Hesitated, Armor. Hesitated. Almost didn't fall for it.
Just a little bit of hesitation is what I'm seeing too.
All right.
No down 1 punish.
In quite a few instances as well, Armor, Takada's been getting hit by the armor while he's already airborne. So even if there is a Goro on the other end, if there is a combo, it's non-existent. Oh, caught pressing buttons!
Yeah, not sure. You could see that he stood up for the overhead, but I think he might have just flinched and pressed a slower button. I don't know if I agree with this one, Ketchup.
Yeah, Takada was actually technically doing the right thing there. He mistimed his standing 4 on wake up, but he actually tried to armor break. I'm pretty sure had he done his standing 4 just a few frames earlier, that would have armor broken the wake up and Takada would already be on match point. So from a decision standpoint, oh, maybe not so much now. Goro, are we going to spend it? No, we're going to keep it. Oh, just eat the wake up!
Oh man, oh man.
This is a strange game. K-Top sitting there thinking, I can't get a read on this guy.
Well, I mean, the other thing too is that you don't expect someone with full bar to wake up, because in your head you're like, okay, maybe they're gonna try to play defense and then rely on the breaker because they have 3 bars. So I think that was a big brain play from Takada.
That should still be a pickup. Ooh, almost. Ooh.
Didn't commit.
If you believe in that back 3, who knows what the situation could be. All right, we teleport for the pressure. The stagger into the throw. Counter hit. Takada was trying to press buttons there. Again, hesitation on the potential wake up. Oh, there's the armored reversal though. Armoring after Goro has been a constant success for Takada. Don't get hit by that back 3. Whip it. We can't kill on this. We can't kill. Dash in, grab, escape failed. Tried, but no success. All right, match point. Both sides are.
Last round, last game.
Not again, don't fall.
I was gonna say, not this time. He was not gonna get baited this time, and he
How many
did.
times must we teach you this lesson, old man?
Okay, blocks the overhead successfully there.
Oh,
There it
one
is.
down,
That's
one
the
too
win punish
many.
I'm looking for.
If he did get away with 3 low pokes, I would have been upset. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's great. We take out Striker and Baraka there, so that's the penalty. All right, grenades activated. For the love of God.
Goro cameo
If he overheads.
Brawling back here.
Don't do it.
Not this time. Not this time.
He's going to get Striker again, though, Armor.
This is a
We can
standoff.
go again. 2.0.
There's no reason to go in until Goro is back. So, like, I definitely agree with this from K-Top.
Now,
Why go in
Takada.
now? 30 seconds left. There's plenty of time. This
Armor
is so
available
intense.
on both sides, too. All right, Striker spent. Only one of them, though. Goro on the other end. Expected a down 1, but no one home. Do not get hit by a fatal blow. We have meter. We have meter. You will survive. Oh, tried to call in Striker on Wake Up there and just got hit. That was a very unusual way for that match to end.
I'm not sure if he meant to call the Striker as a Wake Up or if he was trying to call in Striker grenades like as soon as he was able to move. So it might have been like a timing issue there, but that was down to the wire. That was so close. And the intensity when both players just like backed off and they're like, I don't really have a reason to go in and I don't want to overextend. And, you know, super smart.
I think that must have been, like, obviously one of those call-in Striker defensively, because on paper, especially with Tanya not having, like, insane, like, overhead low mix, right? As long as you're keeping an eye out for a throw, a defensive Striker call was a pretty safe option, because even if Striker got hit, you would live.
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess that was the attempt. I just don't know why Takada just, like, got punched in the face on Wake Up. That's the one thing that catches me, but either way, K-Top was able to keep it together. And look, the second we had all those strikers locked in the final round, just after K-Top, after countless times was just constantly falling for the whiff button into striker thing, I was nervous. It happened so many times. I'm just glad that he was able to not fall for it that one time too many, because that was really, that was the only one that mattered.
And it's so crazy. Again, it's just like fights against that, like every little fiber being in you. Okay, so this is the situation you're talking about with Striker coming into play right here at the end.
Counter hit, was pressing some kind of button.
So, but Striker was showing up behind her, so that was supposed to be the handcuff move. Is that Striker? Is that your Wake Up as Striker? You know,
actually, you know what? That's really true. Counter hit with Striker behind them, that could only have been the handcuffs. But that's not his Wake Up.
That's not his Wake Up, right?
His Wake Up is the baton strike.
So I don't know if it was just like a misinput. I don't know if, like, I don't know in what situation Striker could have gotten there fast enough.
Surely it had to be, because, I mean, the armor breaking properties of Tanya, like, I say armor breaking, but the ability to bypass Wake Ups mostly comes down to having fast striking moves. I know that the Striker baton's pretty fast as far as Wake Ups go. That had to have been a misinput. Like, I can think of no other... If you're trying to do Striker on Wake Up as an attack that isn't the defensive grenades, like, you would have gone for baton. Like, either way, look, whatever it was, sadly resulted in Takada dropping into loser's bracket, but playing like that, every possibility to stay alive in this tournament. As you can see, we have our next matchup getting lined up here. Magic T versus Disarted. Now... willing to bet that... Oh, looks like actually they're playing already. Disarted does play Baraka Striker as well, so that's no surprise. Magic T, actually a Baraka player also. However, I do see a lot more competitive stuff from the Melina of Magic T these days. And Melina Lau, if you've watched North American online tournaments, you've seen a lot of this, and you know how good it is.
It is so good. I mean, look, this is what you're going to see. The overhead, never mind. Comes out a little bit later. I think he was kind of waiting for a down one from Baraka, because mashing down one on that setup, as long as, you know, they're in that range, they're trying to, you know, get into 2-1 range, it does stop a few things. So I think that's just, I think that was Magic T giving a little too much credit there.
A nice attempt from Magic T. Oh, Disarted. Somehow didn't manage to get his dash in there, but either way, doesn't matter too much because it's able to get the first round regardless. We got a lot of data from that match, I think, Armor. We saw Melina low hat setups, which were instantly challenged by Armor. We saw delay from the low hat. We saw, even near the end there, with decided to challenge to take the round. Like, we're getting a lot of useful info here. Now, full combo knockdown, Striker's locked in, so we're probably going to see something into grenades, which we do. Oh, challenges the staggered standing one there from Melina. They are highs. That's definitely early enough
here from Magic T. Oh, what a dash back into the ball roll, but doesn't get the execution to come out right.
Big jumping. I'm honestly shocked Disarted didn't even try and upblock that, forcing the break. Now, Lau is ready.
Magic T, not looking good at all.
Nah. Unfortunate.
Popped up here, Disarted. Taking
It
that
kind of-
first game convincingly.
Yeah, to me, from Magic T's side, you ever have those games where it feels like just nothing kind of works? It's like, you know exactly what you want to do there, but sometimes the combos don't work out, and you go to press a button in a situation, but the opponent just so happened to press their button like a frame before you did. It was a little bit all over the place for poor Magic T. But in the nature of these tournaments, right, we've got more games to get through in this set. The ideas were all there. It just sort of, everything sort of just fell apart. And Disarted, obviously playing a character that's going to absolutely punish you massively for even catching you pressing a button or doing a ball roll that's a bit too eager, perhaps. We've seen so much possibilities with the Lau and the Melina together. It can result in some real dirt. Nice low hat.
Love the patience for Magic T, just kind of back off and make Disarted come to him. Right now, Disarted does find the opening the second time here with that overhead.
I kind of like the pace
Challenging
from
at this
Disarted.
pace.
Like, the pace of Disarted right now isn't really lending itself opportunities for there to even be a single low hat neutral. He's always kind of within that sweep distance, which is kind of scary to enforce low hat because you can get maybe jumped behind or caught before he even throws it on the ground.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I feel like a lot of the Melina low hat setups, you're going to need some breathing room to get that hat out. A little too crazy there for my taste.
Yeah.
And Disarted all over it. Easy block, easy punish, and an easy round for him.
Not the first ball roll in that instance we've seen in this game either. We saw it from the first match, and it's something that Disarted is like constantly just looking for. And I think that's early enough that, yep, there will be no room for a down two in that situation. The back up into the whiffed grab. Disarted, he is playing this game at 1,000 miles an hour and putting the pressure on Magic T to think, right, look, you've got to up this tempo. If you can't keep up with the Baraka like this, it's going to be really, really challenging. And now, the fours, the million fours. Caught pressing buttons. Didn't dedicate, though. An opportunity to escape Magic T.
Straight projectiles from both characters. Just trying to get something going here. Armoring right through, making sure it got there before Melina's second hit could break the armor.
Nice. Great duck. Now that's going to be a situation.
And that's the down one. That's what I'm talking about. Hitting that down one in that situation, like, you don't think it's going to work, but Melina has to kind of anticipate that.
Yeah. And it's a great way of approaching this because, like, if you are fighting an opponent that has a team that is kind of known for these set play scenarios where it's, I knock you on the floor, I set something up, I loop this. Little moments of disrespect where you can challenge something is really important because even if you disrupt the setup where it's not leading to a full combo, that's still a victory. Disarted, the grab game. Oh, Magic T, whatever it was on Wake Up, made some kind of read. Maybe expected a delay button, I'm not sure. Whatever it was, just got straight up hit in the face for it and Disarted a rather brisk 2-0. Now, it has been quite slow games today in our winners bracket. That is just how those matchups go. This one is the direct opposite. Disarted has been all over Magic T so far and just hasn't allowed room for any of the Melina stuff to even get started.
No, just kind of shutting it down. And, I mean, you saw it potentially start like twice, once in each of those previous two games. And it just didn't work, and that's what kind of happens. You go into this like snowball effect, this momentum. That's all Melina because she can loop through there. The Kung Lao cameo recharges fast enough for her to have it again if she just keeps opening you up. But Disarted is just a wall right now.
The first time we saw the setup, I believe it was armored reversal from Baraka, and the second time it was just the knowledge of a down one to trade and disengage it basically. Wonder if we'll see that again. Standing fours on Wake Up now. The pressure's real. Disarted overheads. Has had a, I think, 100% hit rate on the overhead so far.
I think so. It definitely feels that way.
Almost got a whiff punish. Oh, the Baraka classic low poke into EX down forward 2. Hate to get hit by it. And this should be free. Yeah, there's no way.
Especially because like Magic T was expecting it after the first poke. And then after the second poke, he's like, okay, I'm going to swing here. Oh, wait, Baraka canceled.
Another overhead has hit its mark. Unfortunately, Magic T, there's the block. And Disarted actually went for an instant micro duck. Did get caught by a grab though.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mistime there.
All right, doesn't hit confirm. Takes the plus frames though. We're going to get a forward throw from this. All right, Baraka still. That is such a classic Baraka maneuver. That 3 hit. Oh, I'm wondering if that was meant to be EX, that air shot. Oof. So much pressure. And down 2s. The second that down 1 didn't go into a down forward 2, I'm like, right, that's a horrible situation. Because it's like, what do you do now? You know, if you weren't going to press after the down 1, you're going to press afterwards. And Disarted had such a buffer of health, he could afford to just down 2 for his life.
Yeah, there's really no risk there. You know, he's got also trying to cover the base where if Molina was like trying to squirm out of there, trying to jump out of the corner to get some space. But I think mentally, Magic T was checked out early in that set. And it's tough. It's tough when those overheads open you up because, you know, sometimes it's not entirely your fault. Sometimes, you know, this is online, so it's a little frustrating knowing like maybe I did see it, but I just didn't see it in time to compensate with the lag. And it's just one of those things where you have to learn how to fight through those things. You have to learn how to, you know, don't try to let those things tilt you and make you play even worse. But it was Disarted with the ball the whole time. Never saw Magic T really come into control.
It was just one of those rough matches. You know, shout outs to Magic T, of course. Very frequent MK1 streamer. Most days I'm online. I tend to see Magic T is streaming something. So definitely go check him out. I was having a quick look. I got curious over who sent Disarted 2 losers. Looks like it was H-Dope according to the bracket. So there is a chance to run that back in this top 8. But a good showing from Disarted, honestly. And the kind of player that has always been very offensively focused. It's just how he played MK11 back in the day. So going into Baraka Cyrax early, was not surprised to see that. Sticking with Baraka and keeping that style, applying it to Striker just works for him. As we can see, Takada versus Disarted will be the next round of losers bracket. But before that, we need to look at SNK versus Fish Like Steve. Now, Fish Like Steve, we've seen a fair few times in European tournaments, both offline and online. And every time I see Fish Like Steve, it's Ashura. Now, when I originally saw Fish Like Steve, it was a lot of Striker and Ashura, which actually isn't a common pairing. Striker is a common cameo, but not with this character. SNK, I must admit, the name rings a bell. I'm sure I've seen SNK at, you know, maybe an online tournament somewhere, maybe a Rips Arena or something. But of all 8 of these players, is the player I am the least familiar with. I don't even know what character they play. So I'm very excited to actually see what they're bringing to the table here.
Yeah, and again, you also have to know that as the opponent. Like, what is my character? What is my opponent going to bring? What do I have to practice against? What punishes do I have to make sure I know? And on top of all that, what interesting cameo could they be playing? Because the cameos, especially the ambush ones, really mix things up in terms of like what is safe, what isn't safe, what things that you have to, you know, all of a sudden respect. So it's going to be real fun to see that unravel before our eyes.
Character-wise, though, it's been quite a few returning characters. I think we've seen a decent amount. We're about to see more Ashura if Fish Like Steve still does play Ashura, which I'm going to assume he does. So we've seen Ashura, we've seen Baraka a bunch, we've seen Tanya again. So we're going to see those more, obviously, as we go through. I wonder, like, are we going to get like maybe another Molina here, just to keep the ball rolling? Well, actually, that's a no pun intended. Actually, I'm going to take full credit. I'm going to take full credit for that. But
there you go.
There's one more chance for us to have a brand new character, because I know who Fish Like Steve's going to play. It's going to be Ashura.
I'm interested in seeing how Striker complements Ashura. So I feel like Ashura doesn't normally like put herself in super unsafe situations, which is kind of how Striker really goes into play. And I know he's got more stuff with a little bit of low and the overhead mix-ups, which is something that Ashura doesn't really have. So I don't know if it complements their character in that way. I mean, what could possibly be a little bit different about this Astra than an Astra that just typically runs Serena?
The thing is, we're asking this question too. It's been a while since I've seen Fish Like Steve, so for all we know, it could literally be straight in with the Serena again. Which
Could be.
Fair enough, totally understandable. But that there is a possibility that we might even be talking about Striker for no reason. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right. Oh, it's an Ultra Mirror. Let's go. I said one more chance to get a new character, but no. It's a third Astra. Let's do it. And it's
like
Serena.
Serena's. We're talking about Striker for no reason. Oh, that was super smart though. Going right into the uppercut to avoid the knives coming back. Because a lot of people throw the double knives out saying, okay, you're not going to punish this, or if you do punish, it's not really going to hurt. That one hurt.
All right, so already you kind of have a feeling that there might be a bit of an advantage here. Fish Like Steve has used Astra since the very, very, very beginning, right? So if there are going to be these situational instances where there is going to be like a knowledge check punish, if both players don't know that, especially in a mirror, that's only going to benefit the one that knows how to get around it every single time. So we shall see how this unfolds. However, trying to wake up with the Serena and eating the other Serena knives in return, and there's the breaker being forced. A fatal blow is ready, but okay, letting it go. Oh, single knife. Good block there, the overhead.
What patience too, just kind of just like wait it out. And it is scary. It is scary to kind of, bank on that. On top of blocking the overhead, you have to also know, are they going to cancel into the uppercut right away? Because sometimes they don't.
Oh, absolutely. The more I think about it too, Armor, like certain parts of the world have very common character usage. I'm thinking of someone like Schoolman, for example, who, very common player in Rips Arena. Actually, a champion in both PC and PS5, if I'm not mistaken. Astra there as well. So I mean, like, I'm looking at this side of the world, and I'm like, damn, there's a lot of Astra here.
A lot of Astras. Astra.
Good to see that.
Is Astra plural already?
Oh, mate, I wouldn't know.
Ashras?
I would say Ashras, but I could also be completely wrong with that. There's that knowledge punish again. Actually, choosing to spend both bars just to give yourself... Whoa! Sending Ashra to space. Oh!
Right back at you.
Both rounds ended the same way.
Yeah, and it's the overcommitment there. So, this could develop into a little bit of a mind game where, like, you do the overhead but don't cancel and just kind of, like, wait because you know that they're waiting, and then you can, like, retake your turn fraudulently there. All
right. So, here's one element. Will it be Astra every time? Yep. Is it going to be Serena every time? Yes, it will.
Probably.
That's the one side. I wasn't sure. I was like, well, sometimes someone might pick Astra for game one. Maybe they've got another character in their back pocket. Maybe another cameo, but it doesn't look like it'll be that.
Could be. I could see Astra being one of those characters that, you just take out for, necessary matchup advantages.
We've definitely seen that in the past, but I also think that a mirror match like this could become quite interesting because it's all about, and someone might even try and get angry at me for this, I think it's all about the fundamentals. Because it's a mirror match of,
that's what it is. I mean, not to say that whoever wins a mirror is, like, definitively better, but, the mirror match is just one of the matchups in, the entire spectrum of the roster.
But we're looking at the fact that this mirror in particular is options everywhere on screen and punishes for a lot of it too. So if Fish Like Steve is able to keep doing this, so we're seeing pretty superior ranged play from Fish Like Steve. Haven't been as much up close because it has been more about the neutral, and when SNK is going for certain options, Fish Like Steve has better punishes. So whether it's interrupting the double knives with the EX flip, whether it's being constantly ready for that last minute overhead in the first game, Fish Like Steve is just a little bit one step ahead here.
Ooh, baited it out, but just canceled it to make sure they didn't put themselves in any real danger.
Bit of a risky activation there on the Dark Stance. If Fish Like Steve just so happened to stick a button out there, that would have been a different story. The down 4 the challenge, letting the flurry go on block. I mean, that's just going to catch SNK sleeping. Was not ready for that one.
That flurry does a lot more chip than you think it would. I think that was a chip out situation, but obviously a flawless block would have stopped that, and that's a super unsafe move.
All right. Overhead does hit its mark, but the first time the overhead works is where Fish Like Steve has tons of health to play with. So the best time it could hit, honestly. Well, on defense, I suppose. Not the one actually doing it. All right, low. Letting it go. Interruption again, knowledge.
Single rang to kind of just keep your opponent on their toes, making them think it's the double rangs. Neutral jump kick did work though. Super plus projectile afterwards. Not sure why you're pressing anything.
Oh, went in for really fast mid there, looking for maybe a whiff punish. Taking the turn, letting the whole thing go. Double knives. Wants to keep it safe this time though. The meter being spent wouldn't have led to the round being won. You'd have had plenty more work to do. The breaker!
That's a little, I mean, I think at that point you would have just kind of let it go and start the round with full bar. Whereas you're looking at this situation here, starting the last round with almost no bar.
Yeah, the second I saw the no interruption with the flip, I was like, right, Fish Like Steve has got to be saving the meter then. But immediately spinning the break. Oh, mirror match, but someone threw 1, someone threw 2. Ah, the overheads are starting to hit their mark now. Armor. Fish Like Steve taking a bit. Oh, another one! And this is going to be another full combo because we have the Serena ready to go. So many.
Ooh, up block, but doesn't get the punish afterwards.
It's always a weird situation when they land so far away. Has a double down
I love the second down 4 to get under the rank coming back.
Fatal blow. All right, we're cashing out big damage here.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, the one benefit of getting hit by this fatal blow is that it is going to give SNK full cameo gauge when we're back. However, a lot of meter is going to get built on both sides. Fish Like Steve's going to have 2 bars now. All right, both Serena's ready. Oh, no breaker for you either. That is a feels bad man moment.
And at that range too, you're really not putting yourself in like super big risk. Like we saw the big risk up close where you could just go raw uppercut to punish, avoid the rangs altogether by staying up in the air. But when you're outside of that uppercut range, it's nothing really to sweat in this matchup.
Right, SNK. No choice now but to reverse 3-0. I mean, it has been done before. We've seen it many times. But it's a bit of a mountain to climb. It's something that tests even the best of us. Especially the mirror match. A mirror match with the same cameos, the same options, the same range, the same everything. I've just got to win 3 games. I can do this.
I mean, that last game was close. It came down to 1 or 2 decision difference.
Oh, gets the first hit but drops the 2-bar combo. That is unfortunate, Armor.
Beautiful whiff punish with the Serena double rang from SNK. Pushing him closer to the corner. Let's see if the pressure can stay on. Big knee to the gut. Continuing this string, not seeing that down 4 coming, and that's going to be the super plus advantage for Fish Like Steve to get that throw and get a little bit of breathing room. There's the uppercut. That's what I'm talking about. Don't want to be in that uppercut range when you're throwing out that double rang in neutral.
And it has been something that has just consistently been almost like a secret weapon for Fish Like Steve. Not that it's secret anymore, we've seen it a million times, but just having that over your opponent who is not doing it is making a difference here. Now, fatal blow on both sides. Too fast to react to that anti-air. Fatal blow. No, we're holding on to it. Oh,
chip him out.
Nice. Possible greed, but it paid off. It was a risk worth taking.
Going for big plays. He's got two games to play with, so I think he's just trying to show off.
Pressuring in the corner with the Serena meter drain. That's unfortunate actually in this Ashra mirror match. So much of her explosive damage output is tied to that EX flip. Now, reverse throw, Fish Like Steve. Good match point situation. Trades the projectile with the 2 knives already out, good to go. Interruption again. Armor, the one thing that separated both of these players here was Fish Like Steve was more ready for that mirror. He had so many just on the spot, I know exactly what to do here, that, to be honest, when fighting Ashura, you don't see a lot of, whether it came down to double Serena knives on block that were punished by EX flip 100% of the time, whether it came down to two separate punishes, actually, where the first one was, I think it was the forward 2 or the advancing poke into the projectile that Fish Like Steve just interrupted with a down 1. I'm going to take my turn, I'm going to punish this, get advantage. And then in the final match, straight up full combo. I think that was like 2-2 or something. But all of those resulted in big damage, a game win, or a better situation that both players could have done, but Steve was more prepared.
Yeah, and that just kind of shows you the specific matchup knowledge. And I'm sure SNK did learn a lot from this set, especially looking back on this. And I think that last final play was the Serena coming out as an ambush, absorbing the hit and getting a full punish. So it was
That
just,
was it?
Yeah.
That
So he
was
just kind of
so
threw it
sick.
in there.
That was so sick. It's really funny that we were just talking about people using cameos to absorb hits.
Yeah, when we were just like going off on a tangent about unrelated cameos. But yeah, so in that scenario, I believe in this game, all projectiles can only hit, if they hit the cameo, they're no longer keep going, unless they have some kind of special property. So Ashura's projectiles, no exception there. So he threw out this arena and just said, okay, it's going to be my turn no matter what.
Yeah, I believe the exception to those rules mostly belong to projectiles that can kind of power through other things. So like a Liu Kang EX fireball, for example, is one of the cases where that won't apply. But for the most part, yeah. But this is the evolution of how cameos are being used defensively. I know we were joking about it, but genuinely, merely like 45 minutes ago or however long it was, where we were talking about using cameos to purposefully take a hit that gives you a situation. That full combo punish was a result of it. That full combo cameo punish was another situation that, I'm not going to lie, that's the first time I've ever seen someone use Serena cameo to do that. But it's, hey, I mean, she's an ambush, she appears in front of you.
Yeah.
It makes sense that she's another cameo that can absorb.
Yeah, I just don't think it's that easy to pull off. But I think when people started seeing it with Tremor, they were like, oh, let me look at my cameo, the one that I'm already used to, and see what kind of options we have here. If it gets you a combo, totally worth it. If it's guaranteed, or even just to get some of that pressure off of you, yeah, totally worth it. Throw her out there, throw her to the wolves, and then get that breathing room or get that punish. And that's definitely one of the Serena cameos that we see the least, because it's not as useful. I mean, it's pretty good in the right hands or under certain characters that like leave you in an animation that leaves you over that Serena puddle for a very long time that drains your meter, but you don't really see it getting you a lot of damage.
Well, speaking of damage, my friend, it's a Baraka mirror. We already know it's going to be 2 strikers. There's one, there's the other. Right.
Is there another cameo? Is there another one?
Maybe one day. I have actually seen Baraka players sort of mess around with the Chameleon cameo, but I'm not sure how many of them will actually stick to it when she becomes tournament legal. We shall see.
A lot of people are saying Chameleon cameo is great, but it's that shifting ability that just kind of really does it for me.
All I can say about Chameleon, how she's worked out, and I promise we'll talk about the match in a second, is that, look, you have more control over her changes than I thought, which makes enough of a difference that it can actually be viable. Anyway,
nice.
The first round, though, starting off pretty strong here from I would say Takada, but before I even have a chance to finish my sentence, a fatal blow has landed, and that is going to do a ton of damage.
I was going to say, this is not scaling at all. It's not going to kill, but it is going to do damage over time afterwards. So that's what you really got to watch out for. You're going to get chipped out. Here he is, his life just ticking away.
Nope, they had the same idea. Try the dash in down 4. Will be Disarted, though, getting the upper hand in this first round. Oh, back 3 trades with the standing 2, or forward 2. Can't remember the button. I think it's 2-1. tried to. I can only assume they're either an armored attempt that didn't work out or tried a flawless block and got hit. Either way, doesn't really matter because we turn it around and get a full combo anyway.
Kind of an early throw there, does get blown up thanks to that delay wake up. Overhead, not watching your dome. Again, not the easiest thing to block. It's, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, it is slow, but he gets so much for it when it does hit.
I feel like there's something about Striker that will just make that overhead from Baraka have a higher hit rate. Maybe it's, you're looking at Striker, you're looking at the grenades, the explosion makes it harder to see him, you know? It's like Batman.
It's a lot to consider.
All right. Knockdown situation, 2 strikers, only 1 bar of potential last breath. Yeah, meeting with the down forward 2 was the smart choice. I think it would have powered through wake up armor, and you only would have absorbed 1 hit with the last breath.
Yeah, and I think going into a button might have been a little too predictable. Like if you did like a down 1 into down forward 2, that's kind of like the route that most people go. So I think they were just trying to keep it, you know, a little fresh, a little different. And, you know, that down forward 2 comes out so fast. So if you're like trying to flawless block, you're not blocking.
Yeah. Definitely one of the easier special moves to meaty, I would think. I'm not surprised to see it be a pretty common strategy, especially at this level. But 1-0 for Disarted. I must say, Takada and Disarted have a very similar style to each other. It's kind of just a hallmark of people that clearly, you know, discuss the game. I believe they traveled to UFA together, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty long trip. So that lended itself a lot of time to talk about Mortal Kombat 1, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, good block of the overhead though, and continues to block because of those striker grenades. Gets the back throw for the throw mix. Striker grenades to keep it my turn. Great blocks. Now it's going to be over to the other side. This Baraka, never mind, ducking under, but not getting a really big punish. Instead, just opting out for just a normal down 1.
It's a shame because, I mean, if you're going to take that risk and go for like a neutral duck, just go for the reward. Always a down 1 is like, what was the risk even for?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a big risk.
Yeah, especially against Baraka. with that boot. That big boot, the man that wears no shoes. Right. Oh! Watch your feet! Like I said, put some shoes on. That overhead has just been a menace. Oh! Could have been a full combo. There has been a bit of a spaghetti match all over the floor.
Definitely a scramble, nonetheless.
Good trade punish.
Beautiful. Yeah, nobody's falling for any kind of crazy bait here with the striker grenades. Popping him up for continuing that combo. Keeping him right in front of him. Trying to play to the corner, play to the wall. Does get the forward throw, but not teching either way.
That was rare footage of Striker actually getting hit trying to go for grenades too. There's so much pushback. Oh, fatal blow. That one was, I mean, look, I do understand it because if there was that, whatever that move was, if it was slow by even a fraction, it would have actually won Disarted the game. So you kind of look at it and think, well, look, possible that you were throwing the round away kind of early, but if it hit, it wins the game. So risk reward.
Yeah, and if it doesn't hit, you still have it for the final round.
Exactly, yeah. And you have plenty of meter too. Speaking of which, nice little reliable ender. We have plenty more striker just to keep things nice and safe. We're going to pressure another striker. This one's going to totally blow up that back 1 attempt from Takada. All right.
Oh, didn't watch his toes. Didn't block the low at all. Does go for a ride. Mashing down 1 on that wake up.
Lovely throw tech. Ooh, quite a few whips. Striker.
He wasn't close enough. He wasn't close enough to convert.
That should be it.
That could have been a totally different outcome there if he just walked forward a little bit more. But that stand 2 just wasn't there. It was so close. What I'm seeing a lot from Takada, knowing that striker grenade is going to come into play after, you know, a blocked overhead or a blocked low, Takada is opting to kind of backdash to try to make the grenades whiff and then play neutral from there. But
it has been a very similar style from both of them, though. I just think that Disarted is when you have two players like this, that their tendencies of when they call in a striker, and look, I know it's Baraka striker, but trust me, they have different timings. Players do. They might go for a certain option more than someone else. They may call in a cameo at a different time. Like, there are certain options that are favored. It's just that with these two, I find there to be not many of them. Disarted's just a little bit quicker, and that is making such a difference all the time. And I've always seen them play kind of similar characters to each other. In this game, it's very similar to that still. Disarted is just, he has slightly better reactions. He has slightly better on-the-spot execution. And that's going to give him a clear upper hand here.
I mean, you could see the thought process is great here from Takada. Ducked under there. Got a stand 1, definitely was looking for a stand 2-1, but just might have inputted a little too early, and, not leaving a lot of damage on the table.
All right, break forced. Disarted with the 2 bars of meter. Takada can't kill, even with that hit. Striker, not worth the risk of the down 2 there. I do think it was tight enough that you couldn't get a down 2. Lovely with punish. That's
Smart
what
stuff.
I'm talking about.
Smart stuff. Knew the situation, knew he only needed a down 2 to seal the deal, and, not really putting yourself in danger. Like, the finish line was right there.
I am liking the offensive timing there from Takada. Has been, micro duck on the 2-1. I was going to say, has been keeping things pretty gapless when it comes to punishing with a down 2. That's going to make the jump in free. Disarted now. Throw tech, keeping the opponent in the corner.
Ooh, the walk back. The walk back just to make sure that gets punished.
This is what Takada needs. Tried pressing. That might have been a micro duck, actually.
It was either a micro duck or just a neutral duck. Like, he got hit, but there was no counter. So I think he was just holding down and whiffing out a throw.
I definitely think so.
No,
Punish.
not fast enough.
No, you're right. Tried to do something there to answer back. Oh, gets away from the grenade to the down forward 2. This has been a stressful match.
So stressful. Whoa. I think he was sure that the striker grenade was going to come out because he didn't go in anything else afterwards. That would have been a clean, easy punish.
Oh,
striker grenades to stop the striker grenades? Is that the meta we're at?
Again,
Can't beat him,
for a back
join him.
three.
Big with punish, but doesn't really lead into anything else. Just kind of a good way to just kind of clear the board here. Go back to being in control here, because right now I'm seeing all Takada ducking under the throw.
Now, this is a pretty scary situation for Disarted. Quite rightly did not press a button, though. Sticks out the overhead. These hits have been at such unusual times. Like, they're doing their best to confirm, but sometimes it just isn't meant to be. And now Disarted, wait a minute. Don't get hit by Fatal Blow. Has to hold this. Gets the flawless block to keep himself safe. Back-to-back low pokes. Almost got blown up, and that's it. That's it.
Did he just believe? He saw it. He saw the whiff right in front of him.
I think that was a really smart choice, though, because let's be real, in that game, there were a lot of buttons. There were a lot of buttons being pressed. So if you're going to stick out your incredibly active, rather meaty low at a range that you can probably buffer it just in case it works, that was a pretty smart decision. So
yeah,
not surprised to see it work. And overall, great result there from Disarted, who is still alive in this bracket.
Yeah, and you know, I know the score shows 3-0, but like that last game was very, very close, down to the wire, a lot of clutch situations, and you know, you could see Takada trying to be a little bit more bold with those reads, and it was working out, but Disarted just kind of kept coming out on top.
It kind of, for me, rewinds back to what we were talking about during the set. Is like, they have a similar playstyle. You can even see it in that third game. Their habits of like when they would press buttons, individual buttons, like not necessarily taking it in turns, actually more the opposite side. The two of them were constantly looking to steal turns from each other with maybe one extra down one or whatever it may be. that final moment coming down to, I just know you're going to be swinging out like there. You're going to be pressing. We've been pressing this whole game. You're not going to magically stop now. I'm going to go for this big read, a meaty button, buffer it into Fatal Blow just in case. And worked wonders. So Disarted now moving into top 4 territory. The opponent will be either H-Dope or Fish Like Steve, which is our next match on stream. If H-Dope wins this, they will have a run back from the winner's bracket. Disarted will have a shot at revenge, or H-Dope will get the 2-0 overall. But we're not there yet.
And it's again one of those situations where we've had an entire night to stew in this. So, you know, Disarted is in the lower bracket. He's in the loser's bracket because of H-Dope, and I'm sure there was something that they weren't punishing right, something that just kept opening him up. So when you have events like this where there's an entire night of being able to practice to come back a little bit stronger, a little bit smarter, you might see a different set all entirely.
It does make for me, a more interesting top 8. Because especially something like this where, you know, it's quite... What it means is significant. You know, we have... When it comes to the overall pro competition, these online cups are paramount for players being able to secure their points. It is their combination of playing online when you can, placing as high as you can in these cups, and then trying to go to the offlines as well. You know, we've already had 2 of the 4 offline pro comp events. You had East Coast Throwdown, then you had UFA. You know, we have the 2 remaining that are happening this year. The online is going to have so much gravity because of that, you know. So if you place here and then you do well offline, you're in a great spot for finals. Even someone like Tekken Master, with even his victories now, is quite good, to say the least. But I mean, my point is, though, they mean a lot for players. So having that extra day to really digest matchups and come in 100%, 150% today makes all the difference, I think. Especially for those on the losers bracket that needed that time to reflect. They got less of a buffer.
Yeah, it's a very painful thing to go back and watch your losses, but I think it's very important to growing as a player, growing as a competitor. It's tough, man. It's tough out there, but if you really just kind of look at your losses with an open mind, you will, you know, be able to unravel the world for yourself.
Now, a matchup that H-Dope has already played.
We saw this matchup a little earlier, and not these specific players, but, you know, range versus range.
Now, with that range, I think, well, to bring us back to that first match, H-Dope was playing super well, but he was also adapting to how Macaran was defending, like the armor. I'm looking into this first match, and actually, wait, hang on a minute. Looks like Steve has gone Striker. Yeah.
The Striker you were talking about. So in that situation, it was Striker's grenade used more like defensively. So as soon as he was able to block, calling out the Striker grenade to find that opening. And I think H-Dope is just a little bit taken off guard here. I mean, it's always Serena. It's always Serena complimenting Ashura. So it's almost like you're playing against a completely different character.
It's going to be weird. H-Dope is going to have to adjust really quickly to this, because let's look at that last match versus Macaran, where H-Dope nearly won but just fell short. A big part of that came down to armor, flash parries, the dark stance. Fish Like Steve's Ashura does not really play that way, so the defensive Striker, it's going to be a totally different matchup. Now, that's either going to be good for H-Dope or bad. It really depends on how comfortable this first match ultimately becomes. Big damage. Go for the side switch. And that is big damage for Tanya, don't roast me. Another break that I'm not so sure on.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, you know, you got to think maybe you're not going to win this round, but you know what? The meter is building there, even if you do get opened up. So that could be the name of the game here. Maybe straight robbery, too, because of this fatal blow.
If Fish Like Steve lands a hit now, fatal blow will do it. Remember, 950 health and Ashura fatal blow. Good combination if you're the Ashura player. H-Dope now getting the second round on the board. I do like the flawless blocks. Fish like Steve's flawless blocks have been really good. Oh!
Now, I don't think that was a punish. I think that was H-Dope trying to press a button afterwards.
That is one thing I forgot to mention, actually. I remember this the last time I saw the striker from Fish Like Steve, is it does make your flip attack meterless launch. Similar to Tanya, actually, in that respect, where you call in the ambush to make it launch.
Oh, okay, okay.
It does open up a bit of combo
into that
potential.
string.
Yeah.
Normally, you can't launch from that, but Striker's grenade just keeps them in the air just long enough. Easy chip out situation here, but, you know, the flawless block is potential. I never realized how good of a chip out move that is from Ashura.
And it's something that, it sounds bizarre to even say it, but you don't really see it much. You'd kind of look at that move and go, right, it hits about 3 times and this and that. But it just isn't really gone for all that much. I wonder if it's because it's unsafe. And
Super unsafe.
Historically, Ashura players do not use cameos that would chuck something on top of that. I think, actually, that's probably another extra thing that Striker would change, right? Is that you can do that on block and then call in the grenades to be safe. But
That's right. That's right.
this is a different matchup. And I'm not going to lie, I think this actually kind of benefits Fish Like Steve. Because
I think so too.
it's a matchup that H-Dope played really well against Macaran, but that was more of a traditional Ashura. This one isn't.
Do you think that he saw him playing against Macaran and said, you know, he's going to be too comfortable in this matchup. Let me try Striker first. Could be the mentality going into this.
There is a
And
possibility
then see what
here.
happens from there.
You did have the luxury of seeing your opponent lose to the very character you're playing and go, wait, I'm kind of playing this a bit different, so maybe I can. But either way, actually, I would like to point out too, Armor. We actually haven't really seen much armor at all. That armored reversal there from the Ashura, that's one of the first times I've seen him use it.
Yeah, yeah. Not really like doing too much there. I'm not sure what that was, if he was trying to hunt something down or if that was some kind of input error.
God, maybe thought Goro was going to come back, but he was still about a second away.
Yeah, I mean, at that range, at that distance, I don't really see that projectile benefiting you. So I would imagine it was an input error.
If Goro had 4 legs, he would have been in much faster.
Tucked him to the throw, but not ready to swing in time.
All right, full combo here for H-Dope. Side switch into the corner. There is another Goro. But again, the knowledge of having one Goro, you're always expecting it, so it just opens up the stagger game for Tanya even more so. You never know when the Goro's going to come landing. There's the defensive striker. Patience there from H-Dope, who's just ready for it. And is ready for the whiffed button as well. Drops the combo, though!
And ready for the drop combo. Ready to stand up and swing right away. Make sure it punishes.
That striker grenade making that overhead safe is so cheap. That is cheap. I think on hit that might even have... I don't know, actually. In the corner, maybe? I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I think from all those ranges, because she jumps over to the other side and Striker's on the original side. So, you know, it's not really like you can hit him out of it. Oh my god, it keeps that, like, super safe.
The whip down too! And there's the Goro. He's partying. Yo, Striker and Ashura does look kind of good. I'm not going to lie. It's been a while since I've seen it.
It looks really fun.
Throw tech. Get off me. Yeah, this jump distance just inside, that's where it's risky because Ashura's forward 2, Tanya's standing 3. Similar range.
Yeah, and that's where they want to be the whole time. So like, how do you fight a matchup where my opponent also wants to be in this range? Dumping out some meter to get some damage on the board.
Low.
Opening him up with a low.
We have seen so many overheads.
Watch your feet.
All right, a chance this will scale. It's definitely not going to kill, but this fatal blow, I know,
950, gonna scale, but
you'll survive.
You're right.
But there's going to be Goro. By the time this is done, you'll have almost both Goros, and there's 3 bars. So good situation for H-Dope. Defensive striker. Oh, trying to press a button. I don't know what you got hit by there, but Fish Like Steve could bring this one back.
Oh, whiff 3 times in front of you.
Last breath, and then a down 1. Fish Like Steve is probably going to be thinking, I really just let this man miss 3 times in my face, and I did nothing.
Hey, look, man, when it's a tough situation like that, you know, the pressure's on, the nerves get to you. the online element, like it's not too far-fetched to see that. You know, it's gonna happen.
I guess there's also the element of like from that distance, you're always like ready for the armor, or at least just the flip on its own. So I don't know. Lots of possible things could have happened. Hindsight, I guess, but it was a unfortunate way for Fish Like Steve to lose that second game. It is going to simply tie things up, though. We've got plenty enough left.
Sticking it out with this cameo. Like, it's so refreshing and so fun to watch.
It changes the game. It totally changes how the matchup is going. Because, like I said, with Macaran, it was a lot more range focused and a lot more armor focused, right? That flash parry, we saw tons of dark stance with the pressure that comes from it. Whereas Fish Like Steve, it's more about this light stance, the grenades for either extended block strings, combo potential. Very similar benefits to what Tanya would get, to be honest. So we have seen a little bit of Tanya and Striker in the past.
A lot of staggering pressure here coming from Tanya. A nice little throw whenever the opportunity does open itself up. Gets his forward throw of his own. Fish Like Steve trying to close that gap. Whoa! Whiff punish, or trying to go for the whiff punish. Hits Goro instead.
The pressure.
Tons of pressure. Like there was a gap there before the projectile, but you're expecting the uppercut, so you're super respecting it there.
Another one. War punish.
What a weird little interaction there. Just kind of popped out of the combo and able to punish thanks to being that close to the corner. What a challenge.
Lovely challenge. H-Dope was so ready for that stagger as well that it was like that fatal blow. The moment the millisecond I see that first button land, oh, I'm doing it. I'm pressing both my buttons. I'm taking it.
Easy. Easiest decision he's made all set.
Fish Like Steve, still plenty of opportunities to come back here. That was just a really nice interruption from H-Dope. Defensive Striker. Again, just to create a little bit of real estate. Oh, expected the individual button, I think.
I'm not sure. I don't know if you thought maybe a throw was coming. I didn't see a counter hit, but it just decided to let go of block.
Yeah, that individual forward 2 stagger is one of the more dangerous tools, especially now, actually, because with the buff activated, we have more forward movement, so don't get clipped by my buttons. Interruption.
Speaking of buttons, here's a challenge of his own. The overhead does work. Meterless conversion here, thanks to Striker. 20%, not too bad.
Pretty good job of equalizing. Only a little bit more life on the side of H-Dope. See, both of these players are using a cameo that reduces HP. Goro. That's going to scale, but good situation's a good situation, especially when it leads to a buff. Knockdown. Now strike throw. Interruption on the down one. Striker here. Oh,
Didn't believe.
I couldn't believe in that.
Chip out. Oh, backdashing. Had no choice.
Oh.
A little desperate there.
Honestly, if the backdash was coming out because you expect the down one, I was so ready for that to be a backdash into a button, and I think it would have blown up the down one. I think it would have.
I think it would have too, but
They're advancing mid's kind of fast.
yeah. H-Dope just kind of keeping that composure, keeping that patience. Very active here.
All right. Important decision to make, though, for Fish Like Steve, because we know there are more than one cameo available, right? H-Dope, 2-1 up. One game is sort of in the balance here. And I think this is where the time is, right? We're going to take this few seconds of character select. Even if we go straight into Striker again, collect yourself and think about it.
Yeah.
Do we go Serena?
Think about it. Think about what you did right, what you did wrong.
Striker.
All right, we are going to settle on Striker. I must say, this is not really a cameo. The stuff that hasn't quite gone right for Fish Like Steve, they're not really. The cameos don't have anything to do with it. H-Dope getting these buttons out, or interruptions on block between block pressure, or just whiffing and not getting punished for whiffing. Like, that's an Ashra. Ashra can do those things without cameo.
Yeah. It comes down to the matchup at the core level.
Now, that was we mentioned it earlier. Tanya's got the standing 3, Ashra's got the forward 2. A far-reaching high that if you duck, you have the perfect button to punish it, and that's what H-Dope was able to do right off the bat. All right, Striker in. One of them spent. Pressure now from the projectile game. But a range that H-Dope's going to be more comfortable at, especially now. Increased range on our buttons, thank you. Oh, scouts out the dark stance. Teleports just to make most of it. Whiff punish again. Trapping you into thinking that it is your turn to press. No, sir.
I like the challenge there by Fish Like Steve. Not really a punish, but again, it's one of those situations where, like, yeah, I'm super plus afterwards, and if he tries the same thing, he's going to get blown up.
All right, low pokes. Striker straight
Ooh,
off
I like
the
the
throw.
bait there. But, you know, Goro keeping it super plus. Oh, goes for the throw, but gets chewed up by the armor.
And that's fatal blow, so you might... I know it's going to scale, but 950? I think you're dead.
I think they're dead. I think dead too.
Oh, you're 100% dead.
Yeah.
You're 100%
It's like it does like
dead.
the minimal amount of damage, but it's you have so little health that there's no way you're surviving it. Like 30% doesn't seem like a lot for a fatal blow conversion, but it was just enough.
I think that's just how things always go, because if you were to do that combo in training mode, people in chat would be like, yeah, but it doesn't do any damage. How can that be good? And then you play a match and you just need that exact, like, 30%, and you're like, oh, that's looking pretty good now, isn't it?
Optimization. You need to optimize all these little scenarios, all these little air-to-airs, these weird conversions, all of it. That all comes with experience.
Now H-Dope side switching into the corner once more. There is no striker available even for this next defensive sequence. He's not going to be back in time for wake up. All right. Oh, the grenades are going to at least hit Goro.
To stop Goro from making the conversion. I mean, that's pretty good. Goro comes out really fast, so those grenades were called out way before. I don't know if that was the anticipation, though.
Defense from H-Dope. Wait for the grenades to disappear. Oh!
Just did it. Just did it. He just did it.
Don't get hit. Oh, no!
Another life lead on the side of H-Dope. Whoa, the grenades come to save him.
Down one. A grab of your own. That's it. That's enough. Fish Like Steve lives to fight another round, but will it be another game?
Lives to fish another day. Oh. Trying to challenge there, but the spin getting the better of him, being active a little bit faster.
And there's that forward movement again. That could have been even more damage, but I don't think
It was
H-Dope
almost like he
expected
was
the string.
so sure he was going to block it.
Yeah. You just don't believe in it, do you? It's like you haven't even considered just inputting the rest of it. Armored launcher. All right, this is it. The denial of all momentum. H-Dope was going for these armored buttons at really the perfect time just to stop any challenges. And there is the interrupt, and I think that's it. One projectile on block, too many for Ashra as a full combo for H-Dope. And not only is that a 3-1 victory, moving on now. Shout out to Fish Like Steve. Very, very close to bringing that to a final match, I think.
Yeah.
We are going to get a run back in top 4 of Disarted versus H-Dope. So a matchup that happened yesterday that resulted in H-Dope getting top 8 winners, if I'm not mistaken. Or it might have been just before. I think it was the top 8 winners match, if I looked at the bracket correct. We'll be seeing that run back. But first, we have to get through winners finals. But either way, we are in top 4 territory.
We're here after a long, grueling weekend of playing, and here's the instant replay for you guys to kind of see, you know, the early success of Fish Like Steve using the more unorthodox cameo pair of Ashra and Striker as opposed to like the normal Ashra Serena. And you know, it was close. It was a close set all throughout, even right there that second game. But once H-Dope got that first mark on the board, pretty much ran away with it. A little desperation, fatal blow there to really get nothing from a patient player like H-Dope.
And that does mean only one Ashra is left standing. And that'll be Macaran, who we are going to be seeing. I think we have our winners finals next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe so.
But it does mean that the players that are left in this tournament, I will be honest, they're the players I expected to be remaining, right? Because we got K-Top, Macaran, H-Dope, and Disarted. They are the four, like, of recent competitive, they are the four players that have sort of been making the biggest impact. But hey, only one of them can win this tournament, right? And from this point, I actually do think it's more unpredictable than you'd expect. I would say that personally, my favorite to win this could be Macaran, purely just down to Macaran's consistency. But we're about to see Macaran versus K-Top. That match, even in the previous Mortal Kombat, was always back and forth, always unpredictable. Like, we could be seeing a repeat of that in this game, in this tournament. But
yeah,
either
even
way,
see, like the matches leading up to the winners finals were very close. They were like 3-2 nail biters down to the wire against the, you know, other remaining players that are still in this. So it could go anywhere. It could go anywhere from here.
Right. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, the rest of this pro competition event will continue.
We're going to have some fantastic players ready for you up here who have made the top 8. As you would expect, we have some of the very best players in the world.
The chip and he missed it down 3. Superman it! The regular breaker's not gonna matter. Put him on the ground. Oh my God.
Welcome to Pro Competition, the pinnacle of Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay. A road paved with challengers and conquerors, a test of might as players fight towards a spot at Final Combat. Players from around the globe are looking to show off their skills to those watching. However, if you talk to competitors at events, there's something more to pro competition beyond the search for a champion.
It's my first time seeing a lot of people because I used to play them online, used to talk to them all the time in the chat, Twitch chat. So really with the Pro Comp Tour, it's the community aspect of bringing everyone that we never got a chance to really see in person and really build that relationship from that point on.
It feels good, man. After COVID, you know, everything shut down and everything pretty much stopped. So, you know, it feels good to be back out here in this environment and everybody getting back together and, you know, and enjoying the new era that is Mortal Kombat 1.
Pro competition is more than just the gameplay. It's the sense of community. And for players who've been waiting for its return, it's equally about sharing a passion for Mortal Kombat through competition.
A lot of guys live for this, you know, including myself. You know, I competed for over 10 years, did it for the love of it, and a lot of people love this.
You get to like build that relationship, talk about tech, exchange ideas, and really you just get that vibe of like being with somebody who actually likes the game as much as you do.
For players who've only experienced competition through the online battles in Kombat League, the one thing players want you to know is that they're always welcoming new combatants.
You know, I can't find him nowhere, but you might know number one. It's Ninja Killer. I want to fight him. I got to.
Get to see Rewind. I have him in my pool, so I get to go up to him and be like, hey, please let me hit you. Please let me hit you. I'm just like, you know, I'm just trying.
The beauty in competition is truthfully the fellowship from the players. There's just no better feeling than sitting next to people you made friends with through Mortal Kombat. Because these memories last a lifetime.
What people are missing whenever they're sitting at home playing online is they're missing the energy levels whenever they come to an offline event, such as ECT right now. The energy levels, the intensity, it's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime type of feeling.
This is my first time being here. I was supposed to go to the last one, but I wasn't able to make it to that one. So being here, this is another experience right here. I love all of this. I'm not gonna lie.
I came in like towards the tail end of the last Pro Tour, so being at the actual Pro Tour is really exciting because I don't know, I love the offline feel. It's an amazing feeling.
Definitely come to the events. Live events, I mean, online is great, but offline is where it's really at. So you get to see the people playing next to somebody. You can't recreate that online. Always come to the events.
With these memories, the tales can be told. From the dominance that Sonic Fox and their skills have shown, to Ninja Killer taking his talents as an online warrior, to being the biggest threat sitting beside you. The new era will be promising.
Needs to win his block and lightning cage. Cyrax spinning the win. Flawless block forward dash. And Sonic with Rain is your first Pro Competition champion.
This is Pro Competition. Put your demons at my command, and we'll talk.
Do you think my hand that weak, Bihar? draws power from the Netherrealm. Is destined to be a god among men.
I had hoped our alliance would be more deadly.
All in good time, Shang Tsung. Finish him. Kusimanata!
Fatality. Quan Chi wins. Flawless victory.
You wish to fight me?
Not fight. Beat senseless.
It is unclear how Shinnok discerned the importance of Draman's mask and the other relics. Several of the relics are in Shao Kahn's possession. We must divide our forces, recover the relics as quickly as possible.
How does it know me?
Because part of you is trapped within, Scorpion.
Fight!
Get over here!
Get some!
You die! For the Shaolin!
Die like a warrior! Finish him! Fatality!
For the Lin Kuei!
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, fans and combatants? Top 4 in this very stacked region here. I'm Darth Arma, joined by the one and only Ketchup.
Lots of ways that this could pan out, like we were just discussing before going into the break. Even in going into this winner's finals, these guys barely got there. Very close Game 5 situations, and you don't know who learned what. And even Disarted being in that lower bracket because of H-Dope, it could be a completely different set just because of what was able to be learned, what was able to be labbed the night before. But I can't wait to get into this. I can't wait to watch these awesome matches.
It's all about potential runbacks. And before we jump into our matches, I would like to let everybody know that you can get your hands on some official Mortal Kombat 1 merchandise. There is merely a taste in front of you on the screen right now. If you want to get more involved and support MK1, you can do so at wbshop.com for the full collection. Various characters, MK1 logos, all that good stuff. Look, you want to get yourself some clothes? Do it there. It's just a great way to support MK1, especially in the pro competition. And make sure you're getting involved yourself.
Yeah, it's just a great way to just kind of expand the community any way you can. You never know who is also a big fan of Mortal Kombat and what kind of world you could show them by telling them, hey, there's people who compete in this, and there's streams and online tournaments that you could get into. So very fun whenever you have those interactions in real life. So make it happen with a t-shirt. Macaran, K-Top here for winners finals, and in the loser semifinals we have Disarted and H-Dope, which is a run back from yesterday's tournament match where Disarted fell to H-Dope. So could be a completely different story coming into this, like we said before, like we alluded to before. Macaran looking great though, just like Ketchup said, super consistent, on point, but it could be just that one little detail that could even have been shared between K-Top and H-Dope, who are brothers, and like, hey, this is what I'm seeing you play, this is what I see you not doing, this is what I see you getting opened up by, so let's see how this pans out.
It's an interesting discussion because you have brothers that coach each other. It's common, right? If you live together, or even if you don't live together, you might attend tournaments together, you might be traveling together. You're always discussing all sorts of variables. And the moment you play the exact same character, I would think that kind of pushes the coaching up to another level. Because it's less about, I know your tendencies. It's more, look, we're playing the same character, here's what I would do. Now, looks like we're seeing a Raiden pick here from K-Top. I gotta say, this doesn't shock me. No pun intended, I'm full of great accidental puns today. K-Top has historically actually been a Raiden player. We very first saw K-Top in a competitive sense back in the Mortal Kombat X days, where he had one of the flashiest Thunder Gods of all time. Like crazy run cancel execution, ridiculous pressure, ridiculous combos. This character is where many of us actually knew K-Top for the first time. So look, Raiden's top tier in this game. Raiden and Kano's a top 5 team in my opinion. Of course he's learned how to play it.
Yeah, and you said out of the two brothers, he's the one that's most likely going to explore multiple characters just because that's how they play, that's their play style. Kano going to be keeping this nice and plus. Trying to jump out of there was Macaran, but does get clipped and brought right back into the same situation. Not super punished there at all, but did think it was their turn to swing. That Kano ball could have been held just a little bit longer to add a little bit of damage, and unfortunately for K-Top, does get clipped there by those double Serena Rangs.
But I mean, we haven't really seen it today, but I'm sure if you've been following competitive Mortal Kombat, you've seen Raiden Kano before. It's one of the simpler teams, it's so efficient at what it does, and what it does is get in close, do down back 3 on block, call in Kano to make it safe, and do a ton of chip and build a lot of meter. So it's the kind of thing that if you are a top level Mortal Kombat 1 player, you can learn how to play it very easily. So I can't say I'm surprised to see it be the most popular team. I honestly, unfortunate drop there. I think Raiden's been the most common competitive character. Even back to ECT, there were way more Raiden Cyrax than any other character. Raiden Kano is kind of the evolution of that. And even with Cyrax being nerfed, I still think this actually could have been better the whole time.
Yeah, no, and it's more of like to the simplicity of what Raiden is and what the game plan is. The way he eliminates delay wake up or not delay wake up buttons, with forward 4-3, just because of the timing of that string. So once you eliminate that, you really bring down the gameplay in terms of simplicity. Oh, challenging there, but didn't commit with the whole thing. Trying to get a little cheeky there. I didn't realize how perfectly, like, low profile that string is to the Serena ranks.
Yeah, the forward 4-3 has been a really good answer for basically as long as I've seen. Oh, that was definitely an accident with how that came out. I think the fatal blow was probably intentional, just not like that, not off that button perhaps.
Earlier in today's broadcast, you actually said that that fatal blow is very slow, but I didn't know it was possible for a fatal blow not to be able to get comboed into from a stand 1. And that's probably one of the few fatal blows that are too slow for that to convert. But that is, it looked a little desperate either way.
Well, in that situation, I mean, it would have led to some okay damage, maybe an okay situation. Still would have been hard to win, because even if that fatal blow worked, K-Top would have had a substantial life lead, and Macaran was so close to losing the round anyway that a down back 3 becomes a real threat. So, game 1 now for K-Top.
And on top of that, the keep away game from Raiden, if he wants to stay away from you, you know, the way he manages the Kano knives, the Air Superman torpedo, just to kind of stay away from you when you're trying to close the distance, being able to teleport, like, he can play it lame if he wants to.
Well, I think we're going to see if there's much development to this style. I think that's one of the reasons this is so dangerous, is that pretty much every single character and player in the game has to deal with it. There are a few things you can do to mitigate, perhaps, like, you know, having good execution on flawless blocks, although I must say I think down back 3 is one of the hardest moves to flawless block in the game. Consistently, anyway. But now look, knockdown into overhead, the teleport behind, covering it up there with the Kano knives. There's a reason Kano just worked so well for this team. And these overheads, I mean, you have to make quite a read that it's going to be an overhead to block that, because the low leads to so much damage compared. And that's another down back 3, and meaty down back 3. Unless you flawless block that perfectly, you weren't winning that round. It's the game of trying to stop Raiden from getting in and establishing this, with the Kano assists making it so much easier to get in when he wants to.
Yeah, and it's access to tons of damage, tons of chip, and that's what it is too. It's like Raiden is this massive punisher too, so if you put yourself in a bad situation where you want to risk it all, you better think twice about it when you're going up against Raiden.
All right, we're meeting again on the wake up, the Kano ball. And that's the element that makes it even more devastating, is the different ambushes. It's not just the knives, it's the Kano ball as well, to make it even more guaranteed that you're not going to punish.
Serena double knives going right through there, perfect, but didn't have the bar to really extend after that uppercut. Flawless blocking to minimize all that chip, still minimized here. Trying to fight back, gets the trade, but tries to jump away. A little bit scared, I will say.
Oh, counter hit. That's a full combo. Now K-Top. Knockdown. We're going to have another Kano. He is going to regenerate. Wake up.
Yeah, not really seeing a lot of double ranks from Macaran in this situation, or in this game in neutral. Oh boy, that was not whiff punish. He just swung right in front of you and got away with it.
Triple low as well. Macaran either got caught pressing or was trying to block an overhead or something. Wake up armor. And that's now 2-0 here for K-Top. And it is,
yeah, he doesn't get a lot from the wake up armor, and you know, it is kind of slow, but the fact that he kind of shifts his body to like that horizontal position, it kind of makes it a little bit harder to break. So it does act as it's more of like a unique armor attack. And it, like, on paper, I feel like it's not great. Like, if you look at the frames, you could start up, but it still works. It still works, and on top of that, the range where, you know, someone's a little bit farther from you, they're not going to have an easier time to break your armor, and sometimes they're not expecting it. But it could be the momentum shift that you need sometimes.
And not only that, but even if you do manage to armor break or bypass the Superman, he's airborne. You know, he's off the ground, so the punish you'd land isn't even going to be as strong. But this is kind of one of the challenges that Macaran's going to have. And to be honest, one of the reasons I think K-Top has picked this matchup in the first place, we talked earlier about Raiden's ability to just not be zoned out. He's got armored charge, he's got a teleport, he has all these things that Kano can help the advance with. That's the #1 game Macaran wants to play with this character, and Raiden can bypass that better than most. So this is where the other character choices have really started to thrive for K-Top, because he's known he was picking Raiden against this character long before they had to fight. You know, you can just tell, if I had to fight an Astra like this, oh, you bet I'm picking Raiden. Because, look, Raiden doesn't have to really care about anything that's happening here. So I think, as a player, it's a smart choice, and it's a choice that's clearly working out for K-Top.
I think that Serena single rank didn't combo, but it was K-Top refusing to block in that situation. So Macaran kind of got the best of that exchange. Unfortunately, going for a ride of his own. Here come the Kano knives to keep the pressure on, but Armor's out of there. Raiden getting hit, looking for that low thing. If he did it a little bit sooner, or I believe if he didn't block that second rank, he would have been able to get in there for a punish.
There's the armored charge, and that means a lot. Wonderful flawless block, though, from Macaran. That saved you from a considerable amount of meter gain. All right, armored interrupt, and that will be enough to take the round. That one final hit.
There's a flawless blockable gap in between all those ranks, so at any point he could have tried to go for it, but it might have just been, you know, too little too late.
Ah, caught by that cheeky third low. All right, a knockdown again. I'm not going to go for Kano knives this time. We want to save it. Blocks the wake up. Knows you're going to sit there and block, so enforces the overhead low mix up.
That was a little scary with that overhead coming out a little too early. I think if a faster button were to come out of Macaran, that would have been a nice punish. Good block of the overhead. Did you see that stand up, that reaction?
That was a reaction
from
for
K-Top?
sure. That was 100% a reaction. And this is actually a really bad situation for Macaran. All right, the wake up arm escape. Teleports right into it with the dark stance. Oh, fatal blow. That should be it.
That should be it. The
950
fact that they were ready with forward 2 as soon as they came out of that dash is insane. Like, the confidence in that read, the confidence in that button. And I think K-Top was just expecting anything else. A block, a down one, like something else besides that.
A great way for Macaran to stay alive. And defensively, the best choices you possibly could have made. Knowing when to armor to get out of that horrible lockdown situation. The whole game was changed in that final round by that wake up armor at a down back 3. Like, no other armored move can escape that situation except for that, because of the combination of how many hits it can absorb and the fact that we side switched and escaped the corner. Like, that was a monumental decision and is keeping Macaran in this winners finals.
I'm seeing a lot less jumping from Macaran as well. Like, when this set started, you could see that he was trying to deal with forward 4-3 by neutral jumping and making it whiff punish, but you're also kind of relying on your opponent not being perfect with the timing, which he quickly found out that, you know, K-Top is on top of it. Armoring right through there, right between that last gap, that last hit. Kano gonna keep this plus, but we're gonna armor through that as well.
Armor meets armor about 3 times there. We even saw the EX back forward 3. All right, the staggered game begins. That one armored interruption now has made K-Top completely stop going for that 4th hit.
Oh, no. Hold for that button.
That is really unfortunate, because now decent chunk of damage. Lovely block on the overhead though, and K-Top tried pressing buttons afterwards. Are we going to see another fatal blow here? He dropped it.
He was supposed to press the button and
dropped it. Oh, that's
very, very unfortunate. I think that stand 2 got eaten up by the animation of the projectile, so he just got raw fatal blow. Obviously in an unsafe situation there. Whoa, able to miss that first kick, but still able to combo afterwards. Those Kano knives have so much hit stun.
It's all going wrong though, Armor. It's all going wrong. Macaran in this game. I mean, this should be the opportunity to turn it around, you know, bring yourself back into the fight, but so many mishaps and K-Top just getting so many hits.
I believe in Macaran. Here comes the Serena to start it off.
All right.
Popping him up with no meter, using that meter, extending the combo. 42%, not too bad. Just needs another hit after you get through that breaker.
Punish.
Oh, trying to eliminate that breaker at all.
Smart choice. The down 2 was a good choice. Too far away for the forward 4 punish. Good spacing from Macaran.
Look at these players. Neither of them wants to commit to anything.
Can't punish that.
Good blocks, but doesn't continue to block. He's out of there. He's out of there.
Oh, no, the flip kick missed. Oh, what is going on?
Scared. He's just jumping back and kicking nothing. Oh, just let it rock. I told you, Ketchup, I believe in Macaran. He's tapping into a whole new demon right now.
That is going to get big punished, though, because now... All right.
What was the idea of throwing Serena out there?
Honestly, I kind of feel like that's just a on-the-spot thing. You know, sometimes where you just call in a cameo in vain.
Help me, the one button I can press while I'm recovering.
All right, wait. Stabilize. Stabilize.
Oh, he thought a throw was coming. He thought a throw was coming.
Double knives. That has built up Raiden's passive, though. The limited chip damage. Don't forget, he has got that. All right, knocked down one. Armor instantly.
We're past that chip situation. He's looking for the clean hit. Armor through? No.
Overhead. Scary now.
Good blocks to the low. No flawless block to minimize it. Gets the regular throw. This is pretty much going to tie it up.
Do not get put in down back 3 situation, though, because that's it. If you're forced to block now, it's over. No flawless block. No flawless block. Tried so hard, though. I guarantee you Macaran was like tapping that block, really trying to get it, but in that final moment was not meant to
There's like
be.
multiple instances where you can flawless block that special move, but you're always, you know, putting yourself at risk of just getting opened up. But at that situation, that's the only thing that you can do.
I'm sure he tried. I'm so sure he was trying to flawless block that too, because there was nothing else that was going to save you in that situation. You had to go for it, and I'm sure he tried, but just was not meant to be. That was at the time was looking like a pretty free 3-0. Like that Raiden was just problematic for this matchup. But Macaran was able to just keep so composed and so many clutch decisions. Unfortunately, did not result in a series win, but shows that there is still fight in this matchup to be played. Should they have to run it back in grand finals, if that's where we go, it doesn't mean
very real possibility. There's one set result, you know, separating that. If Macaran does win in the losers finals, we could see the run back, but we just saw so much more patient play from Macaran going into the final set. That was a big crucial drop there, so that's where his input got eaten up. His normal button didn't come out to cancel into the fatal blow, so instead he just got raw fatal blow into a really bad situation. That's where he needed to, and you could see he still had bar there at the end, so he let go of block to try to flawless block. Mistimed it and actually got opened up. But that was what he had to do. If he continued to block, he would have died.
And looking back at that replay, just being reminded that that fatal blow combo drop resulted in that first round being lost was extra unfortunate because, I mean, who knows? It's our job to sit here and just be like the masters of hindsight, so we have to do it. But, I mean, I can't help but sit there and think, you know, if only that combo drop didn't happen, who knows? However, that does not mean the tournament is over. That just means that K-Top is our first grand finalist of the day. And now Macaran sitting in losers finals. His opponent, either Disarted or H-Dope, where, as we've said already, this is a run back. Again, I'm going to double check the bracket. It does say to me that H-Dope defeated Disarted 3-1, according to this bracket, yesterday. So, rematch, a chance for revenge, or maybe a chance for it to be just a straight 2-0, you know. We shall see. But I reckon Now we're going back to H-Dope. I think we've gone back to, we kind of know it's going to be Tanya. So Tanya versus Baraka is my estimation.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's, again, something, you know, we saw the Raiden pick just now very purposely to counter Ashra.
Yeah.
And, like, out the gate we saw, it's a great punish to stop the double Serena Rangs in neutral that you're just going to throw out there, or even just in block where you can just duck under the second Rang. As long as you're close enough, forward 4-3, easy punish. And then so you saw a little bit less of that, and it was really more Macaran being in a very uncomfortable position. So yeah, here it is, the characters that you predicted perfectly.
It's just looking at the two brothers. H-Dope is the one that often doesn't really swap. The fact that H-Dope sort of bounced a little bit between Shiva and Cetrion in MK11 was weird enough. So I reckon, you know, we are in the current age of H-Dope going back to the specialty. It's both those words. Specialists. That's the main word on it.
There's words.
Words were definitely said, but nothing was said at all. I'm a great commentator, me. But yeah, look, this first round to start things off strong, rather even Stevens, but Disarted considerably more meter.
And that's going to be a big opening here. Baraka finding the hit. Nice little 30% combo, and you still have full striker just to keep you safe in that situation. Armoring out, Goro keeping you safe, Striker keeping you safe. This is just back and forth. Nobody can get those punishes, but they both refuse to not. That could have been huge. That could have been a lot bigger right there. The double poke does get it for him, but it was kind of a desperation. Goro placed it in a situation where you needed the combo, not the safety.
Projectile trade to kick things off, but there's Striker. And when the opponent's already committed to something on block and your Striker grenades are coming out, Baraka, he'd be licking his lips if he had any.
Just can't quite get there. Oh, beautiful throw there, knowing his opponent was going to be paralyzed with fear, holding onto that block button. Barely getting clipped there. Weird little scramble, does get the throw for his troubles. Armoring right through. That's probably like the best time to armor. You put yourself in very negative frames, not punishable, but you know your opponent is going to swing. One of the last things they're going to do is block. That's the second time that last little hit just barely clipped there. A little bit of a miscalculation on spacing from H-Dope.
Oh. If we had that insane lightning fast reaction from H-Dope against the fish like Steve, we might actually have had a fatal blow there. Oh, tries to either whip punish Striker. Oh wait, hang on. You're dead. Fatal blow. Here it is again. It's going to do that 30% damage we were talking about.
The not good damage.
That's just right in this situation.
Perfect. Perfect. You love it. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Disarted had the game, by the way. It's just that the Striker grenade adding the extra hit of gravity messed up his combo.
Final round, fight.
But now, 1 round apiece. It always does result with, especially with these two, it's going to be a weird matchup, right? Because you have the threat of Tanya's armored reversal, but then the threat of Baraka's anything on block, which can also be armor into Striker grenade. So there is so much on the spot, like hesitation, respect, being a little bit nervous to take your complete turn, because you're never truly safe. You never really know if you're going to be able to get something out for free, or whether you're going to get punished for trying to hit them.
And you see that on both sides, really. It's not really just Baraka Striker like the world screams. Like, you do see that a lot with anyone who is playing Goro. Put yourself in an unsafe position, go to keep it plus. Meeting him there before those buttons become active. And H-Dope making the right adjustments. And again, think back on round 2, just like Ketchup said, Disarted dropped the game-winning combo because of that weird exchange with the Striker grenades.
That was merely game 1, however. Part of being at this level is looking at those instances where it's like, look, even if I'm playing like Combat League, if I lose a match because a combo gets dropped like that, I'm annoyed. You know what I mean? I'm sitting there thinking, how did I let that happen? How did I not win that? In tournament, like, you haven't got room for such thoughts. You have to just forget about it. And I'm sure Disarted, like, already has.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Those things like eat away at you. You know, you constantly think about the situation you should be in, not the situation that you're in.
I can't get over it, mate. It ruins the whole set. I'm like, oh god, just let me leave now. Just get me out of here.
Contemplate everything here.
I want to go back and lab that combo so I never drop it again. However, lovely hit confirmed there from Disarted. And with the meter being spent, you know, that's going to be Baraka damage. Striker situations afterwards, 350 grenades. Ooh, just enforcing the threat of them and actually going for a less likely throw direction too. That one more obvious. Hence the tech there from H-Dope. All right.
Nice forward throw for your troubles. Hold on the block. You're going to stay in this corner. You're going to stay under this pressure. You thought you were going on that side? No, I don't think so. 35%, not bad.
That's
down
the Baraka
into
special.
the Baraka barrage. Of course, you think it's your turn because you're negative, but no, here comes the special move.
Right, the threat of Striker is going to make this, yep, lovely choice. Really good choice there from Disarted. Make sure that there was no threat of a wake-up under any circumstances with that first grenade, and then secure the chip afterwards. It's the sort of extra layer that we've now seen from the Striker. Nice choice. H-Dope versus Striker, that back three string, that low. Pretty common, like I said, she goes low to the ground. Low enough that she's been able to low-profile those grenades on more than one occasion in this top 8.
I love the challenge there to get right in between the first and second hits, which, you know, granted him a ton of damage here. A huge life lead, no reason to really go in. As you can see, Disarted being the aggressor here, and Tanya just trying to get out of there. Flawless blocking, minimizing everything, going up and just challenging again, knowing that Disarted is looking for those stand buttons.
All right. We're starting off with a throw here, the potential comeback from Disarted. So you have to watch out for Armor. Armor always a threat. Goro's coming. You have to respect. Flawless block so you're alive. Tries to interrupt anyway. Another one, that's a punish.
Super punishable.
It's not over though.
Clutch, super key situation here for him.
Tanya has meter to wake up the Striker. Bet it all on the overhead, but you know what? If that overhead works, Fatal Blow might have comboed. I'm not sure if H-Dope would have been able to build that breaker in time.
It's safe, man. Why not? Why not? Oh, doesn't get the conversion there from that strange scramble, but does breakdance underneath those Striker grenades.
I think it's purposeful though. You know, I talked about matchup knowledge in tech. H-Dope's been punishing the really unsafe with that string into Goro. You'll notice every single time those Striker grenades just fly clean over Tanya's head. Like, that is a very deliberate punish to make sure those grenades aren't going to exist.
Exactly, yeah. You kind of want to just low profile it and get your punish without putting yourself in danger.
It's no different to when we see people, you know, the Raiden forward 3-4 under the Serena knives, for example, or the Astra down back, the launcher that she was doing. It's the same thing. Very, very smart play, though. Can't whiff punish. Not going to fall for that one.
H-Dope's been hit by that so many times before, that last little bit that he even doesn't want to whiff punish. And it's again, you're thinking about the Striker grenade. You're thinking, oh, is it going to actually hit me? Is it going to reach farther than it looks? So I feel like H-Dope was just saying, you know what? I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to try to punish this.
Not really scared of the armor at the moment. If we get hit by the armor, it's 110 damage, but meter is gone and so is Striker. So at that health, H-Dope doesn't have to really care. Fatal Blow.
Look at the time. Look at the time. 6 seconds left. This is coming down to the end right here. Whoever's got more, it looks like it's going H-Dope.
For sure. 2-0 now for H-Dope, who has been playing very rock solid, I have to say.
But it was just like, again, just that one decision there at the end. Had Disarted known that that throw was coming, you know, it could have been an easy, clean duck. Down 2 to do just as much damage as possible and just wait out the last 2 seconds by blocking. It could have gone either way. Either way.
Definitely one of those 2-0, but it's close situation. Genuinely. And it's like, I think that's one of the most commonly said things, like, as commentators, that we always say, it was 2-0 or it was 3-0, but it was close. And people are like, what the hell are you talking about? No, genuinely, like, watch the matches And even though it's 2-0 or 3-0 or whatever, they go down to the wire so often. It's like the scoreline doesn't really represent how close those matches were. Hang on, Disarted's gone for a cameo change. Kung Lao.
I see that. Maybe he wants to... I'm trying to think of the mindset. I mean, the first thing I think of is low hat. So I don't know if there's like a special low hat situation where here comes the overhead at the same time with low hat to make it a fun blockable. But, you know, you really don't see that often with Baraka.
No. From a ranged game too. I mean, it's not like you're going to be able to zone out for an entire match, especially seeing as H-Dope started this match on the life lead. And there's a good read. We're already seeing more of the EX projectile to crush the low hat and the character behind Kung Lao. Alright, interruption. Back throw. The Lao, there might be an element of a comfort thing here too, because I have seen Disarted use the Kung Lao before. Ooh!
I think it just makes you play different because you don't have strikers, so you all of a sudden you're playing a... Oh my gosh, he just goes right over the low Lao hat. He just totally dismisses it.
I actually would like to say it wasn't related to Baraka, but this is something I saw from both K-Top and H-Dope at UFA. Their use of that special move to go over Lao's low hat was one of the main features. Actually, I believe it was H-Dope versus Gur we saw that so much. Gur would try and set up safely with the low hat, then H-Dope would just fly clean over it, and it was a regular thing. It wasn't no accident.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was early in the broadcast, maybe even in pools, but yeah, going right over Lao hat is something you're going to be seeing here. So not really the way you want to be using that.
Low hat going to be a little bit different from UFA too, though. Obviously, the plus frames of it used up point blank is now gone. It's -3 now instead of plus.
That's true.
So Baraka will have to give up his turn anytime there is a low hat used at point blank range.
Oh my God, poor Kung Lao.
He comes in just to eat the flame and disappear again. Oh, that whiffs down the street. Oh, there's the armor. It's been a constant thing, and broken before Goro even gets called. Yeah, that was a... Sadly, we have to sit here and say that changing to Lao was definitely a mistake. Not just because of the fact that I just don't think competitively Lao is as good of a cameo for Baraka. More so the fact that your opponent was H-Dope, who even at the last Pro Comp offline was showing some really confident play against low hat. So like the main reason you would choose this just didn't really work. And you're against someone that's ready for that anyway.
And it's definitely a matchup thing. Like whenever anyone's playing low hat and they run into Tanya, I mean, that's one of those things that they learn pretty quickly into the set. As we saw in just one game, Tanya rolls right over that.
That don't work so good.
Yeah. And I guess really the core of the decision to switch over to the cameos is I need to just play a little bit safer. I need to play a little bit more patient. And when you take Striker away from that element, you kind of force yourself to play that way. And it just wasn't enough. Like it wasn't, I don't want to say it was like absolutely hopeless, but you know, H-Dope is the one that comes out on top, going over to the losers finals, as we can see here in our bracket. A big congrats to all the finalists here in the top 8. A lot of great matches, incredible, you know, different spins on characters that we kind of thought we already figured out, and we saw like a whole new element. So big shout outs to everyone who participated in this weekend's pro competition. But final 3 right here. K-Top waiting in the grand finals to face off against the winner of the losers finals, which will be Macaran versus H-Dope.
A matchup that we started the show with. It went 3-2. Macaran took it at the end of the day. Would have actually been a 3-1 had H-Dope not pulled off a miraculous comeback in Game 4. So, definitely a chance that we might have just as much of a great match with them today. But this is where we find out. Is it going to be the Brothers Grand Finals, which is proving regular here in pro competition? I mean, look no further than the recent Liga Latina, where we got to see Scorpion Prox and Nicholas both provide some great matches against each other. But we might have it again today with the Greeks.
Somebody has to make like a twin invitational where it's just like every twin from all over the world comes out and it's just like a team battle. I would love to see something like that.
I would absolutely love that because I'm like, I would run if I had the means. I would like organize and run that as a twin. We'd have twins on commentary, mate. We'd have the twins playing it. It would be maybe one day. Maybe one day. I don't know.
It's absolutely perfect. It's gonna be multiple Mortal Kombat's, not just Mortal Kombat 1. Just kidding. It's so fun just to see and imagine.
I'm cooked. I wouldn't even host it. I'd play it. But anyway, I've got to have something. I ain't got it in MK1.
I need it.
I'm washed up in this game. But now look, losers finals. So as we said, a run back between these two last time where Macaran was able to take it. H-Dope though, fresh off a series win. There's always something, and you hear this in interviews and stuff like that when players are in the losers bracket, there's an element of just motivation, right? You know, you're geared up, you're ready to go, you're already warmed up. Macaran's had to sit here and watch you while you've been winning. I mean, yeah, I think H-Dope is in the best shape you can possibly be to get the run back here. That said, this round isn't over.
You also have to think about how long ago their most recent loss is. Like, you know what I mean? Like how fresh your defeat is making you feel.
Hard choice to make though, projectiles. One trade. I had no choice but
the amplified. They didn't see the amplified. Tried to duck under.
Can't crouch this. Nice spacing on the Goro. Oh! Armor existed but got chewed up.
Yeah, it was almost like they came out of it a little too early. Beautiful punish here coming from H-Dope.
Exactly the same punish we saw versus Baraka Striker for the same reward. Low profile.
Yeah, just get underneath.
Meatless corner combo. Thank you, Serena. Like I said, the specialist sort of sticking with Serena when she really works allows us to see just what this cameo is doing for characters, and it's a lot more than double knives.
Good block. And like the fake out here, that's super unsafe as we see. Just count to 3 hits and then punish easily.
H-Dope doing the smart thing there and holding onto the meter. The extra combo damage was not going to do anything to help you win the round, and having the utility of Breaker here is going to be so much more important. Or dare I say, armor. Armor was punished, but oh my god, rare footage of that. What? 1%? I was expecting a tie round.
Literally nothing. I wasn't sure that armoring out would have been the right choice, but clearly it was. But yeah, very rare footage, like you said, of Tanya getting punished on the other side, but at the same time, Serena and Astra just dropping the combo.
And you know what surviving with 1% was? Serena's extra 50 HP. This cameo coming in hot.
Right. That is right. Who said those buffs and nerfs are insignificant?
All right. Still even. One thing that ain't even though is the meter. H-Dope tries to punish. Goro coming in to save the day. Another reactionary block on that overhead. Man, the twins, they've been blocking those overheads all day. I don't want to say famous last words because I might just curse that, but we'll see.
Commentator's curse.
It's a real thing, unfortunately. Worst part of my job.
Being a caster, a spellcaster.
Spreader of bad luck for the inevitable overhead. H-Dope might now eat, as I've said. Oh, hang on! No fatal blow, though. No fatal blow. You've already spent it. Wake up, armor. Oh, my God. I totally did curse. I did it. I did it.
Your fault. You did it.
That was all my fault. I take full responsibility for that, actually.
You better go apologize.
Nah.
He's sending them a DM right now. I'm really sorry. That was my fault.
My bad. Hey, look. At least it was only game 1, right? You got plenty more chances to now block the rest.
Let's see. Let's see how the set goes.
Gotta say, though, it's looking a lot like when they first played. It's just they're able to match each other's pace incredibly well, and it's as we talked about that there's a similar idea. You know, these are two characters that they both have range on their side. One character's a bit more geared towards instantly closing the gap, But when Tanya does get in, Macaran's use of the armor and his timing on exactly when, because he doesn't always use the armor, but when he does, it always seems to work, right? And that's just, you've played this character enough to have like a sixth sense. You just know.
Yeah.
Oh, flash parry!
Love it. You're going to reap these huge benefit here. On top of that, Serena just draining a little bit of meter to make you a little bit farther away from accessing that breaker or accessing more armor moves. Speaking of armor moves, armoring right through there, staying away. That's going to be a nice punish, but they were too scared of the Goro, I guess, just to get a regular string, and that's okay. You got a lot of health to work with here. Macaran in a bad spot here, though, getting thrown into the corner. Technically can get thrown again if he goes for it. No, doesn't go for it, backs off. But look at the patience. Look at the refusal to press a button in Macaran. There's the down 2 to stop the Goro altogether, and that's going to be easy chip out here.
It's just what good armor will do to a matchup, isn't it? Because so many instances there, H-Dope lands a single forward throw, and then for the rest of that sequence, walks in, blocks, walks in, blocks. There's just so much fear on the good armor because, you know, the moment you press and you get hit by armor, it's like, oh, I should have just waited for it.
Yeah, should have just baited it out. The Serena up tail.
Serena did get hit though, so that 6-second penalty is going to prevent it from being available faster than it should, right? You only just got the double knives available.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fast though. She for what you get, I feel like it's one of those cameos that recovers so quickly.
Definitely. Buff activated. Better forward movement here from Tanya. H-Dope interrupted though. And by the time you're able to break, the combo's done so much damage it's not worth it. So H-Dope's going to hold on to all 3 bars here. Now, how does this meter get spent? There's a possible breaker. Reaction! We're going to go right through.
That's what's really interesting about, you know, all the Mortal Kombat from 9 and up is the easy accessibility to these moves like X-Ray and Fatal Blow. That's going to be easy chip out right there. You know, it takes the execution out of it. You just got to press 2 buttons. You can armor through a lot of things, or you can react to things at like mid-range, full range, depending on what kind of special move. That was a nice anti-air.
From a Serena straight knife? You don't see that every day. Oh no, armor H-Dope. He got hit. Just hit by it on the way back. All right, meaty. Wow. Pure overhead, just out of nowhere. Fast recharge once more. That fast knife is going to give us just a little bit more utility. Double knife. I mean, how'd you get out? No, just a raw jump. Hang on, H-Dope.
Do you believe?
I mean, he's done it before.
Do you believe in H-Dope?
Oh!
Sliced open. I love when the brutalities come out. It's just such a nice little peek into all the little extra goodies that they packed into this game for us.
The combo brutalities are great, but it is the ones that just happen out of nowhere. They're the ones that get you. Miniature fatality.
Yeah, I loved how, sort of related, but at UFA where Foxy was just fishing for the down 2 brutality because it was the only one unlocked.
Yep.
So he was just like, I'm going to make it a point to brutality. I don't care if I only have access to 1. I'm going to make sure to
It's just what he's always done. If there is any brutality in the game, he will make it his mission to do it. However, though, 2-0 for Macaran, who, I mean, it's not as back and forth as it was when they first played earlier today. However, the games continue to be kind of close. There's a chance H-Dope can bring this all the way back. That loser's bracket motivation. All right. That armor has been a thorn in H-Dope's side.
Doesn't commit fully to it, instead just kind of waiting for their own opportunity, or regular hit the old-fashioned way. Easy confirm into Serena, and look at this damage, 42%, and the corner does bait it out, but that's not the way you're looking for it. I mean, you jump back and you get clipped at the tail end of that Tanya wake up. You know, that's something more for, you know, a completely different wake-up attack.
What?
One that's usually safe on block. What?
What? Wake up. Wake up. I think that's 1-2. I can't quite remember the string. Into fatal blow.
I'm just surprised. Wait,
You're dead.
I not killed? No,
You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm surprised that he was able to not hit confirm it, knowing that even airborne it was still going to work, especially because it's one of the slower fatal blows. So that's definitely something where, like, Macaran has been in that situation before, gets the pickup thanks to the corner, but drops the end of it there.
Interruption again. We've been seeing that a lot today. H-Dub has got to be so careful now. Oh, the hesitation. Dark stance cancels where you try and press a button and then boom, the string hits you. The exact opposite of what you wanted to happen. H-Dub, last chance here, mate. Gotta make something happen.
You gotta find the hit, you gotta find the conversions here, but there's really no rush here. Lots of time left on the clock, but when she is in this stance, she does all of a sudden have a full screen presence, but that's always gonna come at a big risk if somebody jumps right over it as the words were coming out of my mouth.
But no fatal blow, so we have to keep it real simple. Possibility for Chip, the down one to steal the turn, low poke, and that will do it. And bring around on the board here for H-Dope. Now, look. On paper, this doesn't look good for H-Dope. No meter versus full cameo gauge Ashra. 3 bars Ashra.
Hey, the 3 bars, the only thing separating those 3 bars is one combo, one opening, one hit, but already draining 2 of them completely out of here just to get a little bit closer to more damage, to try to hold on to this momentum to start off strong, and that's what Macaran's doing here.
A lot of work has been done. Even neutralizing that one projectile with the
walk right through that projectile, like he knew it was no longer going to be active.
That was a great punish from H-Dope. That standing 3, the miracle button to chase that down. Even if that low connected, there's no Goro, so that wouldn't have been a full combo. That's another punish though, but again, without Goro, you have to just rely on everything else. In this case, 1 bar of meter. H-Dope, this comeback is looking pretty good at the moment.
Macaran fighting back though. It could be either side though. Either one can take this. Goes and armors right through it, but not really getting much of a conversion.
H-Dope, just like this. He's done such a good job. Armored interruption. And that's going to get a game on the board for H-Dope. Still alive and still kicking. Now, 3 games sounds like a lot of work. 2 games? That's starting to sound like significantly less work.
It's a smaller hill to climb. Let me say, that last Serena call out, that single rang, it actually did hit H-Dope. But had that been the double rangs, I think this could have been a completely different outcome. And, you know, the startups on those moves are very, very similar. They look almost identical, where to the point where Serena players like to throw out the single one to kind of fake out that they are doing the double one to get their opponent to make bad decisions, to overextend and to put themselves in punishable positions.
I wish to have it with Sizol.
I think H-Dope can bring this back.
He's got to keep his head in the game.
Feel it.
It's definitely doable. With how we've been seeing H-Dope play today, I'm definitely not going to count it out. But Macaran, much like when they fought earlier, H-Dope pulled off that almost impossible comeback, and then the very next game, Macaran was like, okay, well, I'm going to win anyway. That's exactly what he did. But H-Dope, the motivation to fight your brother in grand finals is quite the motivator.
Walking back and forth, and you know, I feel like Macaran just kind of gave him that space, didn't really apply that pressure, maybe just out of fear of the armor, fear out of the spin kick.
Cancelling Dark Stance from full screen to get a standing 1 anti-air. You cheeky, cheeky person. Oh! Confident break from H-Dope has got to make this count.
Got it.
Yes! Right. We're going to regenerate Goro. Serena will be back by the time this is over. I mean, we're going to get 1 use of Serena anyway. This Fatal Blow does take a little bit of time. H-Dope, surely you've got to go on the offense. But you have to watch out for the armor. And, uh-oh, that low poke sealed the deal.
That might have been him looking for the armor, looking for, you know, blocking in a standing position. I didn't see a counter hit, but just that low from Ashra, that down 4, giving her every advantage she needed to close it out.
There's the armored interrupt now. Match point for Macaran again. Full screen presence. It's going to be Goro after that armor. The classic Tanya.
Oh, nobody home. That could have been a big whiff punish there.
A win for Macaran though, because it means we escape the corner. Back to a distance where H-Dope has to work a little bit harder to secure this comeback. Macaran, the flawless block. Expects the button. Flawless block in return. Tries to go
Challenging
slow
there,
overhead.
that down 1, trying to hit somebody airborne, but really not getting much afterwards.
Oh, I think that may be it. Bang! Okay, Macaran takes it over H-Dope. H-Dope ends this tournament with a highly respectable 3rd place finish, but now we're going to get a run back of winners finals. K-Top was able to defeat Macaran earlier with the Raiden pick. Seemed like a very distinct answer to Ashra. And although Macaran, when they fought in winners finals, was starting to bring it back and was starting to show a little bit more fight, at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to get the job done. The time between then and now, K-Top, I mean, he's had no choice but to watch the rest of these matches, as watching how Macaran's playing. Macaran doesn't have a lot of time now to think, like, right, I'm probably going to fight Raiden again. It would be weird for K-Top to now change from the character that won. What do we do here?
Yeah, I definitely think that I saw improvements as that set went along in the winners finals. Again, a lot less jumping and a little bit more blocking and more attempts at trying to flawless block to minimize all those chip situations where you're just getting the storm cell into Kano assist to make it safe. So I think that's what Macaron is going to be banking on going into this grand final set. And I think we can see something entirely different. I feel like we didn't see peak understanding of that matchup until the 3rd game, and that's when, you know, he got that first game on the board. So I think we're going to see something a little bit more even.
I would like to see it. I have
hopeful.
I have a lot of experience watching the two of these like play Mortal Kombat against each other to know that it definitely could be much closer in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I mean,
there is so much chance for that.
And it's them, like you said, like evolving as the sets go on, you know, making sure that, you know, that they have every piece of tech they need going into this. And just like you predicted, here's the Raiden.
All right.
If it broke, don't fix it.
It worked when they fought before. It just wouldn't make much sense for him to change. I mean, I know he's going to be confident in various characters, but this was a very specific choice. You know, this was, you have range, you want to control neutral, I'm going to play a character that can bypass neutral, and your armor is only going to do so much to save you from all of my offense. So the grand finals here, K-Top winners side. For those unfamiliar with the double elimination format, basically means that if K-Top wins this 3 out of 5, that's it, he wins the tournament. If Macaran wins this 3 out of 5, K-Top essentially gets put into loser's bracket, and we go one more time.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of double elimination tournaments. Everyone has 2 tournament lives, while K-Top still has both his intact. Macaran is down to his final tournament life. Whoa, the down 2 again. You want to get more than your opponent gets. So that's just the amazing micro decisions being made here by Macaran, and that's the difference we're going to be seeing in this last set. Goes for the last hit there, and K-Top didn't see it coming.
Wake up button, stuffs whatever it was Macaran was trying to do, and it's Fatal Blow. I think it will be, yeah. I know the Fatal Blow historically scales a lot, but off that few hits, I think you're dead. Yeah, even with the extra health.
Yeah, I thought maybe that extra health was going to be the difference, but no, clearly it was not. The second time we've seen that Kano laser coming out at full screen. It just goes through both characters and really slowing down that recharge of Serena. So as you can see here, a successful Kano laser slows down Serena while Kano comes back so quickly.
Kano did interrupt that punish from being as much as it could have been. That's a full combo again to chase down And this is an extra element to this matchup that might make it not particularly fun for Ashura, is that Raiden's ability to chase her armor is actually better than you'd think. However, full combo now. Macaran, chance to swap it over. Side switch here. Meaty, there's the down one. Kano to create another situation, possibly baiting an armor there. Macaran is going to have to be so careful to not do Serena knives up close.
Ooh, where was the rest of that?
Baits out, well, fakes out the armor. Punish, too far away.
Not close enough. Not close enough, and just those electric hands barely whiffing.
That is one.
I didn't know there was a range where
Raiden.
the forward 4-3 was too far away to connect.
Yeah, it's a nuance to playing Raiden, because at the max distance, forward 4-3 shocker whiffs, but EX down back 3 doesn't. So you kind of have to acknowledge whether you're too far away and go for a different launcher, which results in a slightly different combo. More of this chip damage. Whiffs though. Macaran with the whiff punish. That's one thing you have to do fighting Raiden Kano. You have to be so reactive with how you fight this character. You cannot let a single teleport go unpunished, even if it's down 2.
Just stop it and extract. Don't let him get anything for it.
That's a lot of chip damage.
That's a lot of chip.
Punish. Speaking of which, I mean, look, Raiden is an overwhelming character, but it doesn't mean you have 0 options. And part of playing at this level is understanding, even if this character is difficult to fight, especially at this level of play, if I have options anywhere in the match, I have to make sure I'm doing them. I've got to make sure I'm flawless blocking down back 3 to the best of my ability. I'm acknowledging if there's a gap between the Kano ball, or whether it's been released after down back 3 enough to B+. Maybe I can actually get a button out of here. If I think Raiden's going to teleport and cover it up with Kano knives, I'm at least going to down 2, because down 2 versus knives, I'm doing more damage in that situation. There are so many small details that they're not huge, but they matter enough.
Yeah, all those little pieces do add up significantly throughout, you know, the whole spectrum of fully understanding a matchup. That was a weird little exchange there when you jumped over the teleport, kind of shifted Raiden weirdly. Oh, that was very smart presence of mind to know that the Kano was coming out. And again, that could be Macaran's eye on that cameo bar, because there's no audio cue for that. So, you know, like you would have for Striker, you have to pay attention. And it's such a little tiny thing to see, but you can really focus.
Yeah, looking at the cameo gauge is a pretty big part of the matchup, and oh my lord, punishes it on the other side. Don't see that every day. Macaran looking a lot more solid. So when they fought in winners finals, Macaran was getting like overwhelmed by all of this stuff. But it's not like Macaran hasn't played this matchup before. You're not going to be a high-level Mortal Kombat player and have never fought Raiden. Like, this is one of the most common characters, if not the most common competitive character.
Yeah, and again, I think it's more of like the simplicity of the matchup of the character, the game plan, if you will.
Absolutely.
Forward throw from Macaran, pushing K-top. And again, when you have a huge life lead like that, you're totally willing. Reversal punish, I didn't know that. I didn't
that
know
eye
every time.
laser is not a good move. It's, look, I have been a firm believer that I actually consider Kano's eye laser probably the worst move in the game. When you can block it from full screen like that and get double knife Serena full combo, that is a unfortunate move.
Yeah, that's tough. And there it is. That was back to the very beginning of that winners final set. Neutral jumping to kind of deal with that forward 4-3.
I'm not going to feel bad, by the way. Kano knives and Kano ball more than make up for a 1 week move. There are 2 others you can use that are fantastic. Now 1 round apiece too.
This is close. This is down to the wire. Stuck in underneath here. Watch out. Oh, this time he waited.
Smart
This
stuff.
time he waited to get those knives on the recovery. Didn't do anything. But again, it could have also been Macaran a little bit too late to go with that down 2. That teleport is quick.
It's a weird one because, like, getting the down 2 in time to punish a teleport, you actually have to be surprisingly on it because it recovers faster than you'd think. Oh, the up block, the read.
Huge read. Normally that overhead is super safe on block, but if you try to go for a huge risk and go for an up block, which can be easily punished,
hang on a minute,
that's going to be a great situation for you. Doesn't get the punish, but again, the Kano knives covering him either way. So I don't know if that was like a weird hesitation, like
I know what it was meant
wanted to punish, and then he's like, oh wait, no, last second.
I know what that was meant to be. Because it was a standing 2 and not a full string, I'm willing to bet anything that was meant to be standing. I think it was standing 2 anyway, whatever that button was, into Fatal Blow, because the Kano knives were on the way, but they would have absolutely have just been absorbed by the armor.
Yeah.
It's a specific thing in the matchup. When Raiden does something like that into Kano knives and you have Fatal Blow, button into Fatal Blow is basically a guaranteed punish because you absorb the knives and then you win the round.
Yeah, and we learned a few sets ago that stand 1 into Fatal Blow doesn't work.
Yeah, and standing 2 had more range as well. The only problem is Macaran didn't do a micro dash. He tried to do a standing 2 on its own and it was too far.
It's also one of those things where like you don't get put in that situation often in a real match. So when the time comes, are you gonna clutch it out or are you gonna choke?
It was honestly just a unfortunate mishap of spacing right there. Just a little bit closer, that button would have done it and would have been popping off over it. However, there's a whole new match taking place, and it's look again. It whiffs. Oh, it's unfortunate. You've got to move a little bit far forward, and it's one of the difficulties of the back forward 3.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like that's a lot of Raiden's moves in general. Like, he's one of those characters where like you have to specifically go into the lab to learn how your character can optimally punish all these unsafe things. But then you throw Kano assist into the realm, into the blender, if you will, and then you have to like worry about all these other things. Drops the second part of that hit.
That's why I thought he was going to Fatal Blow, because that was guaranteed. I know it's a combo technically would have been all right for that, but if Fatal Blow's going to win at that range and there was even a 5% chance forward 3-4 was whiffing, I think the Fatal Blow was worth it.
I mean, K-Top could be letting this slip between his, right through his fingers.
Possibly. I mean, I guess the benefit is that at least he has the comfort zone of winner's bracket.
It's true.
All right,
but when you're going up against the same opponent, you know they're capable of making you bleed. You know they're capable of taking that nice down 2 there. Overheads after overheads, the safe option, but it is going to be the option that leads into no damage. So Macaran definitely willing to take a few of those overheads before he decides to do something risky like up block again. Keeping it nice and simple here. Watching your feet. Here comes the forward throw from Kano. But all these little hits, all these little throws are adding up, and this is pretty much a tied round right here.
The scary thing about this situation, and I was going to elaborate before that armored interruption. What I was going to say is the moment you've got about 300 health left, and Raiden has 2 Kanos, that is a scary territory, because that the chip, the possibility of getting hit by one of those, maybe you don't get your flawless block, whatever, that's the health threshold where you can lose the round.
Yeah, it's almost like you call the end of the round way sooner just because of how solid that game plan is. You know, you have to be very on point with the flawless block, you know, getting rid of all the chip damage, and that in itself is a risk that sometimes will just end up getting you killed anyway.
Well, Macaran needs merely 1 match, and we're going to reset this bracket and start again. I must say, Macaran, I think he has just been playing. It's one of the reasons I think Raiden is such a scary character in competitive is he does demand you to play pretty perfect against him. All of these small little details you have to do. If you don't do them, he's going to have such an advantage over you. But Macaran has just been making so many great decisions. The use of armor, the punishes, the interruption, even though they haven't even 100% worked, because obviously, hasn't punished the Superman enough times to make it count yet. But the idea is there. You know, we know that's what we have to do.
Can we talk about that Kano knife, that second one, just being that perfect air conversion? Like, he was ready for it. It's almost like he's been in that situation plenty of times before. Kano knives to extend it.
Meet you down
And that's one of those things where I feel like Kano knives are a little bit easier to extend into more combos versus a very similar cameo like striker grenades. You know, but they are a little bit slower. They do hit as high, so you can really duck under them a lot easier than the striker grenades. A lot easier to low profile them, but still, you got your other uses.
Yeah, I see a lot of people actually regularly ask questions like, you know, why don't Raiden players just use striker? I mean, it's the same thing. In his case, it actually isn't. I'm not going to elaborate. Obviously, there's a match going on right now, but you can see the benefit of the Kano, not just because of the knives, but the Kano ball. And there's the meterless corner pickup. Thank you, Serena Flip.
Oh, what a conversion, wow. But Armor's out of there. He is just one fatal blow from making this happen, though. And this is the dangerous situation that you were talking about here. Almost has the Kanos loaded up. Jumping over, getting under.
Punish! Drop it again!
He dropped that round, the game-winning combo there right in front of him. So unfortunate.
He's dropped the round-winning combo in that exact instance twice now, when in both times Fatal Blow was right there. That second time, I kind of get it because there was even less health. The combo would have done, but I don't know, Fatal Blow, all you got to do is press like RT and LT, like, or whatever. That's what you got to do.
2 little buttons, that's all you need.
That's not even like you had to save the resource. K-Top had won around.
All right, this is getting scary because he's relying a lot more on throws. But again, every single throw is a huge risk. So is he going to keep, you know, dipping his finger into the cookie jar?
Knows that he's far enough away. Ashura can't deal with it there. Takes the minus frame.
Didn't get the double rang, though. Didn't believe. But again, also a huge risk at that range against Raiden because a double rang could mean a full combo punish.
If Serena hits a single double knife here, Macaran resets the bracket, and K-Top knows that. Now the question is, does K-Top? He's gonna have to look for one thing on block, and that's it. Reset time. 3-1 for Macaran, and now we start again.
Oh man, the perfect range. He walked back out of there, made Raiden whiff, clipped the toes, and Macaran bet it all on that. And again, Macaran had a little bit of wiggle room there. Did have another game to play with this set, but we have a bracket reset. K-Top has officially lost that first tournament life. So now both players on their final tournament life, double elimination. You have to lose twice to be out of this tournament. So this is going to be the grand final reset. The final set, first to 3 from here, wins the entire tournament.
And now, I was about to say, K-Top does have a possible decision to make because we know K-Top can play multiple characters. The Raiden has been working well enough because now they're 1-1 in sets. But this time we're taking in character select. It's an understandable time to take because I know K-Top. I know K-Top very well as a player, and I have seen a character change post-reset quite a few times, you know, whether it's variation change, move change, whatever it was, whatever the Mortal Kombat. It's never off the cards, right? Even now.
Armoring to get out of there. Armoring back. I feel like it's very common when you armor somebody, they just want to armor you back. Not for like necessarily a great position, but just more of like they want to hold the momentum instead of letting you have it. Good punish there. Ashura getting the very tip of that normal to come out and just perfectly connect. That was a very weird one. So he was like past the max range. You're expecting the block. You're expecting a punishment ball situation, and you know you get caught in this weird little scramble. Can we talk about how smart that was? That he just drained the meter there at the end for, you know, minimal resources.
It just guaranteed that even if there was a small chance K-Top would have built bar with the Serena out, no you ain't. That round is mine. Now, Kano coming back out again. Flawless block on that third hit. Again, doing what you can. The armor is making such a difference here, and Macaran, I think one of the major changes compared to when we first started seeing this matchup get played in this tournament was that Macaran was kind of trying to do what he always did, you know, which was in this top 8, he's playing range, he's playing control, he's playing at a distance that benefits him. The moment that he has now started to basically brawl and fight this Raiden up close so much more, it's making a huge difference now, because it's like, well, look, if I can fight up close better than you can, I can still win this game.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Most people feel like they're putting Asura out of their comfort zone up close, but, you know, you don't want to be full screen away from Raiden. I mean, he's just going to, you know, do whatever he wants, set up whatever he wants, chip you out however you want. Speaking of chip, that's not going to be enough, and that's a big punish. Huge miscalculation here coming from Macaran.
I almost don't think that was a misjudged chip, because Macaran absolutely would have seen that K-Top has the 2 bars of meter, right? So I wonder if that sort of flurry was... You know, people rarely use it at the end of a string like that. I wonder if that was the idea, to be like, you're going to release block because people never do this. And K-Top just, you know, blocked, I guess.
I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes you get, you know, hyped up in that situation. You're worrying about so much, so you don't see everything so clearly.
Yeah, maybe.
Poking him over and over again, just keeping him in check, making sure that he's not trying to squirm out, not trying to whip out a throw. But K-Top does get his offense going. And like I said, last time, he did back-to-back armor. You armor me, I'm going to armor you. But this time, Macaran sniffing it out perfectly.
And this time, knowing that Kano wasn't available, so we can punish that properly. We haven't got to worry about no knives. And there's another game here for Macaran. For the first time, has taken the lead in this grand finals now. K-Top was sent to losers bracket via the reset, and now Macaran with 1 game up. All of a sudden, that momentum has drastically tipped in the favor of this Asura.
Yeah,
now K-Top does have to think.
I'm seeing a totally different player here, like absolutely confident here. And again, it's the call out, and it's trying to be a little bit more patient.
Just playing the matchup so much better. It's more of a matter of, okay, I'm actually having to really play this Raiden matchup now. And this is kind of what I was thinking about this armor. I was like, look, the Raiden hasn't worked for quite a few games. Are we now going to be in a position where K-Top's like, right, I'm going to totally swap this up?
Yeah, and I feel like this is the opportunity to do it. You don't want to do this when you have, you know, when you're down 2-0. You know, at least give your Tanya a little bit of breathing room to, you know, get ready and get back into full shape.
Like I said, K-Top and H-Dope, they play very similar with the Tanya, and H-Dope was so close to defeating Macaran. K-Top, no doubt, has seen that matchup and is like, well, what would I do different?
You know, and you also just got done playing a different Tanya, so you know you're already used to somebody else's tendencies, even though that other person is your twin brother. You know, tendencies are different.
And that's one thing I find interesting about this matchup. Neither of these characters can whip their, well, maybe at max range they can, but yeah, they can't whip those standing highs like that.
Do you think this, I don't think this is going to be enough, especially with 1050.
Yeah, the 1050 is the deal breaker at the very least.
Yeah, and you're going to be in a situation where you can try to like chip out as much as you can. Wow, you're right. Exact deal breaker. Oh, we're spinning in. We're going in.
And that's not the first time we actually saw that exact thing from H-Dope before, where it was fatal blow and then you instantly meet you down back 4. Like, that's absolutely a thing that they do, isn't it? For sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I think it's just a very great situation for Tanya.
Yeah. You have to pretty perfectly time your flawless block on wake up there. I mean, I've never learned that. I've never done that before. K-Top. It's Tanya. Looking good, actually. Turnaround. All right, reverse throw. He said at the start, good time to change character because it gives your Tanya just a little bit of time just in case you needed that extra game. I think K-Top doing it now and clearly not needing that at all is perfect for him. Now, Macaran, big damage. Goro. Respect, down 1. Okay. Now, the Tanya's looking real good, but it's not, you know, we're not even yet.
Fight.
Oh! Serena to absorb it again. No, armor. We're psychic. We're psychic.
Telling you, it's right. That's where it's shifting. Whatever your cameo can do, whatever hit your cameo can take. Some of them are better than others at doing it, but you know, everyone can do it. Gotta access it.
It's the next layer of the meta, I think. Now, unfortunately, Macaran did miss the projectile there, or whatever that was. Might have been a projectile, might have been a stance thing, I don't know. Still a... Oh, no, Kato! Oh, no!
That should have been it.
Macaran missed the
That
punish!
should have been it. He lives to see another day just because of that missed punish. He's gonna be in the corner. Obviously, no fatal blow accessible, but not enough.
Man, that's now 2 times. Actually, not only that, from 2 separate players. The first person we saw use Serena to absorb an enemy projectile was Fish Like Steve, and we saw Macaran do the same thing. It's how it is a next layer of the meta, because we've seen Scorpion players do it a lot. Obviously, we were talking earlier about Tremor. Shujinko technically can, but no one plays him.
Yeah, it's just too hard to keep. Like, Shujinko's one of those cameos that you have to dedicate so much time to.
Not as much as you'd think, to be honest.
Come on, man. It's different against every character.
Yeah, but he only takes 2 moves, and most of the time you're only using one of them.
Okay, okay. I'll hear you out.
If it's like Reptile, it's like Force Ball. If it's Smoke, only ever use Invisibility. You know, there's a lot of characters where you only use 1 move, and then you got to obviously manage him running around, which I love. But anyway, 2-0 here for Macaran. And at this change, K-Top, while I was talking about, you know, very important conversation of Shujinko in this grand finals, change back to Raiden, and I totally missed it. They're both wearing
back to Raiden,
cool
I guess, just kind of ditching all efforts there with Tanya. I mean, I don't think it was so one-sided, but I think the decision was made a long time ago, so this is going to be tough for K-Top to make this comeback.
Yeah, I could only imagine that Tanya didn't make as much of an impact on that match as K-Top is satisfied with, because he knows that the Raiden can be close as well, right? All right. Oh! She
sends it out to you.
Serena absorbed the first hit, and then Ashra got hit by the second. That was cinematic.
I also love like the slowdown at the round end where you just see them like flipping up in the air.
That was cool. I like that.
Oh, down 2, gonna get the better of that exchange. Macaran on point right now.
Again, pretty surgically timed actually, because that knife was significant. And actually, punishing it with the uppercut.
The Kano didn't make a reaction there with Ashra. Like, he was just a little too far away.
Yeah, I think it's because the uppercut, it just moved her to a safe distance. You know, Macaran has been the master of knowledge in this grand finals. Like, for real, there's been so much small little details that, of course, right now, Macaran on tournament point, and this would be quite a victory.
I love how K-Top teleported there, recognizing that Kano ball was going to hit, and then wanted to keep that pressure going. Waking up with those down pokes, getting that hit, getting that huge frame advantage. Neutral jump again. A great way to deal with that forward 4-3 string from Raiden, but, you know, it is a big call out. It is a big challenge.
Massive flawless block. That's not only going to deny the chip damage, but shut down the meter build from K-Top.
No bar on either side. These guys are so low on resources. Those cameo bars are coming back very slowly.
Oh!
I think that was an input error.
Yeah, I think
side switch.
I think the teleport reversed the inputs, but I don't think it's going to matter because we're going to get neutral jump. Bang! Into a combo finish. Macaran, after a bracket reset, manages to finish the job and take it 3-0 post reset over K-Top. Ashra and Serena all the way, looking unbelievably strong, and I think really impressive way to close out this tournament.
No, that was super good. Again, to be of the mindset to come back from that, like to lose in the winners finals and then just know that you have to play the person who beat you, not only to reset the bracket once, but then to win again. Macaran was just on a tear after that, going down 3-1 as you guys can see on the winners finals, and then coming back through and through in the grand finals, reset the bracket, and then on top of the reset, a 3-0 decisively over K-Top. Macaran absolutely deserved that win. Tremendous victory for him.
I'm really happy for him. I've been watching Macaran play for a very, very long time. I mean, even like fighting K-Top in grand finals, there was a lot of online competitive MK11 activity that we were seeing with PlayStation and everything else, and it's like them clashing in grand finals was a pretty regular occurrence, so I got nice and familiar with that kind of, you know, friendly rivalry. So seeing that sort of come back here is also a great feeling. But overall, just a fantastic tournament, great showing all round. Excuse me. Shout outs to everyone that made top 8 here, and shout outs to K-Top for, you know, not quite making it to that first place. The second place finish is great. I know K-Top holds himself to a high standard, so he's not going to be satisfied with that, but this was a damn competitive top 8.
So good.
But I do believe I've just been given the go-ahead to close us out. So thank you all so much for watching this show. The combat does not end here today, though. We are now going to be going over to EU West, where it will be, if my memory is correct, I believe Ultra David and Mustard will be taking over the show. So Armour, thank you so much for doing this with me. Always a pleasure having you here, especially get to do some EU. We'll swap over a few times, you know. But overall, look, great tournament, lots of fun, and this is closing out merely the first half of the day. So my name is Ketchup, joined by Darth Armour. This is the Mortal Kombat 1 Pro Competition EU East. Well done to Macaran. Up next, it's West. Hello everyone and welcome to Mortal Kombat Pro Competition EU West Edition. As of course we just finished up EU East, where we are looking at some of the absolute best that EU Mortal Kombat 1 has to offer. My name is PND Mustard and I'm joined by Ultra David. I was about to say needs no introduction, probably still doesn't really. Welcome. How's it going, David? Nice to see you again. How's things?
Yeah, man, I'm really excited to be commentating with you again. It has been some time. I mean, I'm excited.
I was trying
I've been
to
loving
think.
this game. It's been a blast to watch. Just watching the Eastern side of things a little bit earlier. That was a lot of fun as well. I'm excited to get into this because we have some great players and interesting matchups.
No, absolutely. I was trying to think in the build-up to this, when was the last time that we got to call some competitive MK together? And I couldn't think of a specific time, so the answer was quite a while. However,
while ago, yeah.
This top 8 is looking good. We have some really known names, and, well, I mean, as you'd expect, right, just from all across this side of the EU. Kanamani versus Video Games Yo, and MK Javier versus Boki off his success at UFA, of course. Actually, quite a few of these names are from UFA, but I'm sure we'll get into that. And, of course, that's the winner's side. Losers, we have Rothor, Law Corridor, Zenze, and Josh TQ. So, I'll be honest, this is just a top 8 full of names that we could see them in seemingly any order, and I wouldn't be surprised at the bracket. You know, we really do have top-level EU action right now. Of course, Kanamani, VGY, Boki, and Javier. Like, these were names we saw in top 8 of UFA, which, for those of you that didn't see it, was EU's offline major pro competition stop. So I think we're about to see something a little bit different this time. Of course, we are playing on a new version of the game. There has since been some DLC is now legal. We, of course, have had, you know, some patches here and there shaking things up. But these players, they've been putting in the hours, they've been staying consistent, and the results, I think, really do speak for themselves.
Yeah, most of these players are players who have been top in the past, very strong in the past, and that means that, you know, you're not betting on one particular iteration of a character or one particular patch, right? Like, you're consistent. You have figured it out how to be strong in the long run. We definitely have that in a bunch of these players' cases. We have players on the up and up as well, on the come up, and we have a bunch of different characters that we are expecting here. You know, we have everything from your Raidens to your, you know, probably Shao, Scorpions, what we're expecting, probably Kung Lao. Rain, maybe Quan Chi. You know, we're looking at Liu Kang, a couple of Lus. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of all over the place when it comes to character selection here.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes to show for a lot of EU Mortal Kombat. I think character variety has been a thing that, I mean, obviously I'm going to sound quite biased, but as long as I can remember, it has been a big part of competitive MK here, right? A lot of specialists, a lot of people that just really, you know, they dig their character and they look to just get that character as optimal as they can, right? I immediately think of players like Video Games Yo, been rocking that. General Shao since day one, but played a lot of Shao in 11 as well whenever he could. I think Shao in this game, perhaps fair to say, a better character than 11. Definitely looking like, we see him competitively, a lot of cameo synergy, and a player like VGY has really been kind of, you know, looking to lead the charge in a character like this. And then you've got like your Law Corridors, your Kanamanis, who will play what they think is the best. And whatever that character or team may be, that's what they're going to look to play, right? Kanamani, we've been seeing a lot of Johnny Cage, that Raiden Kano, which we will be seeing a few times today, I'm sure, as even in these online pro competition events, as well as the offline ones, Raiden Kano has continued to be one of the strongest teams in the game, you know, and it's very common. It's very, if you're a high-level player, you can definitely pick it up and see what makes it tick and use it well. And if you're a top-level player, then it's all the scarier even more. But of course, this is our first online broadcast for EU West in the Intercontinental Combat, which is the online portion of the pro competition. It is all about earning points for a leaderboard where you can qualify for regional finals, get as many points as you can as well into the global leaderboard for pro competition, as it is all about making that qualification for final combat, which will feature the best players via online qualifications and regional finals, and of course that points leaderboard, which everything contributes towards. So this is an online tournament today, but it is equally as important as the other pro competition events we have been seeing, as it's all about getting those points, qualifying for finals, and trying to be the world champion.
You want to get into the top 8 of your regional finals, of your regional points leaderboard. So what we're doing today is both handing out some money, by the way, we'll talk about, but also, as you mentioned, handing out points. So that is most relevant for getting into your region's top 8 then if you win that region, you qualify automatically for Final Combat. But as you also say, we have these 2 tracks, right? There's both the regional track, and then there's also the global leaderboard track. So when you get points here, it's not just points for your regional leaderboard, it's also points that go globally. We also have offline events, a couple of which have already happened, that give out points as well. So, if you want to check out the leaderboard, some of the players that we have on here are already on that leaderboard pretty high. For example, Kanimani is already 3rd in points because of his showing at UFA. That's the global leaderboard. So this stuff is happening simultaneously, both the global side and the regional side. Javier's 5th in points, right? Again, we're already moving on this.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see, right? The players who are, not only are they willing to travel when it counts, they're also playing in every online event that will give them points, right? Because there's a lot of competitive players and not as many points to actually, not as many spots on the leaderboard, I should say, with those points available. But we are getting into our first game, and already I've noticed, is that Johnny Cage Darius on
Darius? Johnny Darius? Very interesting to see. Yeah, no surprise on Kanimani's side. Raiden Kano, he does have a couple other characters that he goes with, but when it's crunch time, this is the team. So not surprised to see that he starts it off. But yeah, Johnny Darius, interesting. Gotta look for knives. Yes, they're there.
There's definitely a few things I can see this on paper working well. Obviously, given that 50 HP to put Johnny back up to the 1000, Johnny is a character who's extremely versatile and doesn't really need a cameo to start his game. And Darius is, he doesn't need help finding that hit, but Darius is going to give you that pressure with the, the spinning round of post-knockdown benefits with anyone with decent normals and lows and things like that. So I can definitely see it on paper working. The question is, will we see it in practicality? But it's not the first time that BGY has brought Darius out. We did see Darius with Shao in UFA's top 8 as well. So definitely one looking to experiment, and even in top-level play here as he faces off against Kanimani on that Raiden Kano.
I think we already saw part of why he maybe have gone Johnny here for the Shadow Kick punish on the Storm. That was nice. A lot of characters have trouble punishing that from range, but there's a pretty easy option for Johnny. And I think it's a great point that you make, that this is a character that doesn't really need constant cameos. For example, we see King Gambler playing with Goro, which is a character that gets a cameo that gets called rarely just because he comes back slowly. And yet that's fine, right? Because Johnny just is good at navigating, good at causing damage, good at finding hits. Again, Kano to the rescue. When you get hit by Kano there, it's not the worst situation. Not a lot of damage that you take.
Yeah, you do see quite a few players do that. They'll just intentionally take the Kano ball just to get knocked away, especially if they're playing a character that, if you've got a life lead you want to sit on, or if you can play it a bit better, I suppose, at the longer range. But difficult when you haven't got the life lead, as Kanimani finds the immediate hit, full confirm, and that's going to be game number 1 already. Now, one thing that we have to remember when we talk about Kanimani is this player is quite the beast in the competitive, especially online competitive realm over the last few years in a lot of community tournaments. Again, a lot of MK11 online events. And really this is the first time we've seen Kanimani playing from I suppose day 1 in a game's real competitive time. And he's been playing these very popular characters, right? The Johnny, and now obviously the Raiden. And these are characters that have a lot of players. And I've seen a lot of people claim that Kanimani might be the best Raiden player in the game right now, the best Raiden Kano. Now, that is obviously quite a credit when there's this many people at competitive level playing Raiden Kano. But
well, I mean, he got second at UFA. He got first at that huge Titans Clash thing that Panther folks put on. $5,000 pot on that when a ton of top players were in. So yeah, he's. I'm not surprised to see him as the #1 overall seed in this.
Yeah, it's just overall extremely impressive. But BGY moving back to that tried and true General Shao. And we have to remember, this is winner side action, so you do have a bit more of a safety net if you are going to, try some things out, do it early on. But of course, losing that first game, going back to the true main here in the Shao. But not just the Shao, Shao Serena. Now, this is a team that BGY has been extremely consistent with. And overall, is just you take the basic Shao game and just give it a lot more utility damage, turning every button into a decent situation, that neutral control with the knives. But we're already seeing that this round much better.
In front of you is more of your zone than usual, which is great for Shao.
Especially when obviously Raiden just wants to barrel his way in, right? A lot of knives into teleport and a lot of that forward 4. But Shao, I think he kind of commands that range a bit better. That standing 2. One of the strongest standing 2s in the game, I would say, is Shao, for sure. I'm going to really help out in this matchup. If anything, it's just a very fast Punisher.
By the way, I mean, this is a beefy fella.
A chunky team, for sure. Which, if it's Shao, it makes sense.
Oh, for sure.
But also with the 950 Kanimani's had, that is, if you're giving yourself less and your opponent has a lot more, That 200 difference, that's a whole B&B for some characters. That's like a whole other hit
The
you now
knives were
can't afford
coming
to
there.
take.
He got the down 2 to get a little bit of damage in there. What he could, safely.
That's one good thing about VGY. He's always been good with those very non-committal but like good mileage buttons. A lot of sweeps, a lot of kind of like standing pokes. Not always looking for a massive hit. Oh, hang on. But forced to break VGY. You want him to keep as safe as possible. Does not want to let that momentum swing.
Great defense here from VGY, just hanging out. He knew that there wasn't a Kano to call for a little while. Not a big problem.
And again, that sweep VGY. Surprisingly fast button for both hand and axe stance.
Yeah.
Still though,
He's got good buttons in this game. He really has a good selection of tools.
Yeah, he's got like two. Obviously, near enough his entire moveset changes whether he's got axe or hand to hand, and I feel like every button he's got in both stances is good.
He's got a lot of stuff, man. Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Had
at
to
all,
break,
but-
obviously. Taking up that space in front of him yet again is VGY. And he was trying to hang out. Wow, very fast confirm on the low string.
That was a decent round from Kanamani. I feel like VGY had quite the lead, but slowly but surely, Kanamani just chipped away at that life lead until suddenly you're in a single confirm away. Take down, and Kanamani had to spend, obviously a lot of resources. No bar, no fatal blow, but gets the round.
Yeah, his team's great at building meter, though.
Yeah.
He'll definitely have bar back quickly. In that round, I liked VGY's defense. He was very patient. He was hanging out on a lot of the times. Yeah, I was just going to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a switch up in this round, just based on how things ended up going.
Still, though, near enough going corner to corner. That's another good corner carry. Hang on, though, Kanamani.
Raiden.
Yep. There's that knowledge. Those Serena knives are very dangerous on block, but Raiden has got those strings to go underneath. You don't have to worry about return. And now again, another break forced. I think that's like the third break we've seen in this game already.
Yeah, I mean, that is a meter building team right there. Again.
Is that enough?
That might be enough. Well, hold on. Is extra life actually mattered? Oh my god. Down 2 to get a little bit of range. Oh, he's in it. He's in it. If he can find a hit. Oh, the dangerous one's the low, so that's where Kanimani's looking. There it is! Oh, he waited for it! It was not the meaty low, it was a little bit of a delay, and that caused Kanimani to stand to his detriment.
That is one of those just genuinely stressful situations where it's exactly like you said. I will get hit by the overhead because the low kills me. And then you get hit by 2 overheads and you hesitate. And then the heat of the moment, you're like, okay, hang on. Maybe now I will stand block the overhead. Boom, low. Oh, that was just, that was some good offense 101 from VGY and ties things up now, 1 game apiece. Much more competitive match. I think it's quite fitting, actually, as we were using VGY as an example in the intro, talking about how, some specialists are really thriving. This right here is kind of exactly what I mean. VGY, he has always played a couple of characters here and there, but Shao is the main. And even a character like Johnny, trying out the Darius before, didn't quite work out. The moment he goes to Shao, it is a different player entirely. And now we're seeing the VGY that we are used to seeing, and, well, of course, we saw at UFA.
I felt like that Johnny pick was more like seeing in the future, or like theory ideas. But this is the character and the team that he's had a lot of success with. Easy confirm for Kanimani. He's gonna get decent damage, good corner carry as well. Right into potentially mix. There it is. It's a chip. And that's the Raiden game plan. Man, again, that's the sweep. You've been talking about it. Those individual hits.
We have to remember one thing, Shao, we talk about how good his normals are. One thing the axe stance doesn't have amazingly well is like a confirmable mid. So there is that kind of like distance where, as good as standing 2 is, you can be crouched. And obviously a player like Kanamani is going to know when he can get away with ducking, going for those whiff punishes on the highs. And the sweep is kind of your fastest option at just occupying that space with a nice quick button that you can really catch the space. But Kanamani already looking good on this one. Oh, and there's the counter poke into the storm cell. And still stuck in the corner is VGY, and slowly but surely that chip is just adding up the individual overheads. Yeah, there it is again.
Oh, look, he did get it. That's what Kanimani was hoping he would not get, but after all, it's still Raiden's turn anyway after that.
It's dangerous though, because as good as Raiden Kano is with the constant just barrage of buttons into Storm Cell, VGY has always been good at flawless blocking. So obviously, it's going to be significantly harder to chip him out in those endgame scenarios, but... And there it is again, immediate flawless block. So much chip nullified. Ooh, getting caught. But again, these mids, you cannot confirm them, so you have to commit if you want something big. If you commit at the wrong time, Kanamani will punish you.
Yeah. Oh, huge jump. There had been so much patience by VGY. Here we go. Corner pressure. He wanted it anyway. Knives? No knives.
Looks like he's just not really quite able to find the usage of Kano. To be honest, this entire match, I feel like Kano hasn't really been able to contribute anywhere near as much as VGY. That's going to kill for sure.
Yeah.
This does big damage. Ouch. And VGY.
As many times as I've seen that, the little extra damage that he does as he like retrieves you from the axe always catches me off guard. Like, that does damage? That's sick.
Well, you would assume it's like the big slam, right? Not the removal, but apparently not. And again, immediate flawless block. This time VGY gets the jump out, commits to that massive jump punch at jump 2 from Xiao. Probably one of the best jumps in the game, I would say. That kind of, sweeping cleave effect. So good at hitting grounded buttons. And again, yep, right underneath.
I'm happy to see more of his jumps, though, because it seemed like he was really respecting Kanimani's air control, which we hadn't really seen come up. So out of the corner.
Situation.
It's not what Kanimani was expecting.
Oh, even from that distance. Couldn't get the full punish, though, but still, a poke will nullify any ability to take advantage of those Serena blades.
VGY is doing such a great job of playing defense and then still getting damage out of it. This is a situation many people fear, obviously. Raiden Kano up close, but he's turned it into individual hits a lot of the time afterward. Throws, down ones, taking his turn. Here's the perfect example.
Oh, caught, but couldn't quite convert anything huge off it. Teleport, okay. Not really about getting the corner as much was about just making sure you get something with your advantage, but jumps over.
What a jump time!
Yeah, I love that decision. Just go straight from a jump punch. Oh, the overhead again, but this time the break. Kanamani going for a jump punch straight. Oh, hang on.
Even that shit matters. Overhead again! Remember that last round situation? Jump!
Kanamani was actually ready
Can you
to
get there?
from that.
Knives! Oh! On the other side, shout out to Serena. You got 2 knives? I got 2 knives.
That's actually wild. Like, it's nothing new seeing the returning blade, like, clip them on the way back, but that went all the way full screen.
Yeah, right?
Like, as far as possible. But, I love that, though, because, again, what is one thing that makes Raiden such a strong character in this game, especially when you pair him with someone like Kano, just how much scarier the teleport becomes. Because it's so common that we see Raiden players, they'll do, like, knives into electric fly or knives into teleport, and even though it's something that's punishable, they're covered with a cameo. So they almost want you to punish it, so they can effectively punish the punish. But in this instance, VGY, just has the right cameo for it, right? And in that, like, last few seconds, close life lead situation, why not? I will say, VGY wins this. That will put him in a fantastic spot, because VGY, I think maybe the only, and I'll go on record to say, I think he's the only person that has made top 8 in both offline pro competition events, but he didn't get particularly far in either top 8, so he really wants as many points as he can get. So if he could secure himself a winner's finals right off the bat by taking out Kanamani, who I think for a lot of players is probably the favorite to watch in this tournament, that would be quite the result if we can see it.
Oh, nothing. No whip punish there.
It's very unlike Kanamani to not whip punish that down too.
I just didn't expect it, I guess. But yeah, you're right.
In that range, possibly.
Gonna capitalize here. It's gonna be into pressure again. And VGY, again, we gotta see that strong defense, which has been coming out. Yeah, patience here. There's another Kano on deck. What a stand block!
Kanamani definitely lets those overheads rock when you're lower on life. VGY now really starting to call it out. I thought VGY spent so much of this game in axe stance that when he goes into hand-to-hand, he almost just gets back to axe as fast as possible. So really wants that extended range, I suppose. Oh, another good block. Again. Yeah, another one.
Again, he turns defense into offense right away. It's been like mixed between down one or grab. Very consistent, and he's had a lot of success on it. That'll do it. Not going to bother with the breaker there.
Yeah, that was definitely a difficult to choose whether you want to break or not in that situation. Because if you break there and you die straight away, then that's quite the comeback you've got to mount with no bar.
Yeah, again, that's a situation where Johnny could have gotten the punish. Xiao can't, but Xiao's in there.
Decent damage as well.
Early.
I was worried that perhaps Kanamani was able to get a punish on standing up, but not quite. I feel like Kanamani's doing a much better job at just keeping Xiao at that kind of just outside of sweep distance range. Got a lot of down fours, a lot of just kind of keeping him at that arm's reach. Where all VGY can go for is the standing 2, but that's where obviously it could be a risk to go for if Kanamani is ducking at the right time.
Again, nothing there for Xiao. He's got to chase. There is a Kano ready to go. Yeah, there he is.
I love that though, using the fact that they have to block the ball to charge up the fireball, just to get those extra hits. And here we go, Chip, flawless block immediately.
Oh, huge!
This
that
is
whiff.
You should have to break, right?
The meter was taken away by Serena. It was a genius Serena call.
He took away like a fifth of a bar, but it was enough.
It was enough!
Oh, but there it is, that quick little block option select, letting go of block just at the right time. Right as VGY goes for the grab. Gonna whiff it, and Kanamani with a full punish. I will say though, that was clutch from both players.
Yeah.
Right at the end though, that little like spell would just take away the ability to break. Because I feel like Kanamani on paper could have broke immediately, but that moment of hesitation, if he even wanted to, let VGY bring the Serena out, take away the bar. So then if you decide, actually I will break, no longer you can. But Kanamani with that clutch duck. And that's what I was saying before, right? About how VGY's been getting so much mileage out of things like the sweep, these mid options where he's not committing, but he's not letting himself just be prone to being crouched. And right at the end there, Kanamani gets the duck underneath. And that's it. That's all it took. And now we go to a game 5. And I will be honest, really happy this one's going the distance because this is a good match. And Kanamani, VGY, definitely some of the best players in EU West for sure right now.
Well, you can see that in how close this is. Again, Kanamani has won or got second place at a couple of the biggest defensive we have had, both offline and online. VGY pushing him. Knives are coming. Obviously, VGY knows. Oh, he switched to Lao.
Yeah, interesting. Now, I think this is where you get to... So, one major thing we've been seeing, though, is wherever VGY's gone for, like, any button on block into the Serena Blades, they're obviously highs. Whereas now, you can go for those non-hit confirmable mids into low hat. They're still safe on block, but you get just a bit more on hit. As well as a lot of these overheads are connecting. Lao gives them combos off them, so this is definitely a decent switch.
Gotta make a bet for that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Great blocks by Kanamani. It's his turn immediately.
Ooh, patience, but never mind. Oh, I love that choice to go into the EX Storm Cell instead, just because I think from that range, perhaps the Shocker might have whiffed, as it was like max range low. And that was a quick confirm too. Kanamani was ready. And again, another flawless block, but gets hit straight away this time. And then
I think he just misread the mix-up.
Overhead. Flawless blocked every single string in this round.
If you can get that consistently, this team of Raid and Kano is still strong, but man, one of its biggest things is neutralized.
Yeah, absolutely. Easier said than done, but that's why it's the pro. That's why it's the pro competition. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh, time is going down, David. 10 seconds. Oh, hang on. Ooh.
Even Chip is huge. Does he want to? Oh. Wow. Okay, the low hat to the rescue.
I almost wonder if VGY miscalculated how much bar Kanamani had, because he actually wouldn't have built a breaker in time if that was a normal punish. Unless that was just, again, just respecting Kano. Always respecting Kano. Yeah. Just in case. Oh, I've never seen that move raw trade before.
Into the corner. What do you got? Nothing! He was worried. He backs off.
Well, there's Kano, perhaps a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think that was the wrong side, Kano.
Oh, no, Kanamani threw a second Kano, but he hit Lao instead of Xiao.
Ah.
Still, though, a good round for Kanamani.
No Kano to call. Okay, VGY knows. Underneath. Kanamani. There is a potential breaker on VGY's side. He's not down.
An instant flawless block, like zero hesitation.
Still his turn.
Double low, good patience. Another flawless block. And again, Kanamani really trying to make the most of that Raiden down forward just to go just under all of those good Xiao buttons. It's like perfect range. Hang on. It has to break. Yeah, you
Absolutely.
have to. Now the next hit will take it. Oh,
grab. No, but knives. Hold on. 15 on the clock yet again. The hit. Oh, man. These individual hits at this range. Can he get a flawless? He does. Oh, come on, he got it!
My days, VGY! That clutch flawless block. How fitting is it that we... Oh, that brutality is disgusting. How fitting is it that we give him all these props like the entire set about how unbelievable these flawless blocks are, just for a flawless block to be the game-winning play in that set. That was fantastic. Kanamani as well. So close to bringing it back as well, but VGY clutched it out at the end.
That was so good. There was so much genius play on both sides. Both of them responding to each other great. The switch actually to Lao for the low hat, the ranges that he was throwing low hat at, if you do it at point blank, right, it's no longer plus. We know that. That's the change. But if you're doing it at like just a little bit outside of that, not only is it better than that, but it's also just like a strong hitbox that you can put out that's not putting your hurt box into play. And he used that in footsies so well.
Exactly, and that's the sign of someone who's put a lot of hours into this character, right? Because that's the name of the game. MK1, cameo fighters. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there, myself included, who are just like, this is my favorite team, I'm going to play it all the time. But being a character special in this game, knowing that you can go for other cameos for different purposes, this is like an absolute perfect example as to why. Because Lao cameo is the reason that game was able to go the way it did, for sure. And even at the very end, VGY really able to make the most of it. And Kanamani, we've got to say, I mean, GG's, of course. Not the last time we'll be seeing him today. Definitely a player I do expect to have the potential to just run through lower bracket. Unless, of course, you know, we see some more of those GG's. But definitely a player that a lot of people will say is like their favorite to win this week. So definitely quite a result for VGY. And of course, Kanamani, some work to do in the way back. But VGY going to be breathing a sigh of relief as we will eventually come back to winners finals. But from one pair of players from UFA to another, our next match is going to be MK Javier from Spain versus Boki, the Kung Lao specialist from Vienna, Austria.
Javier got third at UFA at that Titans Clash event, again, where tons of top players were playing online. Not only did he get 7th, but he also beat Sonic Fox in that tournament.
I saw Twitter.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
But of course, but that's the point. MK Javier, very experienced in the online realm, but not as experienced in, I would say, like pro league level pro competition, right? And UFA, what an absolute breakout performance he had, taking out some of the best players in the scene, right? A big win over Foxy Grandpa, a fantastic showing in the top 8 itself. And I will say, Boki, a player who is not to be underestimated if we're talking EU MK. This is at this point, a long-time Lao specialist. I believe we first saw Boki in the MKX days, and we would see just... I think it's distinctly, the way I remember it being was, there was 2 types of Lao you could really play in MKX, and it was the kind of the party animal and the more kind of like slow throw loop, kind of like, you know, real stagger heavy pressure. Boki was a party animal 100% of the time, and still is now. And Lao Goro in this game as a team, that is a party animal team, if ever I've seen one. And lo and behold, it's the team that Boki plays. So I'm very excited to see how this breaks down. And I mean, MK Javier versus Boki, this is going to be a fast-paced match of 2. I would say you've got the hit and run of Scorpion, which is Scorpion's striker most likely, as I believe that's the only real team that Javier is playing at the moment. And Boki, just always moving, always doing something. Scorpion's quite a slippery character, and how do we think Boki is going to be able to really pin him down in this match?
I mean, when you're in that range of where the EX launcher can be, it's just tough for anybody to play. Like it's a tough spot to be in. And that movement that the character has with dive kick at range, that kind of stuff, you can get into the range where you're dangerous if you have an EX bar and you have a Goro. It's just tough for the opponent to know what's coming up next. I really like the footsies that Javier plays. Like that is, in my mind, what stands out about him in the last game as well. This is the most... He's a very footsies heavy version of Scorpion in this game. Right? It's a very neutral heavy version of Scorpion, which is fun to watch for me. A little bit different in terms of how he plays. He's always been that footsies character, but even more in this game. Almost even like a kind of distancey zoning character in some matchups. Really cool to watch. So he got 3rd at UFA. Again, he got 7th at Titans Clash. He also beat Fabs 3-2 in this bracket. That was a really close match. And for Boki, 5th at UFA, where he beat VGY. That was like last round. And also beat Lock Corridor, where it was also last round, and actually reversed 3-0 in that. So you can tell this is a dude who's never out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he is that kind of player who just fears no one, you know, like he knows his game plan. We will be seeing a tremendous amount of armor, but not just the whole, you know, I know the whole point of the team is armor and launch from it, you know, because that's the whole point. However, it's not just about that for Boki. It's about knowing that he's one of those players that he understands how the game is played and he knows the rules enough that he knows when he can get away with breaking them, right? Because, you know, for anyone that plays even remotely high-level fighting games, you understand there's kind of a quote-unquote way you should play. But if you play by the book at every opportunity, you then become extremely easy to read and predict because, you know, if you're being too respectful, then obviously your opponent's going to walk all over you in some instances. Boki is impossible to predict a lot of the time. You know, he does what he wants when he wants. He really plays from the heart, but he understands the game enough that he can do it and see success, which is why we still see him in the later portions of such high-level tournaments. Even in a game like this, of course.
Okay, nice little block. Yeah, of course he's got good mix-ups into the Goro too. It's not just about armor into Goro. He's got a bunch of different ways to launch.
Well, it really is. It's near enough almost exclusively around that raise the roof punch, but it's so versatile for a character like Kung Lao. Oh, nice catch though. That's going to be a common thing you see with Scorpion. One of those characters that, again, you know, whether you think he's a stronger character in the meta of the game or not, one thing you can't deny is some of these buttons are really good, and Spear is quite the utility to have. And Javier, very, again, that hit and run style. Ooh, raw Spear. And then full combo granted. Boki has to hold all of this. Yeah, like right there, like mid 300s for just hitting a full screen projectile. That's not bad. And Javier, he's going to be aware of when he can get away with it. Nice catch. Oh, nice up. Hang on, Boki. Yeah, fighting back.
First jump in. And he's dangerous enough the next hit could kill.
There's not even close to a break. If I have
okay.
Wow. Okay, that was just a straight up misplay from Javier. Perhaps calling Striker a little bit too early. Normally you want to do something unsafe and then the grenades explode after to make it safe, but in this case the grenades hit first. Definitely an unfortunate mishap, but Boki, you just said, right, could definitely still take it with a good confirm, and that's exactly what happened.
There was no pressure in that last round by MK Javier. He got a couple of knockdowns, he walked back or jumped back both times. This round already, he did press. I wonder if there's going to be a change in strategy from him.
I think he's just trying to stay out of armor range.
Yeah, don't even bother, right?
Yeah. Because we have to say, one downside to Scorpion, one of his main problems is, again, we were saying before about how Xiao hasn't got that confirmable mid. Scorpion kind of has a similar problem, right? Where he doesn't have those extended mids. He's got that safe launcher, but they can duck the last hit, and, he's got a mid special, but it's really dangerous on block. You can make it safe with striker grenades, but there's usually a gap. And if there's a gap, Goro is coming out, and Lao is doing that armor. So I think Javier is just trying to completely avoid that range altogether.
Well, maybe if that is the strat, maybe time to party now, as there's no concern about the armor on the other side.
I think so, maybe.
Boki's done a good job. Ooh. Had that mid-range right there. He has played patiently there. Goro for safety.
Oh, it's an instant overhead corner launch too. Yeah, you see what I mean? Boki found one opening and just pounced on it.
Yeah.
And now already Javier. Oh, no hesitation.
He was not there.
Yeah, Boki went in to punish, realized the grenade would come out, didn't commit.
Can you get a time, by the way? This is gonna, even if it doesn't actually kill, this is it.
Has to hit fatal blow, but I don't think it's happening. No, not a chance. MK Javier finds, again, that very slippery movement. Trying to stay as far away as possible, not playing into those Lao ranges.
Yeah, this is distancy Scorpion, zoning Scorpion almost. And now full corner pressure. Looking for the overhead was Javier, that's not what came.
I think that right there, though, we see the potential downside of kind of being excessively retreating like that is Boki basically walked Javier to the corner. And now, obviously, Javier is having to fight out. And obviously, does have that side-switching teleport, so it's not like Scorpion is stuck there forever, but definitely have to watch out for it. This time, chose not to go with the Goro, did Boki. Still, though, that does have a lead.
Back to the mid-range, back to the zoning game. Javier trying to wait it out a little bit. He's got almost 2 strikers ready to go.
You can definitely tell that Javier just wants to slow this match down as much as possible. And I think that definitely is like a player matchup thing. Because anyone that's... Oh my goodness, the blocks as well. The good fuzzy on the overhead.
But that was both Goros, and that dude's not going to come back for a while. He's taking a vacation for 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's sitting this one out. He's like, I've done my bit, Lau.
Yeah, sipping his tea. He's all right. Yeah, it's your turn. Again, the time, 18 on the clock.
Now, it's kind of dangerous for Javier to continue playing this style, but you can tell he just wants one spear and he does it.
Yes.
Good place teleport. Another one. Ooh, couldn't pick up from it.
Oh, he tried to do something too fast on the back 3, not quite in time. Look at the time now, 4-3. I think Boki's the one who's got it. He's got it.
That was that was a very bizarre end of round for MK Javier, because I feel like there was a good maybe a 5-second window where he definitely didn't have the lead, but was still just playing this dry style, which again, on paper it makes sense, because we were just talking about how Boki is such a animated player, right? He really plays from the gut. He will force the match to be played at 1,000,000 miles an hour if he can. And these players, they both play Combat League. They're both experienced, in online competitive. So they would have played before. This will not be their first time ever playing against each other, I'm sure. So Javier will be aware of that. And, forcing the match to slow down against a hyperspeed player like this makes sense. But there has to come a point, I suppose, where it's just not the play for the remainder of the round. Boki taking that first game, and that match could not have been slower, and Boki still won. So I wonder if we're going to see a change. Is that the first time we've seen button into spin into grenades the entire set?
Only the second time in the whole match so far. Well, I guess it's only game 2. That first game was man, quite a slog on both sides.
But on the flip side,
really
right?
Running it down.
Yeah, we saw Javier play at UFA. It was almost non-stop, just mid into spin into grenades, and this time Javier just avoiding it altogether.
Too close. Oh, no down 2 even. Okay.
I actually feel like Javier called the striker grenade really late there to make Boki want to punish that low. Nice catch on the overhead this time. Decent damage. Yep. Nice and simple confirm. Corner pressure. Good situation for Boki to be in. Nice. Good patience.
Oh, what a counter call. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's versus games.
That's knowledge too. Remember, you can call ambush cameos as long as you're not in hit stun or block stun. So you can do them as a wake up. So if your back's to the wall and striker's standing too far away to be hit, that grenade is just going to keep you alive.
Tried it once, backs off yet again. And he's got plenty of time on the clock, but I am worried, as you were saying earlier, that I don't know if the time is going to come. Oh. Yeah, okay. Great individual punish by Boki.
Yeah, really smart there, just to use the armor to make sure it'll plow through and still get enough damage. That's what I mean. Actually, this is a really interesting match to talk about. I was talking before about how he will be very hard to pin down and everything, but he does understand the game. He wouldn't be playing at this level if he didn't. So when you are basically playing against his normal style, this isn't his first time experiencing it. Oh, but does get clipped by a full spear there, and Javier going to do a decent chunk of damage to make the most of it.
That was literally the one time he has done a meaty, and it happened to be when Boki did the armor. That is ridiculous by Boki.
I wonder how much mental damage that will do, though.
Right.
It's you've been avoiding doing a meaty for the entire set so far, and then you finally change your mind, and then it's not like Boki does armor all the time either. No. It's like he just happened to do it.
He just called it. That was sick.
Oh, trading out down 3s. Yep, there's the counter poke. Grenade come through. Nice. Ooh, staying alive.
Ah, wow.
Now that's where the patience is going to pay off. That EX dive kick that was going to launch if it hit, but Javier knows just to slow things down. Again, covers the bases. And I feel like this is a bit much better for Javier, because it's not just doing the kind of runaway style. It's the runaway style, but when to just, in the heat of the moment, stop. And then you be aggressive. And then if it works out or not, you then slow things down again. Javier's picking his moments really well.
If he hits a spear, it's a third of the opponent's life. He only needs a few of those to add up, and he can kind of play this fuzzy B on the other side of the screen other than that.
And of course, if Boki decides to combo break, he hasn't got armor for however long it's going to take him to build it back, right? So even if you get the spear, Boki is in a really dangerous
position. You waited so long!
Oh, immediately catches! Oh, that was actually quite a whiff, but I think maybe the threat of Striker always there.
That's what you got to think about. Javier holding onto the block button, the whip punish. And now no concern about armor in Dagoro. Yeah. Right into the spin, of course. So they both have their clear game plans. It's a question of when is Javier going to stab in with something like the Striker or back 3 or the spear? When is he going to be at distance? When is Boki going to do things like armor? When is the rare risky dive kicks? Only come once so far. These individual ideas, the strategy is defined, right? The question is, when do the individual tactics come out?
Absolutely. And especially for Boki, who again, he wants to find those moments to hit the armor or chase down Javier. Because the thing is, Javier's doing a lot of it is just grounded movement, so it's kind of difficult to catch things like dive kicks or advancing buttons, because it's not like Javier's just jumping all over the place and teleporting. Like, he's on the ground, so he can block all the time. And Scorpion's back movement is really good, and that down 3 goes really far. So I feel like it's actually harder for Boki to find the spot. But at the same time, I think Lau is a bit more explosive, so when Lau does find the hit, he can turn it into more, whereas Scorpion is more about just get the hit, take your damage, and then, go back again. Even there, got the double spear ender and used it to just backdash, to just back off, build that space. So Javier controls the pace more, but Boki has more potential to run away with it if something starts going his way.
Defense is so good right there by Javier. Allowed him to move backwards. He's got the corner. He's probably not going to press. Yeah, he just gets to harass a little bit. Oh, only 1 grenade hit.
Ooh, wake up down 1, though. That was bold. And there's just the mid. Yeah, doesn't need to call the striker. Oh, wait, hang on. That hit so meaty.
It did, right? Yeah.
Fun fact, normally, like, damage over times in, like, modern Mortal Kombat games, if it's a damage over time that you apply to the opponent, it doesn't, like, it can't last hit. It has to be something that the opponent can, like, maneuver into to, like, take the last hit. That EX Hellfire in this game actually can last hit, and it does damage over time. So when you're in that specific situation where you've got a few % left, it suddenly gets extremely scary, but only then. So it's like, there's a reason you don't see it in every match.
Great block, great defense yet again by Javier.
Much more aggressive round this time.
It has been, yeah, much more movement. A lot more teleporting. No Goro, and Javier knows.
Oh,
okay, that's good, though. Oh, he actually ducked it. He could have had a punish there, but who expects that?
Oh, massive punish there. Yeah, Javier did not have Striker ready to go at all. It's one of those things, right? Like, so many of these ambush cameos, they're all high, so you have to jail into them. But you're so used to competitive players jailing that you're not ready for them to mess it up.
Exactly. Again, whenever he finds a big hit, it's always a third of the opponent's life.
From there, David! My goodness, that was so good from Boki. Woo! That's how loud Goro... Yeah, it's so much more than just doing armor, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a powerful tool to have if you know how to use it to its absolute limit. Max range whiff punish, full combo. Ooh,
that hit Goro. It would have launched otherwise, but the grenades actually did the trick.
Not the first time we're seeing really interesting cameo usage today in general, though. I really feel like the game...
Hit.
Oh, hang on a minute!
Well, that was it!
Yeah, missed the spear. That definitely would have killed for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All the way in! What a risk to take! And that put him now right up close. There's a Goro to contend with. He's got to think about it.
Oh, Javier's got a break, but will he get the chance to even use it? Goro! Oh, he got hit! Wow. My goodness! So that actually was a dangerous situation. That could have, on paper, been a punish from that range with the armor again, but I don't know if the Goro would have been guaranteed from it, because there's a chance Goro would have been hit by the incoming grenade. So I wonder if Boki just hesitated, and that was it.
Javier up now 2-1.
I think this is a really good showing of, because again, we'll talk about character specialists all over. Javier is a Scorpion player, like through and through. Like this guy loves Scorpion. Every game I've seen him play, he's only really been like a competitive player over the last couple of years, but he's always been playing. He's always been like a demon of the online realm. And that means he's played a lot of this character. And Scorpion is not always like the most meta choice you can make. So if you have the hours in this character that he does, you will know when to dramatically change things. Because I know that Scorpion can slow things down quite a bit, but he doesn't play every matchup at this speed. This is definitely I am playing Scorpion versus Lau Goro, so I know how I need to play this matchup. And that's, there's a reason he's up on games right now. Sign of a
in this round, though, different story.
Yeah, back to the corner almost immediately, and down like over half life. Oh, big down 2. Oh, wait, what was that? That was just a wake-up something. Counter hit for Boki.
It looked like down 2 to me, but I don't know. Wow, okay.
It did. I do wonder what else it could have been. I wonder, maybe it was like, I think it was just down 2, David.
I don't know.
Oh, there it is.
So there is that range there. We see that pretty consistently when only 1 grenade hits. Which is fine. If you're Boki, you're cool with that.
Yeah, this has been a Boki match, like 100%. When you see repeated like that normal coming out, that's how you know Boki is like in his element.
Yeah, and on top of that, Javier actually blocked that on reaction twice in earlier games. This time, no. There's the double.
I think if you're Javier, you're thinking finally, but Boki not being deterred, it's like, well, yeah, it broke the armor this time, but it better do it every time.
Got another Goro. Oh, nice keep up.
Ooh, chose not to finish the string as well. That was like just making absolutely sure. Good block again. Yeah, Javier's reactions on that Lao overhead. That is not an easy normal to react to. Oh my goodness.
Steve's holding forward like it's Tekken. That was sick.
Straight up. So you're going to respect my plus frames back to back? I'm just going to walk you down. And got him! Grab. That right there is exactly what we've been talking about, though, where it's like, when Javier has the life lead and he's playing at the pace he's been playing, there is a reason for that, because when Boki has a good round, it's a quick match. Like, that can just be the snowball nature of this team that, you know, immediately, the second that round started, Boki got a hit. And then before you know it, in the corner, over half-life done, second round, much of the same. Yeah, that's why Javier is having to play so constantly this dry style, because the second Lao gets in, that is what can happen with the match. And now we go into our second game 5. It's like shades of EU East.
Let's go.
You would be smart to heed his
You love to see it? Well, as the viewer, you love to see it. As the players, man, it's tough. Especially with the style that Javier plays. It is mentally tough to be consistent about that. Oh, okay, looking for up block. He wanted to punish on it, but Boki knew exactly what was up.
Now again, Boki consistently doing that Goro a little bit too close for Javier. Not interested in trying to punish. I think he's just happy to block, know that cameo's gone for a while. Have to remember, Goro takes a bit longer to come back than most cameos. But what a round for Boki. Quite the lead to have. Uh-oh.
Just playing the mix-ups there. Flawless block, even.
I actually think Boki maybe tried to go for the armor there, but one hit too early.
That makes sense, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Okay, no, the grenades missed. I was worried that Scorpion was going to make the combo drop. Not happening, though. Not over for Javier, but definitely a rough round to close out. Boki, not only does he have that lead, he's... Oh, whoa, hang on. That was a trade. Good block.
Goro's still there. But he ducked it.
Oh, that could have been huge. Oh, no he angled it down.
That was so sick. Come on, match point, Boki.
That was so good.
To get into winners finals versus VGY.
Oh, that'd be the UFA run back.
Yeah.
Maybe. So get ahead of ourselves as another full screen spear connects. Remember, every time this connects, that's like 300. Ouch.
It really adds up big time. Oh, he pressed? Yeah, this is offense. Oh, okay. Not for long.
Yo,
back to the buzzing bee on the other side.
Forward. He's not even doing wave dashes. He is just doing full forward dashes back to back. My man wants distance, and he wants it now. Oh, hello. Striker just getting tripped up. This is a tough round to call.
Again, looking for the same mix-up.
First time, I think, maybe for a while, we've seen that low get the full combo.
Stolen turn. Javier now gets what he wants. I suspect it's distance. Yeah, backing off. Again, man, they have gone. He's gone into that jump, empty jump into mix-up a few times. First time he's had it. Overhead. Got a break, surely. There it is. Oh, it was so close.
That was, I mean, there was no Goro, I suppose, so he couldn't have killed on a punish on that with armor, but so close. Either way, Boki definitely going into this final round with the meter advantage, but down on cameo. This is a tough
round, and that's actually the first time that we saw that punish with the hat projectile. That was super sick. Here it is, Goro.
Yep. Oh, no! Drop. Boki finally found the moment to get a full punish. Okay, very good throw.
To grab. And now he still has the bar. He's still a big threat. Javier away.
Oh, try it! Oh my god! That was so clean. Boki tried the same punish again, but this time a bit too late.
Oh, can he keep it up? Oh, that was sick. Into pressure, down one, into nothing.
This is so scary. Boki definitely has the lead on paper, but Javier 3 bars and a fatal blow.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
It's a throw to kill. Hold on a sec. It's maybe Okay, he's gonna get as much as he can here.
Okay, I think this is to get the striker back, but the problem is it's also going to give Boki Goro back. And Boki's going to have a breaker by the end of it. This is an interesting situation. This will not kill, not even close, but...
Goro just came back.
Yeah.
They're both within a grab of killing.
Oh! Surely.
Can he get another one? To the other side! Suddenly there were grenades to cover as well. And Javier is going to be the one who does it. 3 games to 2. Last game, last round. What a set between two players who have very different game plans. And amazing to see that it's Javier's Scorpion that comes out on top.
Absolute polar opposites in terms of overall strategy, but that's the beauty of fighting games.
Yeah.
We often get to see it, and days like today, we get to see it at a very high level. But I mean, I love the awareness from Javier, right? To be honest, that's probably exactly why he went for the fatal blow. He definitely would have been aware that this isn't going to kill, but the amount of life that was left, we're talking Hellfire. Hellfire, grenades, yes. EX teleport, chip damage, lots of weird timings that you're not really going to be able to consistently flawless block unless you are just a god. But what a set. Another back-to-back game 5, but this one, definitely much more of that, like you were saying, right? That exact opposite style of just clashing head on. And of course, Boki now going down to that loser's bracket as well. And that does cement that we will be having MK Javier versus Video Games Yo in our winners finals later on. Of course, we do have a handful of matches to get through before we get the chance to see that. But matches, I'm very much looking forward to seeing.
Man, what a back and forth. That was sick. Yeah, you could see he angled it down. Oof, nice work.
Just those little optimizations.
Grenades too. That was a really strong situation to inflict right at the end. So there you go. That's your winners finals. Video Games Yo, MK Javier. Certainly 2 of the strongest in the region.
Oh, absolutely.
You are in the top 3, guaranteed. Again, it's not just about winning today. You'd love to, of course, but it's also about getting points, and being in top 3 already means you got a pretty good set of points for the long game here, for the qualifying for the regional finals and also for the global leaderboard.
It's particularly important if you're someone like Video Games Yo. Actually, to be fair, we can say that about at least 4 of the top 8 today, because 4 of our players already have leaderboard points, sorry.
Yeah.
Because 4 of these players got top 8 at UFA. But you have to remember, 1 good placement, unless you've literally won the event, probably isn't enough to get you secured into the finals. And there's not an absolute ton of events to play in the offline space, but online, it's separated by region. A lot of the community can play in them. So any points that you can get is going to help you in the long run. Because how many times for various fighting games that have had a point leaderboard style do we get to the end of the season and someone doesn't qualify by like a tiny amount of points, and like 1 better placing in 1 event through the year could have been the difference between making it and not making it. But we are swiftly moving on to our next match, where I believe it's going to be Law Corridor versus Rothor. Now, not the first time we've seen Raiden Kano, but Law Corridor is one of those players he will play what he thinks is good. He's one of those newer to competitive players over the last couple of years, but really hungry for competition, really wants to doesn't settle for anything less than first place. It's really hungry young competitor. And Rothor, I mean, is just a really fun player to watch. Known for that Rambo and MK11, Rain in this, a bit of Quan Chi, and of course, still playing Rain, even now, one of the few Rain players still left. And I've got to say, one of the best Rains you will ever see in MK1.
Just got 3rd at the In It to Win It online tournament that Josh ran a couple of days ago. So definitely strong. Had a couple of 3-2s and 3-1s on his way into this top 8 as well, so it's not been an easy road for him. He lost to Kanimani, by the way, if you're curious out there.
But that's the thing about Rothor as well, right? The 2 main characters he plays in this game, right? The Rain, and now most recently, one of the players that's been putting some serious time into Quan Chi. These are characters that they serve a similar archetype. That kind of longer range, not pure zoners, but like they definitely want to be playing at that jump distance more than not. They can have a tendency to get rushed down really hard. So a character like the Raiden Kano, or the Johnny Cages moving around, like there definitely are some problem characters to encounter. Oh my goodness, but the big confirming to
he had full meter the entire time from that combo start. La Corridor did, and he just think it right.
Did he just think it wasn't? Yeah, maybe he was just like, this isn't going to do enough. But
it actually killed. So, the decision to not do the break, and that was for the game even. Oh no. Wait, did he not have Was it, did he not have a cameo? Was that the issue? I don't remember in retrospect. I was just looking at his meter down on the bottom left. Might have been that.
There is always the chance that cameo got hit. Because remember, it is Raiden Kano, so Kano most of the time is on the screen.
It was probably that. I wasn't looking at it.
I will say, the two chances are probably either cameo got hit and that's it, or maybe just not expecting that to end up doing close to 500 damage. Because I know that Rain's Fatal Blow is good, but I mean I was definitely surprised to see it go that high up. Like, that is powerful. And also, it's one of the better Fatal Blow intos too, right? That quick, very long-reaching zap on screen, like, very scary. Ooh, interesting cameo reaction there. All good catch, but again, when your back's to the wall, Wake Up Armor gets a lot scarier for that striker. I feel like Rothor spent most of his bar on reversals.
Well, I guess that's maybe not a big surprise in this match. You do not want to be next to these dudes partying against you.
No, definitely not. Yeah, we talk about how Rain is one of those characters that wants to keep you at arm's reach quite a bit, but much easier said than done against someone like Raiden. Especially when
people in the chat, by the way, are saying that Kano got hit by Rain's armor, and that's so he could not break. So thanks.
Okay, that suddenly makes a lot more sense.
It definitely does. Yeah. Thanks for. If I'm watching a stream, I oftentimes just like go back and look at the archive, like while it's semi-live, just to see. But can't really do that right now. So thanks for the info. Oh, get him!
Nice, full punish. No Kano away to make it safe. Ooh, tricky stuff coming through. Remember, Rothor definitely has been one of those since day one Rain players, which, the game's already kind of past that 4-month mark. That's a lot of experience to have with the character, but really playing a lot of that striker in recent times. Okay, has to break. Much more of a different style of game for Rothor here. Law Corridor, much more aggressive. So they're not over. We've seen how much damage that Rain Fatal Blow can do when confirmed. Oh my goodness, counter poke into armor.
They're down one to take his turn. Flawless block though, hold on.
He is alive. Another flawless block
again, just in case the defense is coming into play.
Oh, Rothor finally found some breathing room, but Law Corridor immediately ready with the up block. Ouch. That's a scary thing though. Someone like Law Corridor, right? He's always been a fan of, like, I know I said before he likes the characters who are really good, but the aggressive good characters. Obviously we saw a lot of the Jackie in MK11. Johnny, Raiden in this game, of course. Still though, Rothor did take that first game quite, I was saying quite surprising fashion again, because that Fatal Blow confirmed, but again, knows his game plan, knows to enforce it. Easier said than done against someone like Raiden who can get in at an absolute blink of an eye, but that's the matchup you've got to play. I mean, the benefit, if you play a character who's a bit more niche like Rain and you have to play against characters who are very common, you get nice and used to the matchup. So even if it's a matchup you don't enjoy playing, you play it a lot, that, there will be a lot of elements to it that you just get comfortable with. And Rothor, the kind of player who I definitely expect to see that from. Nice catch.
I think this character's choice makes more sense than the Klon if those are the two options for him. This character definitely has stronger, well, at least safer offense.
I think he just matchups a bit better into the top characters right now as well.
Yeah,
like not to go off on a tangent, but obviously, Quan Chi character doesn't get a tremendous amount of play right now, does have those drawbacks, but, not useless by any means. But I think if you're talking, yeah, for sure. But if we're talking the characters that you're going to have to fight against, I just think Rain matches up into them a bit better in the grand scheme of things. But of course, time will tell. Oh, just you see if you don't flawless block, look at that chip.
I know, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got hit.
Oh,
that's it.
For the kill,
that's it. Yeah, 100%. And you notice that Rothor just did standing one by itself for the juggle, just to make sure Law Corridor could not build a breaker. That was I think one of the only things Law Corridor could have been hit by to keep Rothor in that round. And Rothor is able to find it. Gets the round, gets to confirm, and now up in the set once again.
Round 2, fight.
Rothor just waiting it out. He knew exactly what was coming there.
Oh, big jump in. Oh, hit the cameo too. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, we've seen the jump over a couple times for Law Corridor. Wouldn't be surprised to see Rothor take a note of that. Yeah, it's tough for him to start the zoning stuff. Versus
100%.
Versus Reno.
You kind of
Reno. Actually, I like calling him Reno. That's good. I'm gonna go with that.
You kind of find, you can establish a full screen game if you've already got some advantage, but doing so just in the neutral can be difficult against those, Oh my goodness.
Thank you, knives.
He like hit him with the handle of it.
Spitfire twice, man. What a classic assist. Oh no!
Nice staggers into the grab. Is that going to be enough? No, not quite. Oh, but the electric fly with some corner carry for good measure. Suddenly, a really good situation for Low Corridor. You see what I mean? It's just, it's so hard to find the space. He's got good projectiles, but they're unconventional, and a lot of them have that startup that you have to try and find time around. Ooh.
Yeah, this up no with pressure. I think that does. Oh, nice. He actually backed off. Okay, the bars are off. But that mid-rangey up close pressure style makes a lot more sense to me in this match. Here's right up close yet again.
Another big neutral jump, but yep, Low Corridor with the adjustment.
No, he could have had a real punish. He could have really done stuff.
Yeah, that to me looks like one of those situations that punishable on paper, but not the input error you expect your opponent to make. Pose.
For sure.
Got to be ready.
Nice. Expectation of the call was there. Oh, yeah. All right, nice work.
Temporarily under arrest.
Yeah. I can break these cuffs. He did it.
Oh, he is the chosen one.
Oh, okay, getting a little tricky. Not too much there. Super close now, 25 on the clock.
Oh,
Nice
no,
on the other side, actually, huh?
That was quite greedy from Low Corridor. He actually deliberately called Kano when he landed, not to cover the way in. Oh, but just gets clipped by the low and Lothor managed to find it. That final hit. But this is what I love to see. Rothor's so good at just finding the perfect moment to just throw out like the more unconventional normals that Rain has, you know, because he does have the standing overhead, he's got the standing low, but it's not just about the overhead low mix-up. That low, he kind of retreats a little bit. It's really disjointed. So like if you're against someone who's kind of like trying to throw out kind of sweep distance down forwards and stuff, it's going to catch them for sure. And he's almost like, I don't want to say it's impossible to single hit confirm because it does have quite a generous cancel window, but it's not easy for sure.
It's not easy, but it's doable.
Yeah, he's throwing out at ranges that if it hits, you know, it's very likely that if it connects, obviously the special will work after it. Sure. That kind of just awareness for it, but again, another easier said than done. Rothor going up 2-1 now, looking good in the set. Will be a big win for him here. I know Rothor is one of those players that was intending to make UFA, but couldn't at the last minute, unfortunately. So really is going to be looking to make it up with as much points as he can. Nice catch.
What sick movement this character has.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Knives. You know, the knives calling, as you mentioned, is a little bit later. It's getting later, it seems, even. Well, all right, Rothor up at match point. But I like the idea of that. If your opponent is so sure that there are going to be knives coming at the normal time, that means that you get to do them later to start off actual offense afterward.
Yeah, exactly.
Just taking advantage a little bit.
Ooh, big range uppercut there from Rothor. Oh, massive jump in, though. Meterless. That is good damage for no bar. Oh, what a sequence from Low Corridor. This has opened up. Oh, but throws out of the corner. Actually, could use the teleport. Oh, never mind.
No big deal. Right. And he's in, just like that, on the other side. And he gets to harass the grab again out of the corner.
Oh, Rothor just trying to wake up the jump, but could not find
the round that Lock Order wanted. Exactly the round. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Right
He's
back
an
into it right
aggressive
away.
player. Oh, there it is. Right, this time Rothor does call out the fact that the knives are coming down, and we just get that nice down two. Remember, it's not about getting a full punish on Raiden when he does that. It's just about ending up with more damage, and that was a confirm if ever I've seen one from Rothor.
Footsies, man. Those footsies. Underneath, nope. Button in the sky, surprisingly.
Oh, that slight walk up first. Oh, damn. Low Corridor getting a lot of mileage out of grabs in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And jumping has been huge for him and again to create pressure. Kano's back. If he wants, yes, of course.
Oh,
nice
there was a
timing
gap
on it. It was perfectly.
Now, at this life, Rothor actually wins. If he gets a hit, he can fatal blow and it's over.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Low Corridor has to be so careful. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Chasing. Rothor's trying to. Ball box huge in this instance.
If that striker grenade connected, that actually would have been it. Now Rothor has no bar, but still, he's done enough chip damage that I think he still kills with a fatal blow confirmed.
Dude, I think so. Oh my god, the range of that was very interesting. Okay, he's looking for the confirm. He's looking for the confirm on that.
Oh, and it came down to just raw electric fly. Yeah, Rothor was swinging at the end of that game. Looking for something to confirm. Just could not find it. Would you believe it? It's another game 5.
Let's go. But yeah, I'm sure he was doing the button and he just had his fingers right over the triggers just in case he had fatal blow ready to go.
It goes to show that he is looking for the confirm, though. I think it would have been quite easy, especially when the pressure starts to mount, to just go, all right, I'm just doing it. You know what I mean? And if it hits, so what? You know, so be it. But Rothor's still looking to play it really by the book until the very end. And the very end we are getting to now as we go to another game 5. Rothor, yeah, no hesitation, straight back in with the rain.
Yeah, it's their call.
If he does win this set, I would love to see if there is a reality we can see the Denchi at some point, but I don't know. That would be cool, because Rothor does play it. But we know Rain is the main.
If he wins.
Ooh, oh, I don't think I played Quan against Lao.
Yeah, maybe not the right calls. So it's exactly what Lockwater wanted yet again to start things off. In the pressure, up close. A little bit of patience on Rothor's side.
Oh, interesting again.
Evaded arrest.
Oh, nice! Just straight up caught the landing recovery. That was a punish. Oh my goodness, so cute. That is a big damage route as well for Rain. So good break from low corridor. That was about to be 400 minimum for sure.
Down 2. I don't know if that was the intention.
Good throw. Not only is this gonna, yeah.
Well, will he pressure?
Position.
He does.
Max range down 3. Oh, and just gets clipped. Yeah, just by the raw overhead. And Rothor moves up to match point. That was a big overhead to connect.
I wonder if that's because, oh, huge jump, no Kano ball.
Actually, kind of, oh yeah, and
there was no Kano.
Yeah, Kano could have been called, wasn't there in time?
No. So, okay, another chance here for Lockwater. Rothor tanks it.
Oh, an interesting position to break. I think most of the damage was done by then. Rothor went to maybe just not get down to a certain point.
Adding up. Adding up big time.
Yeah, Rothor didn't have the resources to confirm that mid.
Do we go down to yet another last game, last round? Lockwater is almost there.
I think raw fatal blow can win here with the range, but...
Yeah, he had, you know what? It was the first time he had done down 1 into it. So different timing, tougher to flawless block. Not what Rothor was expecting, and it is last game, last round.
He staggered into it as well. So
yeah, it was really nice timing.
Find the timing on the defense, but we are going all the way here.
The bubble. Take his projectiles. Theoretically, I like that versus knives, but that's not where Lockwater is doing it. Very footsie space play by Rothor. He's on the other side. He's out of there.
Ooh, really? Okay. No, actually, if you're low corridor, that's not really a pickup you 100% want to see. Quite a lot of resources spent for not much reward there, even though it was on hit. Rothor has that break already, but also a lot of bar to confirm into damage if he can find it. Ooh, armored through his own bubble. Trickiness.
Can't see what he's doing.
See Kano? No, he's not there. Low corridor playing with fire. Uh-oh. Yeah, has to break. Has to break. Oh, think that's it. That's a massive jump in. That's got to be enough. And it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. The long corridor special.
You know what? You know what his team is? All the players, if they want to on Start GG, you can like say what your team is. You know, we got your CGLs up here. You know, we got your Panthers up here. We got your team Teabag for Lockwater. That's what it says on Start GG.
I am shocked and surprised. That was a good set, though. I'm happy that we're getting so many of them going the distance.
Yeah, for sure.
It's sad, like, you know, for a bit of personal bias, it's sad to see someone like Rain, of course, you know, a very fun character to watch, and someone you don't get to see all the time. Not go a bit further today, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more Rothor in the next cup as well. And, of course, massive GGs to Lord Corridor. I know he's, again, one of those players who really wants to just go as far as he can with competitive Mortal Kombat, right? Was really into kind of like kind of like pandemic era onwards, like online events for MK11. So, you know, there are quite a few players in that same boat that really started competing when that kind of surge of online events came up, you know, whether it was official or community or otherwise. And now they're all looking to play, you know, right out of the gate for MK1. And Law Corridor, definitely one of those players, will be happy with that result as he moves through to the second round of today's top 8. So GG's all around. But that does mean we have one more left. But I think it's quite fitting how that final game would come down to just one big jump in, as you know, we definitely saw Law Corridor getting so much mileage out of it. But more about that later on as we go into a UK mirror match, as well as most likely a Liu Kang mirror match, I am expecting, as we have Zenzei versus Josh TQ, the younger brother of Video Games Yo. Josh has been around for a little while now, especially again since the MK11 to onwards era, really looking to kind of debut himself into the game. I believe he wanted to compete alongside VGY in MK11, but unfortunately was too young to do so. And you know, of course, there is like an age requirement to enter pro competition, and he was just shy of it, like just too young enough to enter. But not the case in this game, as we're already seeing him, you know, a decent showing. I believe he got 9th at UFA, and now, of course, making that debut with a top 8 in online pro competition, facing off against Zenzei, who had some really decent results going into this top 8. So very curious to see this matchup altogether.
I actually went on to Zensei's stream to see like how he qualified, and it was a 3-2 versus Fabs, last game, last round, and also a reverse 3-0. Wow. So that was, yeah, I mean, it was very close. But yeah, you know, you got some, you have sort of strength of will, if that's the kind of thing that you get through into the top 8. So cool to see there. Both of these players lost to Boki. He's really? The guy who sent them both down, yeah.
I believe, I keep saying this because so many of these players got really far at UFA as well, but I believe Josh and Boki, actually I'm not sure if they had to play at UFA. I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'm just going to move on to a different point. Overall, looking happy to see Josh make this way through, though. Obviously a little bit of UK bias, but he is a player that I know puts in a lot of effort into the game, of course, you know, really puts the hours in, really grinding. And I know that obviously as a community we've seen quite a bit from VGY, you know, his older brother right now, and I know that we've seen plenty of VGY, but I know Josh is really looking for his, you know, he wants to make his mark as well, right? He wants to kind of get those results to kind of be right up there with his brother, and qualifying for Final Combat via online events is a way of doing it. But it looks like we actually might see some Lee Mei. Oh, it's Josh on the Lee Mei, right?
Lee Mei Scorpion, so she can get that big damage stuff.
Massive damage off of pretty much every touch. That is the name of the game with Lee Mei Scorpion.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the most instant overhead I've ever seen.
Oh, duck, but not quite in time on the punish, and not there either is Josh. Zensei just backing off.
It's gonna be an interesting matchup though, because Liu Kang Lao in general, one of those like really powerful teams right now, but whenever you're talking Lee Mei Scorpion, I mean, we've seen from like true like players that have just such a good hold. Ooh, with punish. Yeah, that was very overzealous, I think, but at least it would come back. And what, a break too? Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3 bars. Well, we'll see. Still doable.
At least the fatal blow came back. Can't say the same for the breaker, but let's see. Just think about it, if you're a Lee Mei player that has a decent enough hold on the character, any opening is just going to be gigantic damage. And Liu Kang Lao is such a consistently strong team, and it does itself boast quite high damage. Lee Mei's damage is just, I feel like Lee Mei Scorpion might have the highest practical damage like in the game in terms of like hit to damage ratio all the time. So it definitely is going to be one of those potential snowball rounds.
And she's got good pressure flow, so that was the intent.
Yeah, we saw Josh there try just raw overhead. Of course, now safe on block thanks to the most recent patch.
Yeah.
Definitely quite threatening.
Lee Mei herself already has access to plus ranks up close. Oh, nice answer.
I love that.
Keeping his eyes open, but, oh man, we have had some whiffs.
We use a Scorpion, there's number 1. Yeah, 438, and Scorpion is still there to be used. Oh, couldn't pick up though because the low hat, never mind, won't need to.
That was a really well played game. I definitely think, you know, the elephant in the room, some questionable defensive decisions made from Zenzei there in round number 1. But of course,
You know, it's
round number 1,
beginning.
plenty left to go.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, for among these players in this top 8, he's the one that I'm less familiar with. I haven't seen him in as much stuff as the other guys. This is the pro comp, you know? I mean, you're on stream. There are 200,000 people watching, I assume. And it takes some nerves, right? So if in game number 1, the kind of stuff that you need to get out, that's cool. You know, I know that he's a very strong player. I saw him play, like I said yesterday. He had a lot of great decision making, even in really tough situations. So I'm sure that'll come back to him.
Absolutely. Of course, the only real downside here, though, is we are in losers bracket now. So of course, if you lose here, you are out. But still, 3 out of 5 games. All the matches left in the world to make a potential comeback. 1 game down isn't the end of the world.
I like the idea of the potential control that Lu Lao can have in this matchup versus Li Mei. Like, Li Mei Scorpion is a solo character team until you find a hit. You know, you don't have a neutral assist.
Yeah. That's always been one of the weaknesses of Scorpion as a cameo. He doesn't really... Obviously, now his overhead is better. You know, it could change on paper, and I know people are using him for some unorthodox ways, but if we're talking like traditional stuff, he is just giving you more damage, you know, and obviously for Li Mei, turning things that don't normally lead into damage at all into it, you know, which is good by itself. But already a good turnaround from Zenzei as he manages to take the first round here.
Better. Yeah, his staggers look stronger. His neutral pressure, or his neutral zoning, I should say, looks stronger. Movement's looking better. So, you know, again, if in game number 1 you got to get the nervousness out, that's fine.
Oh, but a bold wake-up button from Josh. And again, so much respect being shown, just waiting for some kind of reversal. Oh, hello. Just shy of the overhead connecting. Big whiff from Josh. And again, full throw combo.
Yep, throws matter. Into pressure, cute. Oh, man, that is tough to see.
Oh, uses both. Oh, 400 off that. And
no.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. No Scorpion at least. So this rare footage of Li Mei getting it confirmed that doesn't end the round. Oh, hang on.
Speaking of ending the round?
Wait, fatal blow.
Can he do it?
Can he get this? Can he get this off this? He can. I mean, throw scaling. Do we think this
Very
scales?
scaled. Well, we'll see after the skull gets out of the way. I don't know if this is going to do it.
If it does, it'll be by the skin of its teeth.
Oh my god, the blast at the end. It is the last hit. It's enough. Oh man.
Just
excellent recovery. That is exactly what Zensei was hoping for. That kind of recovery right there.
Oh, 100%. I think it's just getting more comfortable, right? Especially considering like Liu Kang Lao, again, one of those teams that is... Especially at the moment, I feel like it's more common than it's ever been. But Liu Kang has been one of those characters that people just really love, right? Like I feel like I know a lot of Liu Kang players, right? And they just play Liu in every game. And this is a good game for players like that. But again, you know, Liu Lao I think really makes that, I suppose, more drier style of Liu Kang. And, you know, I know Liu Kang normally known for a lot of like offense and staggers, and I know Lao does give him elements of that, and obviously his throw game gets a lot stronger. But then neutral, right? And now Josh, this is the matchup I was expecting to see from the get-go, was the mirror match, because we're talking about Liu Kang players. Josh has been putting a lot of time into this character in MK1, so definitely not surprised to see the mirror match now.
Yeah, and here's that zoning you talked about. In my mind, he's one of the premier like projectile characters in this game. You're right, that's not how he has often played in past games, but in this game, the neutral control that this character can have is really strong.
Well, I feel like when the game was brand new, a lot of Liu Kang players were saying like they just don't they don't think he's a bad character, but you know, just don't think he's got a lot. It seems like that was what he's built around, you know, that neutral, those fireballs, which is not normally the case. But certain cameos end up being a big thing, and now he gets all the crazy sauce and combos and damage, as well as that really good neutral presence. As right now, Zenzei is showing us exactly examples of what we are talking about with just this. Oh, max range down 3, because it's not just about the fireballs, it's about those long range pokes, that fast high for like, you know, last minute anti-airs, really consistent anti-air options himself. He's kind of as close to this game like as you can get a Shoto in this game, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah. Who can combo out of grabs.
Indeed.
A little bit of backdash, a little bit of funky movement by Josh. Oh, he was trying to move out of the way. They both actually had really interesting reads on the end of that string.
fact, Josh has had the upper hand when it comes to offense, but when we're just talking about like patience in the neutral, that's where Zensei is really thriving. But that's where it gets dangerous when you end up back to the wall. Oh, that forward 4. So much just adding up when you're low on life.
Yeah, been looking for the flawless block there, but that's not the string ender that Josh went with. Is Lau. Underneath, can you get it? No, not quite in time. Ooh, the little stare down. You love those moments.
I'm always stunned by how far Liu Kang's sweep goes in this game. It goes so much further than it looks like. It's like further than his down 3, and they like extend the whole leg. Oh, there it is again. Oh, big duck though.
Read from Josh. Oh, he waited. That is the guy who has played this team before. He knows what he's up against. Oh, but the duck as well by Sensei.
There's a nice. Now it's my turn. Now this actually I think will just give maybe the life lead, but nothing more than that.
It's the life lead, yeah. Yep.
Well, you don't really need Fatal Blow to finish off what's left, I suppose. Any confirm into EX Dragon or maybe even a throw combo potentially could end at this life, but that same goes both
similar
ways.
Ideas on that, yes, exactly. That is a tough one to flawless block, to be honest, the way that that dragon scoots along the ground. The timing of it, not obvious.
Oh, well, yeah, then it looks.
Ooh.
Oh! Big call out there, potentially from Zensei trying to go for that air fireball, but not going to happen this time.
What a back and forth game that was. It seemed to be there was a moment where I was like, man, Sensei is like really controlling this well. Excellent offense, excellent, it's in particular, neutral control. But man, Josh fought back very nicely.
I felt like we saw more kind of like MK1 stuff from Josh there, right? I know Zensei, himself themselves got like a good crouch at the end there, but I feel like Josh is doing a lot of those kind of like, small minus frames or advantage into quick backdash into advancing button or, little micro ducks here and there. I think Josh is doing more of kind of like the universal high level stuff, which obviously when you're playing someone like Liu Kang is can make quite the difference. Now this black and gold looking clean though.
The double punish, love to see it.
Crazy how much of a difference that first hit bonus makes in the mirror match when neutral is so important.
Yeah.
That one extra bar. Especially when the EX bar in this case can be like, I plow through fireballs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Oh, big punish.
Had to go with Lau there. No meter to make anything else happen.
Alright, full combo. Oh, spends a bar for a bit more. Oh, just a counter
timing was
hit.
incredible, right? Look at that.
That was beautiful. And an instant confirm too. No messing around. Josh TQ ready to go. And now match point.
Strong start here by Zensei. Holding on to his spot on screen. Setting it up. There it is, yes.
Good timing to make sure the low hat was plus enough to actually truly get a string on that. Oh, another counter hit. Yeah, Josh has been getting huge mileage out of just counter hit forward 4s. Big mids into big damage.
Down one. Take his turn. Oh, no big confirm. So this allows, again, Josh to get some damage on the grab. Ooh. To get Oki if he wants. That is what he wants. A bit of pressure. Gotta get more. Yes, here it is. His own pressure. All right. Zensei getting in there.
This actually will give the lead too.
Oh, you hate to see it.
And unfortunately, we get one of them. First time today, hopefully the last, but of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens. So we'll wait and listen to see what admin tells us about what exactly happened there, but by the look of the lobby, it looks like, it could be anything, right? But if it says that one of the players left, usually it means like an internet outage or something like that. So I guess we'll find out exactly. But while we wait, of course, there's quite a lot to break down. I think this is getting a lot more competitive now we've gone to the Liu Kang mirror match. I think of all the mirror matches in the game, the Liu Lao mirror is one of the most kind of like, I guess like grounded, kind of like fundamentally mirror matches, especially by MK1 standards.
Shodowi, you're right. In the sense that if you're thinking about Street Fighter, those are the mirror matches where like you have more interesting options. In general, in games, like when you have a mirror match between two characters who have like one thing that they do, it's like a little janky. But if you have a mirror match like this one, where projectiles are a big deal. Up close pressure is a big deal. Throws are a big deal. Like you have all these tools, footsies. You can really see like the player themselves really shines in that. So when it came to that first game, again, I think there was just nervousness on Sensei's side. I don't think that that's how he would play normally. Some of those decisions, the last second breaker, for example, he actually had a chance later on in the match to do the same kind of thing, last second breaker. And he didn't. Like he changed. He was more settled. The random fatal blow, not what he wanted, right? But that's a tough way to start out. And he has battled back pretty well.
Well, it's one of those things, right, where when you watch at home and, you know, for the sake of the point, I imagine of everyone watching right now, so many of you probably have already watched a lot of, like, you know, fighting games or competitive Mortal Kombat NetherRealm, but I'm sure there's a good number of you out there as well who are new to watching competition, and you'll watch a tournament like this and you'll think all these names that you recognize, right? The Sonic Foxes, the Ninja Killer, the, you know, even like we're talking extremely recent stuff, right? Like the video games Yo's and stuff like that, right? And you'll see these players and go, oh, these players must have so much experience and years worth, but that's not always the case. You know, in some cases you do get a player who the tournament you are watching them in is their first time in a streamed tournament or top 8 or anything like that, and you could be in the same situation, right? So, you know, make sure you go on to X and go at NRS Esports to find all the information on how to sign up, as pro competition is still, in the grand scheme of things, it's well underway, but there's all the time in the world to still get involved yourself if you want to enter into the future cups and, you know, break it down by region, and maybe you can be on the next broadcast yourself, and we'll be saying about how you are playing your first top 8. Who knows?
I think that would be sick. But yeah, it gives people, well, if that does happen, it gives you a little bit of empathy, right, for players who are in these situations.
Let us know and we'll be nice about it, just to make sure 100%. But that's my point, right? Because it's, you know, it's still relatively early days for MK1. I know it's already been out for like 4 months, but for a fighting game, 4 months is very little in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, if you are on the fence, you're playing a lot of it and you want to compete, there's no time like the present, especially, you know, a pro competition, free to enter, doesn't cost you anything except your time, and you're probably going to spend that time playing MK1 anyway. So give it a go, see what happens. All the best of luck to you. But we are still waiting for some information as to what caused the lobby, it looks like player disconnecting. So as soon as we know, we'll let you know. So thank you very much for being patient. But I've got to say, it's really good to be here for just online pro competition in general. The fact that pro competition has started and we're already seeing so much from, like, you know, even on this Twitch, we've been seeing loads from like Liga Latina. We've been seeing plenty from of course, EU earlier on today. I believe North America is, I want to say next week or the week after.
Couple weeks, yeah.
Yeah, so we're definitely getting through it. So this is definitely the Twitch to be at. If you want to follow MK Pro Competition, which of course is the official league for competitive MK1, this is the Twitch to do. So make sure you're hitting that follow button and keeping underway. But,
hey man, I mean, it's not, we have this going on, but if you are somebody who wants to get into playing in tournaments, great way to do it, getting into the MKPK. There's also just constant stuff going on in the community. There are always things happening to play. Oh, okay. Well, they're just getting it back into it, looks like.
So we have been told that as there was a game-winning combo in progress, I think it was a server disconnect was the ruling. Okay. So the players have agreed mutually to restart the match at round 3. So basically just restarting the round. It is what it is. Sometimes it happens, you know, for online tournaments. It is what it is. You know, sometimes the internet can be a fickle thing, and you got to roll with the punches. And that's what, you know, these decisions are there in place. It's what admins are for, and we can move swiftly on.
All right.
Hope it doesn't happen again.
So it is again match point for Josh. Zensei just trying to hold on to the side of the screen, not for long.
Ooh, when did he get there in time?
That she didn't say punish. Anti-air.
That is how I swear that 6-frame standing one makes all the difference for anti-airs. I'm confident a 7-frame standing one wouldn't have worked in that instance.
Oh man, it's getting wild up close for Josh.
Has to be a break. There it is.
But now no bar, and that means contending against that. Wow.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, contending against, in this mirror match, somebody who has access to projectile, destroying projectile, or that option without your own meter is just pretty tough. So shout outs to Josh for closing it out. He's going to move on 3-1. I am looking forward to seeing more from Sensei. Again.
Absolutely.
That game 1 was not what he wanted. If there had been more time, maybe things could have gone differently. But in the future, I'm sure that, you know, once you get those nerves settled down, I'm expecting a lot of strong stuff because I like a lot of the decisions that we saw.
Yeah, and again, you know, decent wins. Defeated. Just looking through the bracket, it was I'm Still the Daddy originally, and then of course Game 5 against Fabs, and Fabs is one of those players who is rather experienced by now. You know, that streams a lot of the game, plays a lot of it. Shout outs to Fabs. I know he's probably watching right now, being like, "Why have they got to bring that up?" But you know, sorry, it is the way it is.
Storyline, man.
But you know, GG's to Zenzei, and hopefully not the last time we see them in bracket. But of course, you know, huge GG's to Josh TQ, who will be advancing through. Again, a player who was at UFA, I believe got 9th in the end. So I think, especially for offline events, 9th does give you some points. Not an absolute ton, but you know, some in some fashion. So again, just looking to add to that as much as possible. And we'll actually have to face off against Kanamani next. So that's definitely going to be a match to watch. So that does bring us down to our next set of matches. Of course, winners finals, Video Games Yo versus MK Javier, and then Boki Law Corridor, a run back, as they did have to play at UFA, and Kanamani and Josh TQ as well.
Kanimani and Josh TQ actually also played at UFA. Kanimani won 3-0.
Dude, Kanamani is just that steamroller of a player in this part. It's why I was like so happy that we started off with a Game 5 immediately, because you know, I say before that Kanamani is typically a favorite, especially in online tournaments. Like online really does seem to be Kanamani's like real like element, you know, like very successful in things like the Rips arenas and you know, so much more by this point. You know, just if it's an online tournament in this part of the world, then obviously Kanamani is going to be there and doing well for himself. But of course, it's why we're so happy to see Kanamani do well at UFA, because that kind of offline debut is so uncomfortable, I guess you could say, for like, if you're a competitive player and you have no experience playing offline, then suddenly when you're going into your first major, it can be quite daunting, right? So, quite overwhelming. You're playing in front of a crowd, the noise, listening to the other games that are being played at the same time. It can be difficult at times. Yeah, and Kanamani did not have that difficulty at all. Just completely used to it. Had a really good showing from start to finish, and looking to continue that today.
All right, folks in the chat, we're sorting it out, so chill out. Yeah, well, we if nothing else, we are expecting Boki versus Law Corridor coming up. That's where we will be headed, and in that, yeah, I mean, as we were saying, this is a rematch from UFA. 3-2 was the win that Boki had over Law Corridor. Last round, reverse 3-0.
That happened quite a bit in general. I think UFA particularly, just because like it's a hard situation to be in when we're talking reverse Game 5s, because it's like when you're up 2 games in a row, it can be easy to see it and just get really overly comfortable and think, oh, I'm 2-0 up, you know, I've got this now. And then suddenly you lose a game, and then you lose another round, and then you realize I'm 1 round away from this not being in my favor anymore.
And then it's really hard. That's when it gets the mental stack of that is tough. I mean, we've all been there. We've been there on both sides. You know, that's you feel like the biggest genius if you're the one who overcomes it, and man, it sucks if you're the one who loses it.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those things where it's like it's a great feeling for the person that pulled off the reverse sweep, and awful for the person that was like on the receiving end of it. But it is what it is. You know, it's competition. It's the name of the game, and it do be like that sometimes.
It do. Yeah, all right. We're moving on to everybody in chat. Joshua. All right, anyway. We'll get into the match as soon as we have it all set up.
Oh, was there an issue after the lobby reset?
Ah, don't worry. It's all good.
All right, no problem. Moving swiftly on.
Yeah.
So the important thing though is that I'm looking forward to seeing the most, I think, is not the match we're seeing right now. Actually, I was going to go to our winners finals, but that's going to be after. As right now, Boki versus Law Corridor. Now Law Corridor going back to the Johnny. Okay, I know Law played a lot of Johnny Cage early on, but I haven't seen him play anything except Raiden Kano for quite a while now.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the kind of character, when you play as many games as Law Corridor did originally, then obviously there's only so much you can forget, right? For sure. Oh. well, back to us as we were in the session. Yeah, so we'll find out what was going on there, as if it was. I'm not sure if like because that is Lord Corridor and Boki, so that will be the next match. So worst case scenario, left by accident, maybe in the spectator lobby, and we'll just get back into it. But either way, Lord Corridor and Boki, they're two very aggressive players, but they do not play in the same way at all. I feel like Lord Corridor plays more. Again, like he's very aggressive, but I don't think he's necessarily impatient. As well as it's like Boki. I mean, we've talked about Boki a lot. You know, I'm not going to repeat myself too much, but he very much, you know, he has his distinct style of offense, which
he wants to take those turns, man. He wants to get in there. He wants to play his game. And in that match that he had versus Javier, I mean, he did that. He did that a lot. It's just that he didn't get it as much as Javier had his own style. Very interesting battle between those two strategies, like we were talking about. But he definitely had his, and he made it work quite a bit.
Yeah.
3-2 last game, last round, right? I mean, really almost last interaction, last round even.
Well, we were talking about how players, especially if they're like on the receiving end of like a game 5, or it just feels really bad, or some players, they'll kind of get to that point that this kind of like overwhelming nature of like you're either someone's making a comeback on you or you're down 2 games. A player like Boki is just chill, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't really choke, he doesn't tilt, he doesn't get overwhelmed. Like he's just really relaxed all the time, which is so hard to do in the heat of the moment, right? Like if it's really ramping up, keeping your cool like that is really difficult. And so that's always a skill that it's hard to learn. I think some players just are more relaxed than others, but Boki definitely has just that absolute chill.
I mean, for a lot of people, you never don't feel the nerves. You know, you're never like completely 100% cool about it. It's just a question of how you direct the energy that you're feeling. Is that energy that you let like run through you? Oh no, I can't control myself anymore. Or is it energy that you focus? So it's not really a question of like, nah, I'm not nervous, I'm not worried at all. It's like, what do you do with that feeling? And somebody like him, you can definitely get the sense he's in there, like he's in there mentally in a way that's not always easy.
Yeah, and it's so hard to learn too, because it is like you said, that you'll be in those situations where you have to feel it, right?
I mean, yeah, you're a person.
Unavoidable.
You have emotions, right? You're never like it's never gone from you.
Yeah, but that's why you see some players, you know, they'll listen to music while they're playing. They absolutely will not play especially on stream, unless they've got like a bottle of water or something, just to like, you know, have something to sip in between, just to give themselves some downtime to you know, really make sure, as if on cue,
just in case you need to fill downtime.
Yeah, of course, you know, as just in case. Sorry, 1 second. Give me a moment. I'll be right there. Deary me. Still though.
How was it? Yeah? Good water?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Nice, me too.
It's not even water, it's squash. I don't know. Do you have you wouldn't call it that in America. It goes by many names in the UK. It's squash, it's cordial, it's dilute. It's not something that's on the stream, so I won't go into further detail, but it's quite delicious.
It doesn't sound great, I'm gonna be honest.
No, it's like a fruit juice, like real concentrate that you just dilute with water. So you put like a little bit of the fruit juice in, and then like, if you've got like a bottle like this big, it's like this much is juice, and then the rest of it is water, and it's like a, you know,
powerful juice.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's extremely concentrated.
We're working on it, all right, everybody. We're trying to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, we apologize for the downtime, chat. Don't worry, we will get to the bottom of it.
We'll definitely get back into the matches as soon as we can.
Yeah,
all right. We're gonna move on to the next match. Just, you know, get something happening.
Fantastic.
That's how internet games go sometimes, as you know, as everybody knows.
And yeah, it's like we were saying before, you know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, there are just hiccups, you know, and online tournaments are no different. Sometimes the internet can be fickle, and, you know, if the lobby never fell apart, then we wouldn't have had to replay the match or anything at all. So sometimes it happens, and you've got to roll with the punches and go with the flow. So that's what we're doing right now. It's being sorted out. Do not worry. But for the sake of the stream, we are just going to move on to the next match, just for the sake of there being something cool to watch. And so cool it will be.
Yeah, it'll be Kanimani versus Josh. Again, it's a run back from UFA where it was a 3-0 by Kanimani. Kanimani beat almost everybody at UFA, getting second place only to Tekken Master. So, you know,
I believe it was a double elimination, right? I think he only lost to Tekken Master, right?
He did. He only lost to TM. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And that was one of those instances where, again, not to repeat overly too much, but you know, Tekken Master is just one of the best players in the game, period.
Dude, I mean, as strong as Kanimani, well, a bunch of players honestly looked that weekend. TM was just ahead. Like, he was ahead of everybody. You know,
yeah, exactly.
He 3-0'd a bunch. So.
We even saw elements of that a few days ago. Of course, we had, because of course, even though today is EU West and East, we've already started pro competition for things like Liga Latina, the Middle East portion, as well as Oceania and things like that. And lo and behold, there's been one stream for the Middle East part of Intercontinental Combat. Tekken Master won with flying colors. So definitely is just one of those players who is consistently to be relied on for the entire duration of pretty much as long as he wants to play. Pretty much he's going to be a competitive threat, and that seems to be the case in this game already right out the door. He's definitely one of those players who I thoroughly expect to see at Final Combat. Like, I would be gobsmacked if he didn't qualify.
Yeah. Well, right now he's actually he's number 1 in points. So
I mean, 1 online win and UFA. Yeah, I mean, that's probably done it, right? I mean, I'm not going to do the math on the fly because math ain't my strong suit. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I would be surprised if he wasn't already qualified with that by itself.
Oh, fully qualified? Very possible, man. Very possible. But in this instance, yeah, Kanimani, he just has. I was not surprised to see him number 1 seed overall. I just think that he's really, really. Oh, we're gonna go back to Boki and Lock Order.
Okay, well, I mean, as long as that's a match, I don't mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And it is a match I'm happy to watch. Okay, just to give a quick update as well, as I know it's been it's something that people are looking to get confirmation on. Unfortunately, the nameplates were swapped, so we do apologize for that. Zenze won the round on stream. Their final match was played off stream, and it has been verified independently with the players that Josh did indeed win Game 5. So we apologize for the hiccup, everyone. Thank you so much for being patient. We'll do our best to make sure it doesn't happen again. But of course, now that does mean that Josh has moved on and won Game 5 off stream. So again, sorry chat, we'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Thank you very much for your patience. And now it's time to move on to Boki and Law Corridor.
Again, it's a rematch from UFA, where
we will be saying that a lot today.
Yeah, well, sure, right. Yeah, a lot of strong players here who were there as well.
But it was a sizable tournament as well, and especially for like the online pro comps that we've seen so far. Like, decent amount of entrants for both, you know, this online cup and UFA. So the fact that these players have been consistent in both of them is really impressive. Especially with the level of competition. Yeah, indeed. That's like Lau's thing. 1 billion punches. And did enough to kill, too.
For sure.
Boki taking that round number 1.
And remember, when they played at UFA, they both effectively had, like, 3-0s or almost 3-0s on each other, both within the same set. It was kind of back and forth in that way. So if one of them jumps out to a lead here, don't take that as gospel. It still could turn around.
Absolutely.
He's out of there. Oh, well, not quite there on the Lancey's punishment. That was close.
I've not heard that term in a while. Oh,
got him.
I love that little micro dash into the block just to try and like still be covered.
Speaking of micro, the duck was there from Boki.
All the resources it looked like.
He's coming. Up close. Again, patience by Lock Corridor. Can he take his turn? Even there. Boki's ready. Oh, pick it up. Oh boy, I really think he could have gotten at least Shadow Kick. Get there! Oh,
full punish. Okay, actually, I was going to say, does this kill? Because the 950, I'm almost certain it will.
Ah, yeah.
Actually, it wasn't standing 4 into Fatal Blow. I think if this was standing 4, maybe it would.
I mean, it'll be close. Oh, it's not actually going to be that close? No, okay, he's got to do a
that scaled way more than I'm used to seeing. Oh! Never mind, as Boki manages to seal it anyway. My goodness. Oh, definitely a decent game, number 1 for Boki. I'm still surprised that scaled. What was it? It was, oh, because it was a parry, right? Yeah, the parry scales more now, of course. Yeah, of course. Forgot about the parry scaling.
Brief jump scare on the internet that he could get rid of the parry scaling. Turned out not to have been true.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure that was a thing in, was it Injustice 1? Green Arrow had something similar where he would like, he would like freeze you and then whiff a button and then do his super and it would like, I can't remember the exact, but it would be unscaled or something not relevant to this show, but it was similar.
Or something, right? Yeah,
it was something like that. It's been a long time though, so I can't remember exactly. Either way though, The future is now, and it is Boki Law Corridor. Game number 1 to Boki. If Boki wins like this set and gets really far, I actually think he will be putting himself in a really decent spot for qualification points. Because he had a decent showing at UFA, but not enough to, like, you know, not enough to get like in a spot where, you know, you're like right sitting pretty. Like, you definitely have to compete some more, but a few more results like this. And look at this offense, that corner, relentless.
He's not gonna have Goro for a while, but Goro's already done his job. Lock Corridor again, as we've often seen, gets out of there to set up the low hat. I like the idea of that, but he just hasn't really built enough off it, like the traps that he's been trying to do. Boki has ducked or backdashed or just blocked and been fine.
Fight.
Goro almost fully back already. And again, Boki has not actually been the most consistent at jailing into the Goro, but no one seems to want to try doing anything about it. Because like, he's whiffing Goro off of buttons that are safe anyway, so, I mean, it's not like you can punish.
Right.
So it's actually not been too much of an issue. And another uplock. Boki has been tremendously consistent. And we have to remember, when Law Corridor fought against Rothor, he got a tremendous amount of mileage from jump-ins that were just connecting on him. And Boki is not letting that happen. Uplocks his entire so far have just been immaculate. And again, another catch. And Boki gonna get the game on the back of it too. This for combo or for brutality? This for combo. Let's go, Boki. 2-0. Looking good so far. My goodness. You know, considering we've had so many close matches and near enough everything's gone down to game 5, I'm kind of surprised this one is 2-0 already.
All right, Buster, let's go. Again, this was a reverse 3-0 that they played at UFA. Now, it was the other side. It was Lock Corridor who was up 2-0, and Boki's the one who won 3 straight after that. But still, that meant that Lock Corridor had like 2.5 games won in a row against Boki. So, I mean, this is very still possible here.
It is not over until it is over.
Yeah, and like as commentators, you know, we always want to say that. We always want to be like, don't turn off your stream. Anything could happen. You never know. Ugh. But in this case, like, really, like,
the good news is on paper, you're actually correct. It's like, unless the final hit has actually been administered, it technically isn't over. Yeah. But Law Corridor, now if we're talking like one of the most common facilitators of reverse sweeps, it is a character change. You know, normally it's, okay, maybe I just wasn't playing the right fighter. And now Law Corridor, not only is he changed, he's changed to what I would definitely say is his most up-to-date experienced main in the Raiden Kano. It is definitely a matchup that Boki will be familiar with. However, you know, Law Corridor, decent player, has been putting a lot of time into this, you know, into this team, has some strong results. Definitely not one to ever rule out, especially in this kind of circumstance.
Ooh, no Kano, that was a very interesting movement. There's Kano finally.
But Law Corridor has been greedy with the Kano calls a lot of today, right? It's like we were saying before, the kind of, normally most Raidens will do teleport into, or, you know, electrify into instant Kano. Law Corridor's been doing him late, knowing that people are expecting the Kano, so he gets more mileage out of the back. Oh my goodness, never mind.
No, hold on a sec.
Hang on. Okay, Ashi is spending the Fatal Blow. Now, this Fatal Blow is not going to kill. It's going to give Boki Goro back, but good damage. Next,
it also means
this is tough, though. Yeah, this is tough, though, because Boki's now got the Breaker as well as Goro. This is going to be a... Never mind.
Who needs Breaker if it's just Chip? Underneath!
Oh my
Let's go, Lock Corridor.
You know what, I love that decision as well, because that was like immediate, just meaty stealth, like immediately after the Fatal Blow. So that was one of those cases where Law Corridor, the second he did that Fatal Blow, he knew what he was going to be doing when it was over.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, he dropped the optimal. At least a good damage, but it is tricky.
So taking his turn back. He's in there now. Kano ready to go as well. Lock Corridor has been very insistent about escaping situations. Here we go. 2 Kanos ready to go. Here's one.
There's one thing about watching Law Corridor. He very much does not like being forced to like hold his opponent's offense. And I think he plays good characters for like slipping out of that. We saw, I mean, how many parries in the, you know, I know Law Corridor unfortunately lost the games, but how many parries in the last 2 matches?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Now, though, technically match point for Boki. As we've been saying, their track record, this could go either way.
Yeah, man. The boy spins, yes. Right back. Oh, he actually whiffed. Hold on. Great block. Great blocks. And more. That was sick defense. backed off
overhead
to
lows
actually make it
back to
count.
Ooh, good block on the overhead. That actually looked like a reaction to me. Oh, hang on. That doesn't kill, right? But it gets low. Oh, hello.
Does it kill? Does it kill?
What?
Into chip? That's what he wants. Oh. You got over it? How did you get over it? Okay. Whew.
That was so close to being the clutchest thing ever.
I know. Oh, man.
That was a sick combo, though. I've never seen that.
The bubble of that storm cell is like gigantic, and it vacuums it in. You in, too. So I am surprised that Boki got over it, but...
I mean, it is a dome.
I know.
It is hard to get over, so definitely was surprised to see that. My goodness. I still that combo from Law, what was it? It was like forward 3-4 into knives, and then knives to pick up the second launcher. I've never seen that. That was sick. Alright, now you may have been correct after all. This may be going back the other way.
We'll see. But you're right, dude. Like, when somebody's down 0-2 and then they switch characters, I mean, you know, maybe they get washed. Maybe they go to a character that are like, I just can't do it. I'm going to try something else. Okay, but in this case, since this is Lockwater going to the character that he has more commonly been using, I feel like this is him, you know, getting strength back. Other side of the screen to let Kano refresh.
He's definitely the kind of player as well who will like hype himself. So if he's like down 2 games and then he gets one, you know he's there like to himself being like, yes, let's go. And then that's like momentum going up to then finishing things off. But will he get the chance to?
Oh, again! Second or third time.
And they're both doing it too. This is like super up block. But then I do see the next layer.
That's some defense right there. Oh yeah, into offense immediately. That's the kind of stuff you need.
Scary thing though is they're 2 characters with very good standing button anti-air. So if you start empty jumping to beat the up block and you get anti-air, you are not going to be enjoying the experience.
Before the forward 4 confirmed, nothing came there. He got through it! No wake up for you! Lock Corridor still in this thing.
Damn, that was actually the EX spin as well. Rare footage of seeing that attempted. Yeah, unfortunately, armor broken immediately for Boki. I wonder why Law Corridor wasn't playing Raiden Kano from the get-go, you know? Right. I wonder if, again, they're 2 players that play a lot of online, so, like, do they just play online a lot and perhaps Law Corridor has a better record with a Johnny, maybe? Like, I wonder what it is.
Good question.
This is definitely looking, like, better for Law, 100%, but perhaps.
Patience by Boki. Backing off a little bit. There's a Kano to think about on the approach. And it's grounded approach. Okay, finally through this guy. Stealing turns. What are you up to? Oh man, what a teleport.
This is
got him.
Aggressive. Oh my goodness, he found it. And Boki match point again. I feel like that was all Law Corridor until it wasn't.
Well, it was him putting himself up close as well.
Yeah. Oh no, not quite in time to combo from the knives.
Got him.
There it is.
Yep, makes it count as usual. 300 just like that.
Broadspot finds the gap as well. Is there ever a way of doing Storm Cell into the Kano pool where there isn't a gap, I wonder? Because that didn't look like Law held the ball at all, and it's still
to make it plus. I don't think so. I think if you're going to try to make a plus, no. But he can also throw knives and blow up the EX, blow up the armor.
True. Question is,
we'll see if it comes to that. I don't know if it's going to get a chance to. No. And guess what? It was real. I wasn't just blathering as the commentator. Oh, you never know. It's big. Don't totally win. No, this is exactly what happened the last time that they played at UFA. It was the other direction.
But you know, ever since they played that set, you know Law has been wanting the run back. Yeah, I mean, he's like wanted to because I remember when he came off the stage after playing at UFA, because I believe it was a stream match if memory serves. He was disappointed.
Yeah, it was.
You know, he was definitely like not happy with how the match went, and yeah, UFA wasn't a huge amount of time ago. So to get the run back here in Pro Comp Online, and now obviously you said be on the other side of things, it's potentially quite the turnaround. Question is, will it happen? Because this is also the worst time to lose a reverse 3-0s. Then losing the 3-2 in the end. Will we see it?
Very interesting opening, unusual opening by Lockwater. It was amplified Babale even, it wasn't just regular.
Oh, this is a Lao round from Boki.
Gonna be tough to recover from Lock Corridor. If he gets the chance, he's getting smothered.
Oh my goodness, that was all Boki. I think near enough almost the only damage he took was chip, and that's match point again.
Oh, to the rescue. Patience by Lock Corridor. Trying to back off to reset the situation a little bit, get his turn back a little bit. Oh my god, it's not complicated mix-ups, but these are really adding up.
But it's so much scarier when I know Goro's like on cool, like off cooldown, but it's so much scarier when Goro is there. Oh
no,
my
the
goodness!
50-50s to the death, actually to the death. Oh my god! What a round by Boki. So he makes it not happen. He wins again 3-2. Both times that they've played, one was a reverse 3-0 that he did, and he prevents Lock Corridor from getting the same for his own 3-2 yet again.
That is an unfortunate round to be on the receiving end of, though, right? Because what was that? It was obviously armor. That's the big one as well. But every time Lau does that mid, there is an unseeable overhead or low mix. Yeah, they're both safe on block. They are not huge reward unless you've got Goro, in which the low version can launch. But for most of that round, I felt like Goro wasn't there. It was just knockdown into meaty, into knockdown into meaty, into knockdown, and then it's just every one you get hit by, just increasingly more and more, you do not want to have to get hit by the next. And the more it happens, the more it adds up, and before you know it, it's happened 6 times in a row and you've guessed wrong every time. But Boki, I mean, credit where it's due, he recognized it was working, and they're all safe on block, so why not, right? Like, why not keep going for it until it stops? And quite the way to definitely not the way that Lock Corridor would have wanted to lose that, if at all, obviously, but a good result for Boki, 100%, as he moves on to top 4. Boki, top 4, looking good. Oh dear,
man,
here it is.
Taking a look back at this, yeah, this was relentless up-close pressure, the mix-ups, the 50-50s, and then why not in that instance go back for your own armor? I love it. You played great. 3-2. As you said, he's in the top 4. Now we got to find out who he plays against. It'll be either Kanimani or Josh TQ.
Indeed. Now Kanimani, Josh TQ in, once again, gonna say it again, another UFA run back. But you know, that's going to happen when you get to the highest level of competition, right? These are players who they were at UFA for a reason, because they are of that level and their results showed for it. And then they go online and wouldn't you know it, they do the same thing again. So I imagine this is probably going to be the case, because obviously, you know, this week there are some noticeable names from this region of the world that were missing, you know, that didn't take part or couldn't, or, you know, weren't able to, or didn't know about it, like whatever the result may be. But with that being said, I would be very surprised if we didn't see most of these names back next month. You know, if they are able to be as consistent again. And these are all names that I'm talking about, right? Kanimani, Josh TQ, VGY, MK Javier, the list goes on. But for now, Kanimani versus Josh TQ. Kanimani, once again, most likely going to be playing the Raiden Kano, as that is, as we have said many times, easily the most common team in the game right now competitively is Raiden Kano. You know, it's in the first patch, ECT, Raiden Cyrax was everywhere. UFA and the other pro competition online events, like Raiden Kano is all over the place. You know, it's Raiden obviously is quite a common character in general because it's Raiden, he's cool, Mortal Kombat fans like Raiden, but competitively speaking, it's just, he's so powerful, he's so good in this game, and Kano is just, you know, it's an example of his game plan being strong and Kano just massively adding to it. You know, the ways in the chip damage, the meter he builds, the safety, the control of movement, like all of it in droves. And when you put a character like that in the hands of Kanimani, you're going to have a scary situation.
I personally was effectively a Kano main in this game for the first, 2 months of it. That is to say, my point character, I kept switching. Always with knives, always with the ball. I just feel it's super strong, and I'm happy to see that it has become so popular because I think it's super good. It just allows for a lot of stuff. It's not just about the obvious storm cell and the ball, or sort of easy stuff, but it also allows for much different approaches. It allows for really different timings. It allows everybody to get different screen control than they otherwise would. It allows for grab mix-ups that are different. It allows for safety that's different. And it lets you play so differently. That's why I was switching all around to all these different characters, and I felt like I needed knives because I didn't know how to play without the ambush that this character allows you. So strong.
Oh, I feel like you specifically have such a rich history in 2D fighting games that the act of being able to throw a multi-hitting projectile that you can move behind, it's pretty strong. You know, it's that even on paper, that's kind of really, really good. And there's a reason that, you know, Kano was, especially in like the beta days, seemed to be like probably the best cameo in the game.
Right.
The only real change he had was he obviously gives you 50 less HP than he used to, and that people are still playing him. You know, his eye laser is arguably, I would say, the worst move in the game, but it doesn't matter because knives are so good, and the ball, everything that you would want knives to do, or just have the option for, ball basically does. Right? You've got the both ambushes, the single hitting mid that you can hold to alter its timing to be plus or make something safe, and then you've got the double hitting, just horizontal coverage of knives, where again, multiple hitting, so it can armor break by itself. Combos, everything you just listed. It is strong. It is very powerful, but I don't think it's something that every single character in the game at all times will want above what other cameos are giving them. And that's probably where the game is kind of fleshing out right now, that we know what cameos to expect when we see a character these days. And if we see something kind of against the ordinary, it's noticeable, right? Like we saw the Johnny with Darius earlier on. We're like, oh, Darius. Johnny we'd seen a million times, but obviously here, Raiden Kano, Liu Kang Lao, definitely two teams that we're expected to see.
Yeah.
Both wearing the gold.
Pretty snazzy. Oh, didn't believe in the rest. Here's a big neutral jump. Interesting timing to bring out neutral jump.
That's not the first time. We actually saw quite a lot of that in EU East earlier, because we saw quite a bit of Raiden there too. It's basically just, if you're at range that Raiden's forward 4 is a real threat, neutral jump will just let you whiff punish it clean. Yeah, you have to be careful though, because if he doesn't, obviously you're just jumping in front of Raiden and you're probably not going to enjoy the landing. But we have some... Ooh, wow. I don't think Kanamani was expecting that to... Yeah, he could have done, but I don't think he was expecting the second hit by itself to connect. Oh, just enough.
Yeah, it is really nice that Knives does actual hit stun. Like in the context of MK, you know, a sort of neutral projectile option that actually starts combos instead of just giving you frame advantage is really, really good.
Yeah, it's cool. It's one of those moves where, as long as it like is used in a state you're not already comboing, it will, you know, you can combo from it. But if you use it after something already on hits, you can't do like string into knives into string. Yeah, but I think it's a really good way of balancing it. Yeah, because there are other cameo moves that do exactly that.
You can already do that.
You have to choose them if you want them.
Kanamani where he wants to be. He's got the corner. The box is out of the way.
Yeah, this was a much better round for Josh, but quite quickly, Kanamani found an opening. I like that choice of sweep, because that's a decent... Oh, pushback! Big whiff punish from Josh! Actually, I will say good whiff punish from Josh, but surprising whiff from Kanamani. A bit eager, I think.
You see him put himself in those situations. Knives are here. Yeah.
But such a blatant whiff as well. I think maybe he was just getting a little bit too comfortable. Nice challenge.
Underneath, it's Josh. Well, he didn't take too much out of the turn. Here we go. Escape failed. Out of the corner is the direction. Funky little staggers. Ah, he thought it was his turn.
And such a dangerous move to get hit by a roar as well, because of what it leads to. Quarter life just like that. Good flawless block though.
To the other side.
Nice chase
Knives actually. Oh no, there's no Kano.
I think Kanamani maybe just trying to buy some time then. Just trying to wait out the clock to get Kano back, but...
Some characters do have trouble punishing air bobble like that, but I wouldn't think that that Liu is one of them.
Well, there's a Kano, but that's... Kanamani is using Kano as soon as he gets him, but he's gone for a while. That's going to be a big hit.
Hey.
Oh, I thought he was waiting for it the whole time. Does he build a break in time? I don't think so.
Question.
Oh, just enough. Okay, game number 1 on the board. So already, Josh being up in games, that's already an improvement over what happened at UFA, where it was a 3-0 for Kanamani. So Josh TQ showing a different side today. Looking good. I really like how Josh has ended up on the Liu Kang Lao, though, because I feel like for any of us that have watched Josh play over the last few years, this is such a good character for him. You know, because in MK11, I know he was like as much of an Aaron Black loyalist as he could be, because he just loves the character. But the way he was playing Aaron Black, you could tell it was like screaming out for him to try someone who was like, you know, competitively speaking, maybe a little bit stronger. Because Aaron Black, you know, not terrible by any means in MK11 competitively, but, you know, not the most meta pick in the game. But Liu Kang in this, oh, He is in a really good spot, and is definitely a very Josh character.
I can see that.
Ticks a lot of those boxes.
Up close. Oh, got him on the hit confirm.
That was just a straight up hit, no counter hit or anything.
I wonder what Kanimani was doing. Maybe that. This time it worked out. Back to the well on it. He's got pressure. No, he's patient actually. Oh, he's really mixing it up, man.
Okay. It's those kind of sweep distance backdashes that at any point could just be forward 4 or
right, yeah.
Advancing mid. Oh, wait, no, he didn't get caught full on. Flawless block. That's been such a game changer in this entire tournament, is when people are consistently flawless blocking Raiden versus when they don't.
Yeah, and again, he flawless blocked there on Kano, if nothing else. So getting rid of some of the chip. Uh-oh. Tried to take a turn. Instead, it was Kanimani who was insistent about keeping his own.
That is definitely an element that we're seeing so successful in these online tournaments. It's just any of the characters that can do like poke into special move as like a counter poke. Like obviously we've been seeing a lot of Baraka Striker for similar reasons. Raiden doing it as well, obviously. Oh, massive again, huge neutral jump. Oh,
into the corner as well.
Oh, that was juicy. I like that.
Backs off. That's what I was talking. Yeah, okay, interesting that that does work. That's cool. However, right back into it. Kanimani up close. He's trying to be real tricky about it. When you have the opponent flawless blocking these strings as much as Josh is, you really got to mix up the timings, the placements of the Storm Cell. It feels like it's easy to just do button Storm Cell. It kind of is, but it also, if your opponent is aware and good on when to press the block button, it's just not as effective.
Well, because when people are labbing how to flawless block, they will go, right, okay, most Raidens do it here,
right.
So I will learn it
4,
here.
3, into, yeah, like that kind of, like the easy stuff, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got to mix it up.
Oh, Liu Kang, one of the only fireballs in the game that will recover in time to not get punished by that. Still, though, good for Kanimani. Lots of meter. No Kano, though. Oh, that disconnected?
That was sick.
That was
on
max
like
range.
the edge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so far. And I think that was just Josh trying to put out a low hat.
But I think so.
All right. Kanimani fighting back well. Again, making some of the changes that we were talking about in terms of not just being up close button into Storm Cell, but kind of backing off, going back in for a 4-4-3 or whatever the string, you know, trying different timings, down 1 into Storm Cell. Like all these little different timings and placements will really add up.
Especially against someone like Josh, you know, who again is, if he's fighting against characters that are this common, because I know Liu Kang is also very common right now at a high level, but you know, when you have players who, I feel that there are players out there who have a tendency to pick something like Raiden and then just look to autopilot, so you'll get nice and comfortable with that style of Raiden, but when you're playing at like the highest level of Raiden, like Kanimani, yeah, you've got to be absolutely aware for those adjustments on the fly. And the big one in here is just spacing. That is the main thing that Kanimani is just doing better at the moment. But it's still close. It's not like it's far and away, right? Just worked it out.
Little delay on the overhead there.
Another flawless block again every time. Oh, but a counter hit. Yep. It's going to add up damage.
And the corner carry, by the way, excellent on that kind of stuff. Up close yet again. Again, it's flawless block.
Oh, but there it is, the counter.
That's the weird stuff, right? Again, like that, he knows that he needs to mix up the timings and placements. He is doing it really successfully.
Oh, I like that. I really, really like that throw. At a range that Josh could tell it was not a great distance to jump, but wasn't anti-edge, so just for safety, you'll look to block. Kanimani, one step ahead, looking for it. Ooh, that was a counter hit.
No Kano to call. Okay, got it though.
It's the counter poke EX Storm Cells that are adding up more than anything else here.
But as Josh, you don't want to let your turns go away. Like, I understand why he's still pressing buttons in these situations. You got to take your turn at some point. The question is just what's the moment? Yeah, again, he tried it there. Just getting the read on what the right moment is so tough against Kanimani's mix-ups at the moment.
Okay, this time. Okay, gets a sweep at least. Okay, good back throw. Does have 2 Laos ready. This isn't gonna do tons of damage, but relieve some of the pressure. Okay, another one. Not too bad. Okay, now we're actually in Fatal Blow territory.
Now Kanimani cannot get touched. He knows.
Oh! Okay, has already built back a 3rd teleport. Now, will it kill on this? Okay, this looks optimal. That actually looks like an optimal route from Josh. He like waited and then did 3-3-3. Oh, I don't know. I think it might just... Oh, I don't know.
Oh, this
maybe.
It's on the last blast again. I don't think it's enough. It's not.
Oh, but that will. I actually think Kanamani was jumping on wake up. He was just off the floor. Huh. Okay, there it is. That's trade.
Trading life. Yep. Huge range on that. Josh takes advantage.
Oh my god, that catch! That conversion was insane.
There's no meter. There's no Kano. Now it's... Oh!
Wow. That was a massive jump in that Kanamani did not expect to connect.
No, but I like that he changed so different to such a different forward-moving playstyle when he didn't have the access to meter or Kano that allowed the sort of normal approach. In. Ooh. Kanimani mixing it up as always.
Oh
Here's
my
what Josh
goodness.
Wants. The timing was immaculate.
Oh, he walked him down again. The Liu Kang walk down. We've seen that so much today, and that is maybe the best example. Oh, Josh DQ going up 2 games now. I think this is probably going to be another game 5. I think maybe this is just the stream of game 5s. Yep.
They literally all have been so far.
My goodness.
That forward walking movement is such a threat. Like, as the defender, you know, if you're just watching, you're like, he's walking. You could press any button and stop him from walking. But it is such a threat as the defender, knowing that your opponent has the confidence to play that kind of style, to walk at you in that way, opening themselves up to any hit, but being so sure that you're going to hang out and being right about it is tough to contend with.
But that's what's scary, because, like, yeah, in theory, you see him walking, and it's like, why are you letting them walk you down? Why don't you just press something? Because then the second you press something, they don't walk you down.
That's it, man.
They press, and it's Liu Kang's forward 4, which he's going to confirm into a gajillion damage. Oh, okay, that actually didn't connect as a true reversal, I think. Slight moment of hesitation. The chase down! Have to remember, this is losers as well. So
yeah, it's true, man. Kanimani, #1 seed going into this, has had some of the best results in the region, but at risk of being eliminated.
But we were saying before how someone like, obviously, Tekken Master, who won UFA and won the first Middle East tournament online for Procom, is pretty much like secured for the finals, almost certainly, right? Kanamani, even though he got second, I don't think is in the same boat. I think Kanamani definitely still needs some results to like really, you know, secure a spot in Procom. So losing at this point is definitely not what he wants. On the flip side, Josh had that 9th before. As much as he can get, the better.
Big knockdown on that. More chip. Oh, the in and out around that was gorgeous.
Josh, he's been so good at that, just slight shimmy back and forth, and that's going to be enough. That's match point.
Wow.
Josh is playing immaculately right now. Kanamani needs to make something happen. Well, this is where his dreams, for now, in the online Pro Comp week 1, will be over.
Down 2 was not in range. Kanimani now with a lot of resources, yes. Time to make it happen.
They're just getting so much mileage out of max range pokes. Like, both of them. So they've got to be so careful, because like Raiden's forward 4, Liu Kang's back 2, like they have such strong whiff punish buttons for pokes. Okay, taking the advantage. Okay, this time
there.
Huge!
Let's go. Kanimani had to spend all that bar. No punish there, but it's another opportunity.
Oh, optimal route?
I think that was pretty. Oh my god. Oh my god. 430? A grab away. Kanimani between that and getting eliminated.
Josh, he will not bite. He will not bite to these counter poke storm cells anymore. Uh-oh.
Setting it up. Kanimani, his strategy. Okay, but it falls right away.
Oh, he interrupted. Josh found a gap with standing 1, but it's not over. You see the patience. Never mind. Josh TQ with a huge result over Kanamani and the loser's side here. My goodness. And the black hole fatality. My goodness, this one, I would say it's one of the best, but it's not Gearus' second one. Gearus has the best fatality in the game. That kind of infinite loop. But my goodness, what a result for Josh TQ. 3-1 over Kanamani here. That is a giant result for Josh TQ. My goodness.
Again, when they played at UFA, it was 3-0 the other way for Kanamani. But yeah, this was gigantic. His flawless blocking, immaculate. It was so important. It really made Kanamani have to change up his timings. Where even he was starting off into Storm Cell. And, this team, it's a great team, Raiden Kano. It doesn't do as much damage on like an individual combo as maybe some other builds might. Your play is more for getting in, getting chip damage, that kind of stuff. And yet, the way that Josh was playing, I'm not going to say neutralized it, but certainly made that strategy less effective than otherwise. His chasing with Dragon Kick was huge. If there was a Bobble over his head, his flawless blocking was gigantic. His in and out of Raiden buttons was huge. Just excellent, excellent play by Josh TQ.
Just played the matchup immaculately, right? It's that you really just hit the nail on the head in terms of Raiden's conventional damage is lower, but his damage is made up for by the sheer quantity of chip he does. But if your opponent is that good at flawless blocking, suddenly the chip is less a problem. But also as well, to point out, VGY and now Josh over Kanamani, that's a good result for the brothers.
Oh, man.
Let's go, brothers in Mortal Kombat. We had K-Top and H-Dope before, of course. You've got Scorpion Prox and Nicholas like tearing it up in Liga Latina.
Yeah.
It's a good result for siblings in Mortal Kombat.
I like the idea that Darth Arma and Ketchup were talking about in the last broadcast of having like a brothers invitational. That would be
a twin invitational.
Yeah, that would be so sick. That would be so sick. Anyway, there you go. That's a look at the bracket.
It's practically a 2v2 game, so I'm not going to say it wouldn't be appropriate, but
there you go.
Free ideas. There you go.
All right. Well, we're going to take a short break. We're going to have winners finals coming up after this. We're going to get the rest of our top 4. Stick around for that. We're going to have some fantastic players ready for you up here who have made the top 8. As you would expect, we have some of the very best players in the world.
Over the chip, and he missed it down 3. Superman it! The regular ready for breakers. Back in the net and put him on the ground. Oh my God.
Welcome to Pro Competition, the pinnacle of Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay. A role paved with challengers and conquerors, a test of might as players fight towards a spot at Final Combat. Players from around the globe are looking to show off their skills to those watching. However, if you talk to competitors at events, there's something more to Pro Competition beyond the search for a champion.
It's my first time seeing a lot of people because I used to play them online, used to talk to them all the time in the chat, Twitch chat. So really with the Pro Comp Tour, it's the community aspect of bringing everyone that we never got a chance to really see in person and really build that relationship from that point on.
It feels good, man. After COVID, everything shut down and everything pretty much stopped. So, it feels good to be back out here in this environment and everybody getting back together and, and enjoying the new era that is Mortal Kombat 1.
Pro Competition is more than just the gameplay. It's the sense of community. And for players who've been waiting for its return, it's equally about sharing a passion for Mortal Kombat through competition.
A lot of guys live for this, including myself. I competed for over 10 years, did it for the love of it, and a lot of people love this.
You get to build that relationship, talk about tech, exchange ideas. And really, you just get that vibe of being with somebody who actually likes the game as much as you do.
For players who've only experienced competition through the online battles in Kombat League, the one thing players want you to know is that they're always welcoming new combatants.
I can't find him nowhere, but you might know number 1. It's Ninja Killer. I want to fight him. I got to.
Get to see Rewind. I have him in my pool, so I get to go up to him and be like, hey, please let me hit you. Please let me hit you. I'm just I'm just trying.
The beauty in competition is truthfully the fellowship from the players. There's just no better feeling than sitting next to people you made friends with through Mortal Kombat. Because these memories last a lifetime.
What people are missing whenever they're sitting at home playing online is they're missing the energy levels whenever they come to an offline event. Such as ECT right now, the energy levels, the intensity, it's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime type of feeling.
This is my first time being here. I was supposed to go to the last one, but I wasn't able to make it to that one. So being here, this is another experience right here. I love all of this. I'm not gonna lie.
I came in towards the tail end of the last Pro Tour, so being at the actual Pro Tour is really exciting because I don't know, I love the offline feel. It's an amazing feeling.
Definitely come to the events. Live events, online is great, but offline is where it's really at. So you get to see the people playing next to somebody, you can't recreate that online. always come to the events.
With these memories, the tales can be told. From the dominance that Sonic Fox and their skills have shown, to Ninja Killer taking his talents as an online warrior to being the biggest threat sitting beside you. The new era will be promising.
Needs to win his blocking lightning cage. Cyrax spin to win. Flawless block forward dash. And Sonic with rain is your first pro competition champion.
This is Pro Competition.
Put your demons at my command, and we'll talk. Do you think my hand that weak, Bihan? Fight.
Anyone who draws power from the Netherrealm
Is destined to be a god among men.
I had hoped our alliance would be more deadly.
All in good time, Shang Tsung. Finish him. Kusima attack! Fatality. Quan Chu wins. Flawless victory. You wish to fight me?
Not fight. Beat senseless.
It is unclear how Shinnok discerned the importance of Draman's mask and the other relics. Several of the relics are in Shao Kahn's possession. We must divide our forces, recover the relics as quickly as possible.
How does it know me? Because part of you is trapped within, Scorpion.
Fight!
Get over here!
Get some!
You die! For the Shaolin!
Die like a warrior! Finish him!
Fatality.
For the Lin Kuei!
Hello everyone and welcome back. My name is Mustard, joined on commentary by none other than Ultra David, and we are ready for the second half of today's EU West Pro Competition online action in the Intercontinental Combat, which is the online part of Pro Competition. We're all playing for leaderboard points, cash, money, bragging rights, all the usual, and we are getting down to the end game times. We have a winners finals ready to go between Video Games Yo and MK Javier, which means that in a Pro Competition event we have Shao Kahn, or General Shao, I'm sorry, versus Scorpion. This is gonna be really fun.
Just as everybody predicted, right?
Of course.
Shao
What else would it possibly be?
With Lu and Kung Lao in loser's side. Now in everybody who makes the top 8 gets the money, which is awesome. In this top 4, minimum is 175, then it's 275, then it's 550, then winner gets $1,150. So pretty nice. And in addition, as you mentioned, they get a bunch of points, which is relevant for qualifying for the regional final and also for the global leaderboard. So being top 4, pretty good spot. Now, as you can see, man, we have had a lot of close ones today. How about that Kanimani is actually the only person to have lost without getting 2 on the board? That's not really
I would not have predicted it. I mean, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have predicted Kanimani dropping before anything earlier than like losers finals, if that. You know, like he's definitely one of those players to watch. But as is the case, you know what I mean? We have a lot of talented players on this side of the world in Mortal Kombat, and we are seeing that today. But again, a really good point to hammer in. If we're talking like point leaderboards, like all 4 players in our top 4 are in a position that they would want to care about that. You know, all 4 of them had points going into this event already due to UFA, so the more they can get, the better, especially for Video Games Yo, who is the only player to have a top 8 in both offline Pro Competition events, but he didn't get to like the later portion of either top 8, so his points, whilst he has a respectable chunk, not as much as he would want. However, if he was to get a grand final minimum second placing today, that is going to help offset that by a significant amount. But first, he's got to get through a bit of a people's champion, MK Javier, and that's Scorpion.
We got a bunch of merch that you can check out at wbshop.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, we got hats, we got posters as well. Check it out. There's a lot of stuff going on over there. Lots of cool designs. Check them out. Lots of different options on wbshop.com. I hope as well that you all are following the stream, NetherRealm, looking at Mortal Kombat on both TikTok and YouTube. Keep your eye on all the stuff, both so you can get your hands on cool new merch and also so that you can keep up with the Pro Competition throughout the rest of its run.
All I'm going to say is, chat, it's cold, get a hoodie, wbshop.com. Do be that time of year and have a look at whatever else is on there that you might want. But I'm excited for the rest of this top 8. You know, it's been a really good event so far. We were saying in the intro, we were assuming it would be. As the event has panned out, it's just been game 5 after game 5. You know, we are going the distance. And I think these players are really kind of proving as to why they're here. And again, we've said it before, I'll say it again. A lot of these players, they were in top 8 of UFA, or they were in like the top 16, top 32, you know, whatever it was. These are players who have already been competing in EU. Some of them making their offline debut as you know, as recent as a few months ago. Some of them have been around for quite a while. I think of all the players who are left in the tournament, the player I've seen the most probably Boki, because I remember him, like I remember seeing him all the way back like year 1 of MKX, so like 2015, so 8+ years, which to me doesn't feel like all that long ago, but in the grand scheme of things, may as well be an eternity, right? And still playing, you know, still going strong, still playing that Kung Lao. We'll be seeing him a little bit later on against Josh TQ. But for now, it is going to be Video Games Yo from the UK, MK Javier versus Spain. Versus Spain? Hang on, what am I talking about? England, Spain, General Shao, Scorpion.
Canary Islands even. Man's pretty far south
why
down
not?
there.
Yeah, sorry. I had a thought, but it disappeared before it came out. So, you know, let's just forget about that.
It's all good.
But either way, it's going to be fun.
They actually did play not too long ago at the Titans Clash online event, that big invitational event that was put on by Team Panther. A lot of money in that. Video Games Yo actually beat Javier 3-0 in that tournament.
They are
Not too
two
long
players. Yeah, they are 2 players with a significant amount of online experience between them too. But I feel like, again, Javier, like a lot of Javier's time is spent like playing in the online space, which again, as of UFA, definitely changed that, but you still see him online more than anywhere else. I feel like VGY is a bit more kind of into the kind of overall competitive experience, because obviously he has a bit of time with MK11 under his belt. Pro Competition online, Pro Competition EU online champion through MK11, which I believe even was one with Shao Kahn at the time. And now looking obviously to play the character again in MK1, and we've already seen a massive result over Kanamani. That is, again, not to be a broken record, but that is a big result considering Kanamani was going into this tournament #1 seed in pro comp points, 2nd place at UFA, losing only to Tekken Master, and Javier, of course. What I think impresses me the most about the way Javier plays is his ability to switch it up dramatically, right? Because when we see like VGY with the Shao, his game plan switches, but usually it's like, okay, he'll go to a different cameo, and that allows him to do completely new things from the ground up. Whereas Javier is kind of playing, because Scorpion is one of those characters that needs a bit more help from the cameo, he can only really go with the cameo that helps Scorpion enough to be able to compete, which in this case right now is obviously Striker. So it's less a cameo change and more of a fundamental, how am I going to play this matchup? And in some cases it's dramatically different. Sorry about that downtime, chat. It looks like the players started the King of the Hill a little bit too soon, so they just had to remake the lobby again to get all the spectators in so we can watch it and we're not going to miss any of the action. So thanks for being so patient. We know you've all been troopers today as we have been going the distance in these matches, but don't worry, there's plenty more left to go before we call it a day.
All right, we're in on winners finals, and it's a pretty big swing money-wise, points-wise. Important stuff. Zoning Scorpion, runaway Scorpion. No, never mind. It's up close pressure Scorpion.
This is like exactly a 180 on what we were seeing before. That's exactly what I was just talking about.
Look at the damage on this 450. Oh my goodness.
And it didn't even do half of his life. That's how beefy Shao is. Also, want to say, Shao Kano. This
I really like
is
Shao
that team.
Kano. Yeah. Like it. On the approach, in terms of keeping plus frames, when you block that overhead, you are jailed into the next ones. You can't duck that. So I really like this team for Shao. For me, this is a great pick with them.
If you want to be hand to hand and just beat him up, this is the pairing. 100%. Like Kano just hand so well with the knives and everything becomes a true string, and then you're dealing, and also things like decent assist timing into like raw overhead low. It's like, it basically turns him into an MKX character. That's the best way I can describe it. Surprised that VGY missed that whiff punish.
Very even in life. Here's again on the approach. Really nice counter call though with the grenades. That was expertly done. Not that it led to anything, but it led to him not having to deal with Shao up close where he is now with these plus frames. Again, the counter call.
He's not getting a lot of mileage out of it, but he's staying alive, which to be fair is the most
he's
important.
Not getting pressured as a result, which is super important. Again.
There it is. So I feel like there's a misconception that whenever you call a cameo, it's because you just want to do a lot of damage or get a massive combo or something, but just the utility of using it to not die is pretty important.
In assist fighters, defensive calls are often just as important as offensive calls. We're seeing that.
It definitely is the direction that the cameos are going. I think it's, whenever you have like, what a pickup. Whenever you have a mechanic that's new to a game, like obviously assist fighters like this to Mortal Kombat, people will just gravitate to offense first and aggression, and then, defense is kind of like what people will do in response to the offense. And I think we're definitely at that point that it's developing really well, as we're seeing, especially from players like Javier.
But knives! That's what I'm talking about.
It just walks right into another one and has to break. Definitely know what VGI wants.
Threatening teleport, not quite there yet.
I like that choice to down 3 under the knives. So remember, they are highs, so if you're going to try and barrel between them, stick out those low pokes. But this is bad. Stuck in the corner. Just jumped out of the low. Overhead low for days.
So good. Yeah, even grab there. The command grab, I should say. Backing off a little bit. No, right back in. There's a lot more in and out. It is not just as staying away as it was when he was playing. Pokey before. Didn't have the bar. Sick! Letting Kano do your work for you? That's what I'm talking about. That was excellent assist play right there by VGY. Actually, by both players, even though Javier lost that. I really like his defensive counter calls.
He definitely was able to just stay alive longer. You know, ultimately, that's because I feel like a team like Shao Kano, which just wants to get in and just truly mix you up for as long as it can, and mix you up with things that are like safe or plus, because you know it's all going into knives, it's all staying like he's not pressing a button if he's taking a risk pretty much with this team, if he's, you know, using the assist at the right time. So being able to just defend, you know, if you are in the corner, grenades, why is it so good? Striker stands really far back when he throws them, so you can't really hit him out of the grenade, you know. But it's, if you're forced in the corner and you're dealing with Shao offense, you have to know how to do that. Otherwise, you are just going to be guessing and crossing your fingers. Now, that's the flip side to the mid into the spin. Then if you hit it, it could have on paper been a launcher, but, you know, hindsight.
Yeah, pretty tough to do that.
Ooh,
right there.
Rare footage of that not granting a combo.
Trying to chase it? Not quite. Maybe a couple opportunities there, but that's okay.
Oh, right, they just got cleaved. Chop him
yeah,
up.
and since it's a shared life bar, that is damage. Grab again. Right where VGY wants to be, man. The defense coming into play.
Immediate flawless block, nullify any of that bonus. And again, the defensive play from Javier. You want to call knives and walk in, go over my down 3. And Shao doesn't really have the best buttons in the world to punish down 3, right? So, I'm not going to say it's overly safe to do, but it's not as dangerous. Oh, big sweep again. Instant break from Javier. That was quick.
Will it work out in his favor, though? No, that was still a punish. The grenades were not called in time.
Round 2, fight.
Still stuck in the corner. He's got a character who supposedly has a teleport.
The problem is, though, because of Shao's normals, like his standing 2 is just, yeah, he's going to have like really decent answers. And just, if there's a gap, he's just going to stick out standing 2. And that's not a great situation to be in. Look at that blender. Oh, 3 of them. We actually EX that for a bit more damage, maybe?
Oh, really like that conversion right there. Out of the corner, tons of damage. Striker's back. And he can get back to the game that he wants to play. If he wants to play it, again, we have seen him stab in sometimes too. It hasn't all been distance play. Yes.
That's the threat. Oh, again.
Pick it up. That's
God.
what I'm talking about. Oh, that was too sick. Come on.
He's dead.
So sick. Oh, you love to see the conversions like that. We are playing versus fighting right now. That was sick.
That was actually so clutch though as well. So not only to be aware to call Kano at the time, but like be ready, because he didn't actually, I don't think he punished the teleport with a button, right? Because that teleport normally is like you do the empty teleport and then you do like a jump normal to get massive plus frames. But he was knocked out of it by the knives. And then VGY is ready to pick up. Like, that is awareness right there. And again, you know, this is what I've been saying. VGY is such a general Shao just specialist in this game, because he just has all, basically, if a cameo works with Shao, he probably plays it. And in this instance, it's like, what is Kano Knives going to be doing? Locking your opponent down, letting you get in, giving you that just neutral coverage all the time. And someone like Scorpion, he's hyper mobile, very hit and run. He just has to constantly worry about these projectiles just flying at him. It really kind of keeps him grounded.
We have seen that. Out of the sky. Jeez, that's a big axe. Still stuck in pressure. Still his turn. Oh, man. And Javier tried to get out of it by doing the armor. No. First time he tried it, and VGY blocked. That is so much. God.
And that's when you go back into axe stance in the middle of the combo and then end it back in hand to hand again. Oh my God. He broke. Oh, okay. MK Javier, the bold break. I don't know, I feel like, I know hindsight is 2020, but that break, I feel like it might have been a bit of a mistake.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, did too
Only
early.
down
Grabbed
one.
too early.
Could have been a lot more.
I think that's the first time I've seen Shao's down 3 in hand to hand.
There it is. Out of the corner.
This is not an impossible comeback for Javier, but he needs 2 clean hits.
Yes. He's trying to play patiently. He's maybe waiting for Striker to come back. There's a lot of time on the clock.
VGY is definitely just waiting out Kano, though, 100%.
Yeah. Just patient. Keynote's honestly all he needs is chips. Flawless! Oh, this could kill.
Do we?
Maybe. I don't know. Will it? I don't know.
If he lives, it's because it's Shao. If he lives, it's because of that. But I mean, he doesn't have bar for the EX Hellfire, unless he builds enough in this.
Maybe, actually. Oh, we're looking at this game
even
close.
matter?
Either way, oh man.
I cannot believe Javier found that comeback. That was ridiculous. From a breaker that seemed like, I don't know, that seems like such a risk. There is a reason he did it, because he could just feel it in his bones that that was a round he could still take. And win it, he did. Now, if you want to, I know he's kind of getting like annihilated in the corner at the moment, but if there is a round to like start the game 5, like, you know, full sweep comeback, that is the exact kind of round you want to do.
Yeah.
If Javier wins this round, it is 100% not over, because that is like momentum. He has like clawed back from the depths.
He definitely feels so much stronger in neutral right now. Ooh, jump back, but nothing.
The big boot. Oh, letting that one rip, I think, for the first time.
There it is. You got a combo. No, he tries for grab. In there again, man. Again, it is this in and out style.
It makes a life lead looks like it just isn't important.
Buzzing around the stage. Stinging in now and then pick it up. Oh my god, come on. Oh, how do you not love Kano knives? Man, that's sick.
As a Kano, to be fair, we're both Kano enthusiasts, but you are a true Kano enthusiast. How does it feel seeing Kano do this much work?
I feel like, yeah, like I was right 3 months ago. Yeah.
Oh,
wait, no, not from jump two.
With the axe buff as well. Ouch. Good block. Okay, the axe is back. Nice catch. What a catch from Javier.
And he can play the game he wants.
Good block on the low.
Those little individual hits add up. Oh, way too far. No! Oh my god, he committed to the strength.
Oh, yeah, but no, he did the armored move, so the grenades couldn't punish him. That was so sick. Javier is playing so well, but VGY just has the answers for the grenades, but... Oh, he's walking him down.
Yeah, this, however, it is giving VGY time for Kano to come back.
What a bold walk that
is. There it is. Tried the Kano, no dice. Tried it again. Oh man, neither one's got their assist ready. 20 on the clock. VGY so close. Jail. A low starter's gonna do it. VGY 3-0 in winners finals. For as many close matches as we have had today, I wasn't looking for this one to be a 3-0, but there you go. Shout out to VGY, he played it great.
I mean, what have we seen so far? It's like Shao Kano, Shao Serena, Shao Kung Lao. Like, I have a feeling that's not even going to be the end of it either. My goodness, what was it? Shao Darius at UFA. My man has been video gaming with General Shao and is now Grand Finals winners side. You know, I was saying before about VGY would really benefit from like a true like high placement today. Get a nice chunk of points, you know, added on to those 2 top 8 placements he's already got in Pro Comp. I mean, this is how he does it. This is the way, but really fun match altogether. 3-0. I did not expect a sweep. I really did not.
Letting Kano do the work. And that's so powerful to have an ambush that can let you do that. You are not putting yourself at risk. And yet, you have a chance to get the hit confirm or get the kill, whatever it may be. Yeah, knives.
Oh,
perfect pickup.
Mwah, chef's kiss. And it killed 2. Oh, so much damage. Didn't even need that last chunk. And there, of course, game number 3.
Huge round. That one right there. Yeah, this big one where Javier barely stayed alive thanks to his breaker and then fought back. It seemed like, I agree with you, it seemed like maybe that was the beginning of things turning around in his favor, but man, it was shut down very quickly.
Well, I want to say as well, I feel like it will be easy to forget because of the 3-0 kind of immediately happening after, but that comeback from Javier in that round of game 3, that was like a fantastic comeback, like one of the best I've seen in MK1, I would say. It's just a shame it didn't go through to you know, kind of flipping the entire set. to return. But of course, that is not going to be the last we see of Javier, as he will go down to losers finals, where he's got minimum 3rd place, but we'll definitely want to get that run back, I am sure. But we'll have to fight the winner of Boki and Josh TQ. So this is one that I think it's going to be hard to predict, because one major thing about what will most likely be Kung Lao versus Liu Kang is a big matchup thing. Is a lot of what Kung Lao has that is safe against everyone except 6-frame characters. You know, he's got a lot of -7 options that normally allows him to just be extremely aggressive, because even though he's going to be -7, it's safe to most characters, because most characters' fastest button is 7 frames. You know, I'm not going to go overly technical, but basically means he can, you know, get really aggressive, and then when you can't punish, he has the threat of an armored attack, so even though his turn should be over, he can throw out armor, so you have to respect it. Liu Kang is one of the only characters in the game to have not only a 6-frame button, which will punish those attacks, it's a standing one, which is like a standing high punch that is confirmable. Special cancelable goes into, you know, a string that you can confirm. So suddenly, these safe options are completely unsafe and punishable, which dramatically changes the game in Liu Kang's favor. So I wonder, will we see that element factor in? I imagine we will.
I'm sure that will play a big part of this, yeah, but as well, we're going to get into it now. I guess we'll see how it goes. But what we've seen Boki play, I think what I've liked about his play so far today is that it's not the stuff that I really expect when I see him play, that kind of like get in there, mix it up. We have seen that, surely. But we've also seen slow play from him. You know, he hasn't needed to get in there right away. He's been comfortable, looking for the right moment. Okay, well.
I mean, has been. Today is a new day.
You never know.
No, but I know what you mean, though. It's good to see a player who is well known for a certain style fighting players who are doing what they think is the answer, and it's not like it's not like he's like they've just like solved it, you know, them just figured him out. It's like he knows how to adjust on the fly, and he has been doing so, and that's why he's in losers top 4 against Josh TQ, who has a slight lead right now, but we are early days.
Oh, tried to press a button on the wake up there. Boki shut it down. Yep, here the mix up. Don't too early. The nice little delay by Josh. And Boki believes in the round.
Oh, back throw. That actually kills, because the 950, I think.
I think you're right.
Oh, squeezes out just enough.
This is just beginning.
Round 2.
All right, well, there is a Goro to think about.
Oh my goodness, again, how much has Josh got out of that today? Just those quick little backdashes into just instant either forward 4 or back 2. I think if he's like really confident that he's going to hit, or just straight up whip punishing, it'll be back 2 for like instant launch, but if there's any doubt, you can just forward 4.
Really trying to keep a range right now. Oh, man. Boki caught exactly the right moment where there wasn't a block. He was Josh just trying to move backwards. Again. Trying to do stuff on wake up again. Boki harassing in the corner. We saw how much he made out of those 50-50s previously. Oh, what a time. That was a funky choice, but it worked. And oh, get him.
Yeah, Boki there trying to get something off the overhead just for a bit more damage, but didn't want to commit to anything dangerous, so just going for the armor. Actually, to be fair though, against Liu Kang with no Goro, that would be unsafe, but it still worked out. Boki managing to make it work. Decent. Oh, good force block. But if your opponent flawless blocks your jump in, because it's the same sound effect, it's so hard to not mistake it for up block and just think I have to block. Like, it's done. Oh, it gets underneath.
No.
Oh,
whiff punish instead against the intended whiff punish from Boki. Josh finds the hit.
Hit Goro too, so it did a bit more damage. Oh, actually, Boki did nothing that time for pressure.
Very interesting. There wasn't meter on Josh's side. Oh, the range was funky. Again! Can he run the table on this? Not quite, but that actually was damage. And that can be relevant here. Come on! He didn't even have Goro.
I felt that was like the second time in like 10 seconds that we saw like a grab attempt just armored immediately, because Boki was like, absolutely not. I've got Goro. Probably. So like deal with this. But that's what's so scary about a player like Boki. He's just so confident that even if he doesn't have Goro available, he knows, you know, whiff punish with armor. If there's a gap, find it. So hard to pin down. at all points. But also not overcommitting. Yeah, you know, he's not committing to anything that's overly minus in the face of obviously Liu Kang's answers. And again, you know, as we've been saying, just because it is an option doesn't mean that Boki is going to have to play into it all the time, because you know, it's not his first time playing Liu Kang, I'm sure.
He's doing stuff that has gaps in it, where like theoretically Josh could blow it up, but you know, it's quite a risk to take.
Yeah. Again, it's another one of those common areas where it's like, because something can work, some players will like never do it. So just convince themselves, oh, well, my opponent can do this. What if your opponent doesn't know? What if your opponent doesn't think it's worth it in the moment?
Okay, all right, there it is, finally. But you know, if that had not been the follow-up there, obviously Boki gets a huge punishment. It's just
yeah, exactly. The good old high level I know that you know.
Yeah. Oh wow, you can never feel comfortable in that spot.
Not enough to kill, but at this point, yeah, it's gonna be very difficult for Josh to make that back. And when you're that low on life, even the armoring the gap doesn't really get you out. You're still gonna take the damage.
Yeah. And you lose the bar. Oh, he got it. Nice work.
Oh, side switch. Oh, dropped the combo though. Unfortunate for Josh. Instant catch from Boki.
Just built the bar, which means he is dangerous here. Too far. Got him. Yes,
massive
finally.
counter hit.
You could see Josh has been hunting for when to get that kind of take his turn back moment for a while. That wasn't it. That wasn't the one.
Oh, it always comes down to the fatal blow. Armor, let's go. It will work, of course. Now, does it kill? I feel like this will probably scale too much, but yeah, this is definitely gonna.
Yeah, you're right.
This is gonna scale, but that's a good opening. I mean, off of armor again, you can never be too sure. Boki, if he can find it, he will.
Oh, he's moving. It did connect the block! Josh, and he's gonna get the combo on this. He lives!
That was so clutch. Literally magic pixel.
0.10. Do you see that? Yep. 0.10 health.
I think that is the lowest you can have in the game. I'm fairly sure. I was sure for sure that opening was going to be it for Boki, but apparently not. Still though, all to play for. It's one of those absolutely crucial rounds, though. The difference between 2-0 and 1-1, that's quite the dynamic.
Yeah, man. Jumping away safely there was Boki. And he, again, is dangerous in that mid-range. Hold on. Josh blows past it himself. No flawless. Overhead. Yes, Goro. And Goro's back so quickly. A couple of potentials. He's got another one.
Oh, hang on. He's got another bar. Can he kill? I don't know. He's got Goro.
Goro, is he actually going to do it? No!
Oh, Boki!
That was too sick. What a conversion.
You know when you're on like the last little bit of toothpaste in the tube and you got to like squeeze it with all of your might just to get anything out of it? That was that.
Roll it up, huh?
Yeah. You had to like pinch it between both forefingers. Dude, oh my goodness. Felt just enough damage from Boki. That was like, oh, that was too good, man. Boki's too good at this game. I've never even seen that path before. What was that?
No,
2 EX like stuns, and then Goro toss, and then airstring into dive kick. I've never seen that route ever. Oh, Boki, that was too good, man.
All right, well, now it's on Josh to try to get the recovery on. It's been tough for him to fight in that mid-range where there could be armor plus Goro. The mix-ups of close by Boki have been strong.
Oh, armor break. Oh, hang on. That was an interaction.
What happened? That was
so. Okay. So Liu Kang's forward 4 armor broke Lao's armor, but then Goro took the hit of the dragon that was going
on. He tanked the projectile of it.
He said, "Get down, Lao. I've got you."
Yeah.
Hey. Oh, there it is. That's one of those mix-ups that the low is the only one that launches, so on paper it's like just take the overhead every time, but it's so not that easy. Because every time it's just corner carry, it's just advantage. Oh, look at this. Boki swings it around immediately. Punish! That's what I'm talking about. Into Fatal Blow. Yup. That's that 6th frame. Exactly right there. That's what Boki did in an earlier match to try and stay safe. Because again, that EX armor on block, -7. Safe against everyone that doesn't have a 6th frame. Liu Kang, he's got one. And this time, Josh is ready for it and gets a full punish into the round. Definitely needs that though. 2 games down, needs to turn this around.
It was nice that he did that, but it also came when he was already cornered, when he was already down in life.
Yeah.
Got to see the rest of this game plan come to fruition at some point. Boki staying patient. Same with Josh. Josh was kind of maybe looking for an overcommitment. Okay, maybe a chance for pressure.
Good block. But Liu Kang, not one of the teams that you'll see use a lot of Lao, like, held low hat. Especially if you're looking to slow things down.
Mm-hmm. He can make use of it, certainly. I mean, he can do that as a dragon kick, but that just hasn't really been a strategy.
Yeah. The issue is, I guess, it just, you know, you have to hold it, which uses a bit more meter. I know it comes back fast, but... Yeah.
Oh,
it's not...
Oh! Okay. Hoping to blow through the string itself, but that was actually not Boki's idea.
I felt like Boki is just, of all the Laos I've seen, if he hits you with like one of the options off back 3, he is so not afraid to just be like, okay, right, we're doing this until you block one. Still though, match point for Boki.
Trying to make that range uncomfortable in front of Josh. He's done a good job of it. Yeah, look at how few buttons Josh is pressing because of this, because of that threat right there.
Oh, armor break! Into the optimal side switch. That's not a bad amount of damage at all.
Back in the mix. Josh tired of it. He's got a couple of Laos ready to go.
Oh, hang on. Now, do you break this if you're Boki? Yeah, you do. Decides to go for it. Oh, instant throw. There's one Goro, but no meter. But Fatal Blow is there. One good opening that he's not going to find. Josh manages to find it now. We saw Boki versus Law Corridor. Boki was up a commanding 2-0. Law Corridor, then 2 in return, and then the game number 5 was Boki just running away with it. Josh has now taken the game. Do we see him begin the reverse 3-0? Or is Boki once again going to be able to deny any potential comeback before it concludes?
Although Josh took the game, I still feel like there are moments when Boki is able to make him uncomfortable. And Boki's playstyle is, in many of these individual rounds anyway, kind of down to like whether the mix-up works. And it's not always going to work. So if you're Boki, I feel like you shouldn't feel bad about having lost a game here, because all you got to do is get a couple of those mix-ups right.
Well, even that third match we just saw, in theory, came down to if Boki found the right opening, he could have just confirmed into Fatal Blow. I think Josh had like, what, 400 and something left? Like low 400s? Which for Kung Lao Goro definitely is like, you know, killable territory, if you have it anyway. But regardless, game 4 begins. Ooh, instant round start EX Dragon. And because it connected, you get the first hit meter and get it right back.
Oh, way more buttonsy up close. He's stealing more turns. This is a very different style all of a sudden from Josh. Much more active. Look at this dude.
Shifting gears for sure. Very aggressive. And instant armor, but
very different.
Goro actually just lifted him up.
Yeah. It's time for Boki. He knows it. Not a lot of damage on each of these, but there's a lot of corner carry. Okay.
Oh my goodness! And just as quickly as Josh had the start of the round, we are in the other corner now.
Oh, blocking, maybe looking for the armor. No Goro to call, unfortunately for Boki. Come on! He betted on that too. If that had been blocked, well, maybe he had Goro actually, but maybe not. Here's Goro.
Oh my goodness! Again, just as fast as Josh had the round, Boki seized it back. That is a shift in dynamic if ever I've seen one. Oh, and now Boki. The second Boki tries to stagger off the raw back 3, Josh immediately challenges. Thought perhaps that stagger might not be real. Oh, instant. Oh, caught off of it. Wow.
That was sick, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, ended it early, I think. Didn't want to overcommit and drop. But still. Again, match point Boki, but Josh has the resources. He's got full cameo.
back to this distancey style, which, you know, gets some damage out there, but he's also stuck in the corner in a bad spot. Boki, come on! Josh woke up with buttons for the kill on the run. No, there was bar on the other side.
Oh, again, the challenge. That won't kill, but Josh has a chance.
He's in big trouble.
Oh!
No, he didn't expect the Goro for safety. His mind explodes as Boki takes it 3-1.
Oh, what a finish as well, Boki. I feel like he's done that only a handful of times today. Like, considering we're watching Kung Lao Goro, we've seen almost no dive kicks, like, period. But every dive kick we have seen, there has been a Goro to cover it. Pretty much every time. I'm not going to say literally every time, but most of the time anyway. So for the fact that he, you know, I feel like that's the right way of using the dive kick though, because it is fast. It like absolutely just propels you forward. But if you use it too much, people will just, they get ready for it, right? They just expect it, and it's death on block and all the usuals. But if you use it just enough that, you know, it is unsafe, but you cover it with the Goro sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. In this case, Boki seemed to do it every time. But here it is, look at that confirm. 1 bar, 2 bar, Goro fling, and then what even was this? Oh, that was just, that was really nice. 430 for that too. That I was not expecting that last chunk of damage. And of course, this was the punish on the armor, using that Liu Kang 6-frame privilege. And then of course, right coming down to the end. But again, his willingness to save that for when it's most likely to work, you know? Because you can do something that's like, I suppose a bit gimmicky on paper, but if you do it sparingly, it's most likely to catch them out, and that's what we saw. And Boki moves forward to losers finals, where we will see the run back from winners round 1 earlier on, where MK Javier and Boki went to the wire in a absolute grind of a game 5.
Shoutouts to Josh though. That was Boki both sending him to losers and then out of the tournament. You hate to see that kind of thing, but that's how it goes in brackets sometimes. But again, shoutouts to him for 4th place. That's a good chunk of points. That's some cash in hand. Hope to see him back on the next regional qualifier.
I'm sure we will. But for now, MK Javier and Boki. As I just said, they did play this match earlier on today, and it was a great example of how some cases, matchups or characters will just force you to play in a different way. And in this case, it was the extreme slowdown style of Scorpion. And basically Boki being shown that he can't do what we just saw him do against Josh, right? Like the absolute just momentum heavy offense, which I guess you can still do if you get that hit on Scorpion, but as we saw, it's as easier said than done, especially when Javier has that movement, right? He just knows how to be so slippery and just impossible to pin down. Although, an immediate change, he starts the set with just an empty forward jump. Could that be a potential change? And another one? Okay.
Yeah, right. I'm curious too. What is the strategic change that's going on? Will it be more forward pressure, more forward movement?
We saw 2 full forward jumps, and the first knockdown was wake up button already. So I have a feeling MK Javier is looking to like really mix it up, or at the very least have more bursts of aggression. However, back to the corner already, and here we go. You also notice that because the back 3 into the overhead low, there is a gap, but Boki keeps whiffing the back 3 and then meeting with the mix-up. So like, there is like no gap to be done. Oh, got a catch. That might kill, actually. That actually could definitely kill. It's going to come down to the mash, I think. Test your might. Who can do it more?
I don't know. On 950 health?
I think it's enough.
Looking good. It's looking good.
Oh!
No!
Oh, not enough.
Oh, boy. If that down 2 had come a couple of frames later.
That actually would have done enough, yeah.
Different story. Great block. Javier. Defensive counter call. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, this is leading to some damage.
Huge. That was 380 out of the defensive counter call. That was grenade starting the combo and then big stuff.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage considering grenade is the first hit. That's crazy. Oh, this is it.
It's a kill.
Yeah, if Javier doesn't drop this, which he won't because he can do it in his sleep. Good night, Boki. Oh, hello. I love that finish. We saw a really cool corner combo. I think it was from H-Dope earlier in EU East. It was a proper like Mortal Kombat corner combo where it's like slight juggle into like down 2. They do that animation, but they stay in the corner, and then you follow up from it. I've been seeing those uppercut combos ever since MK9. It's great. But Javier, a much more aggressive and hard-earned, I would say, game number 1 there this time. A lot more aggression, a lot more actual raw openings. Obviously still playing that keep away style when relevant, because it's still Scorpion, and one of his best strengths is that movement and how well he can just move away and using that properly, but this time a lot more bursts of aggression in between.
I would say in my mind it's that, and then it was those 2 defensive counter call moments where he got combos out of grenades and did big damage. That were the 2 big changes that we didn't really see as much from him in this set. We've seen him do that in other sets now. I'm happy to see more of it versus Loki.
Well, that right there is what we have been seeing. Like, every time Javier's been going for grenades, I know there are some ranges where the grenades can armor break by themselves, but Boki has just been so good at calling out when it's not going to work and just letting the armor rock. But still already, the problem is if you have a really good early start with Goro, he's probably going to be gone for a lot of the round, which is definitely a downside to the Lao Goro team, is he can only snowball so much because Goro has such a long cooldown and you only get to use him twice. So, you know, because like we know Lao's got decent damage output, but he's unlikely to kill you in 3 hits unless they're like all optimal, like massive damage, which realistically it's not going to be. So you have your like big burst of aggression, but it's probably not taking out a whole life bar, and you are going to have to wait some Goro out, but that is... Can he kill without having to spend Fatal Blow? Probably just 2 bars, right?
I would think so, right?
Oh, 1 bar is enough, my goodness.
Good stuff.
Your Scorpion's damage output's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's a big benefit of the character. I mean, the finding hits with him may be not as easy as with other characters, but when you do, it counts.
Oh, there it is. Remembering that from previous knowledge. Boki has been up blocking for days in this top 8.
Boki on the chase. He's got full Goro and full meter. That zoning Scorpion on the other side. Jeez.
And just think at any point he could just throw EX Spear and make it mid.
I know. Well, Boki is blocking those, I think, just in case. You're taking a little bit of 50.
That is why, because I'm sure there'll be people watching saying, why didn't he just crouch the spears? Because I promise you, the second he does, Javier will throw an EX one.
It's really hard to see that. Like, there are some EX projectiles that are easy to see and recognize as the EX. That one's really fast.
Yeah, it's really hard. Oh, that's it.
What a game.
A massive turnaround from Javier. I almost wonder if Javier is feeling like he was too slow earlier. Because I feel like there were plenty of rounds in the set where he was still playing like much more of an extreme kind of runaway style than we're seeing here. But it was at like times where the round pretty much looked like if he kept doing it, he was going to lose. But he kept doing it anyway. I wonder if this is like, okay, I was doing it too much. Switch up. And now he's 2-0 up in quite dominant fashion. Now, Boki, is this the first time he's been on the receiving end of a 2-0 today?
Today? Yeah.
I think so. But we've seen him make the reverse 3-0 before, so I'm definitely not going to put it past him. Actually, I know I've been saying that a lot today, but for Boki, I really mean it. Like,
yeah.
Genuinely, this time, I really do mean it.
Well, I question, I guess, what his strategic change would be. We have seen the changes from Javier, as we've been describing. A little bit more offense, a little bit more active. Whereas for Boki, you know, his style already is that. Well, that's what he wants anyway. Maybe it's just a question of getting the individual mix-ups right. Oh, nice chase. Piloting the hat upwards. Javier knew it.
I feel like Javier is just, he's just pressing less on defense. Like on offense, plenty, but on defense, almost not at all. Oh, that could have been huge.
Trying to jump, trying to do... Okay, blocking, knew it. Boki, look. Defensive counter call does not work out. That actually is great for Boki. Now he gets a chance to harass him. No, not for long.
Gets out the corner too for Javier. That's a really good result. Oh, armor's on reaction to the grenade. I like that.
Yeah, it's great.
And back to it. Overhead low. Actually, only overhead so far. It's an unwritten rule. The more the overhead hits, the more the low is being charged up.
Charged up,
scenes. Yeah. That mental charge.
Yeah.
Statistically less likely to hit next time.
Double hit.
Oh, that was
more,
again.
Even more damage.
What was this, like 3 something? It was like 380 before.
He could probably, what are you gonna do? You gonna get to 4? Not quite. Got him, but no Goro to call. So
Again, it's
the
a
mix.
downside of the team. You will not have Goro all the time. I think that's one of the reasons why Lao is so good with them, though, because you don't need Goro for safety, just for like advantage and combos. But obviously,
Yeah, that
it's
makes sense, yeah.
still big.
Yeah, Raise the Roof is one of the best individual assists in the game when you have access to it.
Ooh, hang on. Do we see again
for the kill? Doesn't
no
need to
fatal
use
blow
fatal. Match point.
Yeah, I believe Goro Raise the Roof is the fastest ambush striker in the game, so that obviously comes with quite a weight to it, I suppose.
Well, he's in trouble, but at least in this round he finds himself where he wants to be. He's got the corner, staggering.
Oh, armors again, just to move forward away from the grenades, just to keep safe. That's crazy when you've got to use armor, like you've got to use bar on your own block strings just so Striker doesn't blow you up.
Defensive assist, that has been huge.
Oh.
That's what he was looking for in that previous game, that timing. Actually hit Striker. Okay, so the defensive counter call doesn't
And
work.
there's the low.
Pokey individual mix-ups, adding up.
Oh, escape failed too. Javier, did the throw out of the corner that time. And this time, no up block. Boki is not falling for it anymore. Now, this is going to be most likely like a 3-touch scenario for Javier. There is Breaker he's going to probably have to get to, unless Boki can find this. I actually think Javier is like standing at like max armor range just to try and get him to use the armor.
Okay.
Ooh.
Chip though, back to flawless block to stay alive if he finds 2 hits.
Oh, if he picked
That's
up
all he's
that
got.
jump kick.
Not a lot of time either. Here's one.
Oh, wait, hang on. There's
Okay,
Goro,
now
yeah.
he finds the next hit. He's got a bar of meter. He's in. He spends it. 8 on the clock. Oh, he finds it somehow. MK Javier finds it 3 games to 0.
Boki, I think that was a wake up down 4. That was either just a hard call out or a misinput or something. Either way, Javier, he made the call and it worked out in the end. That was such a clutch finish as a 3-0. Quite the turnaround from earlier. 3-0 in game 5. That was quite, and you know, it's actually quite fitting because we've been saying how explosive Boki can be. I think we haven't seen Javier have the opportunity to do that himself. But let's not forget, Javier does have that clutch factor and Scorpion with the damage to make the most of it. When you can find those openings and you do have the bar, it's like 300 into 300 into whatever else. Very nice. I know.
Yeah, his
fantastic
strategic change was great. His reads on a lot of these individual mix-ups were great. Boki found a lot of the overhead lows, but there's just not much damage on almost all of those unless you get the low and the Goro, and that just rarely came up. So when Javier was getting hit, a lot of it just like wasn't for big damage. Yeah, what was the idea there?
I'm not sure. Does Lao have any special moves tied to 4 that it could have been like just a misinput? I'm not sure. Either way, will not matter now as MK Javier moves on and gets grand finals on the loser's side where he will be getting the run back against Video Games Yo. And this is going to be exciting because, of course, we saw them play in Winners Finals. That was, I think, going into that Winners Finals, we'd near enough seen only Game 5s. Pretty much close to.
Yeah.
And that was, if we're looking at this bracket right here and taking the numbers away, if you were to ask me to like predict which one would go to Game 5, I would have predicted Winners Finals. But it did not, as Video Games Yo pulled out the general shout with the Kano, and we were just seeing pure aggression. Plenty of mix-ups, absolute blender, maximum damage, and Javier just was really struggling to find some answer to it, you know, and could not just slow down the wrecking ball that is the team of Shao Kano. But Javier, you know, already seeing a very dramatically different result against Boki. Will we see the same when he has this run back against VGY?
I think that's the question here. I think he just put himself in a great mindset to be able to do that. You know, you would say, having seen how their winner's side match went, Javier and Boki, that it would be close again. No, right? It was very, very strongly in Javier's favor. His strategic changes that we've been talking about were super effective. They worked great. So I fully believe in his ability to make the same kind of switch against Video Games Yo as well. Why not?
I guess the question is, what will the change be?
It's a good question.
Because I feel like, I feel like looking at the way, or just remembering how the set was played earlier on, I feel like Javier was, like, you could see method in how to stop. Like a lot of down 3 under Kano knives. Obviously, Shao not known for those really good mids. So, you know, you're kind of keeping him out and you can't really whiff punish the down 3 all that well. but it's not really enough, right? Like, to stop Shao Kano, you need to not let him make his way in, and I think go toe-to-toe in the damage. Scorpion can keep up with the damage, but he's going to have less health because you have to run the Striker at the moment with Javier, which means you're going to have less health to begin with. So even at like round 1 fight, you're down on life, right? That's just the nature of the characters in this game having that less damage. But also knowing that Shao can just switch it like at a heartbeat, right? He can be in hand-to-hand and just be all offense, or he can be an axe. And now I'd say he's one of the only standing twos that can compete with Scorpions is Shao, right? So it's like he just has so much options at his disposal to just stop it. And right back in there, we see the Shao Kano coming through. Now this was so good in Winners Finals, but it is a new set.
Chance. Oh, didn't get too much. Trying to back off was Javier into something, but denied by BGY.
Now, for those of you watching that might be new, of course, this is the first pro competition event for EU West. Let me just quickly explain. This is Grand Finals. Video Games Yo is here on the winners side. It's a double elimination tournament, which means that BGY is here in winners. He effectively has 2 lives to lose. MK Javier is here from the losers bracket. This is a 3 out of 5 set. If MK Javier wins, it is resetting the bracket, effectively knocking Video Games Yo into losers, where we go back to 0-0, and then we'll play one final 3 out of 5. If Video Games Yo wins this 3 out of 5, he wins the tournament, and it is over. So he has half the work to do. That's his reward for not having lost in the tournament yet. But, as I can say that, MK Javier takes this first round quite quickly, with a decent amount of health left to boot.
I do like, though, what BGY was doing. He was denying some of the counter calls we've seen Javier use. And yet, Javier, with the big damage opportunities, was still in. Away, blocks knives, and now you know there's not going to be a Kano for a little while, so if he wants to get things going, now's the time.
Oh, wow.
BGY just can blow that up, I suppose.
And you have so long to see that hasn't absorbed an attack, so you know it's going to get the launch after as well. 2 hits.
Oh, tricky.
A lot of pokes into pokes with BGY, but yeah, I think you can really get away with that kind of offense when you're dealing with buttons this fast, and Scorpion's only real answer is pokes himself. And if he pokes you, then so what?
He's got to find like 4 hits, actually, because there's a breaker to think about as well. It's not going to come up.
Yeah, not really worth it in that instance. Very unlikely to make that comeback.
Oh, well, okay, went for the grab. Grenade did hit, but got something out of it at least. Down 1, actually, to take his turn back.
Oh, there's the low, but... Oh, massive call out, but he moves too far forward.
And that's actually more damage because Striker also got hit. Oh my god, look at this.
And that was into setup. That actually could have been more. Oh,
still his turn. There's the counter call. BGY's got, well, had meter. It's gone.
Now, I am definitely not going to say the comeback is impossible. MK Javier has done it too many times today.
He's got to find 2 hits. First, he's got to get out of the situation. That grab actually whiffed. Nothing, though, from Javier.
Okay, Axe is back. Yep. Ooh, tried to whiff punish. Too slow. Flawless block.
Yeah.
No bar for you.
Oh, that's 1.
Wait, no, that's maybe... Yeah. Just didn't do a button first.
He didn't
It
press
looked like it might
button.
drop, yeah. Why do you think he did that? Was this an input error, perhaps? Maybe just a drop?
Maybe he, if you press the button too early, it doesn't come out because your character's still stuck. Maybe?
That had to just be an execution error. There's no way he wouldn't... Yeah, there's no way he wouldn't just do button into Fatal Blow.
You're not Reiko. You're not doing a mix-up with your Fatal Blow.
Yeah, indeed.
No, I'm sure it's just an error. Oh, that sucks.
That's a heartbreaking way to lose what could have been a really sick comeback. Because MK Javier has done that plenty today. Just really good comeback, usually off the back of hitting a Fatal Blow, confirming to big damage, and then finishing off the rest. Had the opportunity to do so, just drop the combo. The good news is losing because of a combo drop is the easiest problem to fix, because it's just your own execution, right? It's just don't do it next time, and it won't happen. In theory.
Yeah.
On paper. Easiest to pinpoint the problem, I suppose, so you're not, thinking about it too long.
Striker again taking some damage.
This has actually been a huge part of the matchup, though, is Javier's been doing unsafe things into Striker. And normally, because Striker stands so far back when he throws the grenades, it's really hard to hit him to, trade out and like not get hit by the grenade. All of Xiao's best buttons are just barreling him forward, so he's just hitting Striker and not having to worry about the grenade.
Yeah, that's true. Javier taking his turn. That's the safety he wanted. Okay, out of the corner. Well, nope. He could have got more there. Hard to have seen.
Yeah, I had to confirm just the individual jump kick. And when the button that goes into the jump kick is blocked, I guess you just assume it's going to be a block
Yeah,
string.
that makes sense, yeah. One try on the Striker, nothing there.
VGY, he is committing to nothing. He's just waiting out the Cameo Kano recharge time.
He really is. Yeah, he's letting Kano do a lot of the work. Holding on the block a lot of the time.
There it is.
Sweet, really.
I say VGY is looking extremely strong in this grand final set. What a punish. Ooh, had the right idea, but Javier was too quick with the call.
Striker back. Not going to be there for a while now, so no easy safety for Javier. This may be the time for VGY to get things going. Yeah, and he does. Escape failed. Out of the corner was the direction. And now Javier's back to controlling, but no, but knives! Spitfire twice.
I feel VGY has a really good track record for just always teching a direction on a throw, you know what I mean? Like, even if it's escape failed, chances are if you've thrown him, he will tech one of the directions. Oh, hello! Does this? No, not enough. Couldn't pick up from it. Oh, good break from Javier.
Yeah, very fast.
Oh, no confirming that spear!
Yeah, that was a big chance.
Very unlike Javier to miss these clutch execution instances, but unfortunately it really is holding him back. Plus frames, good block on the low. Oh, there it is. Yeah, MK Javier, I felt that really is the biggest thing by far holding him back in this grand finals. It's just execution. It's not just execution, it's like the drops he's getting are like the worst kind of drops, right? Ones that either result in the loss of the game or like directly, or it's a combo that would have killed and now you didn't get it, right? The worst kind of execution errors. And now that does
I also think that it's tough for him.
VGY 2 up.
It's tough for him to play, I think, against the way that VGY is letting Kano do a lot of the work. When Javier is trying to control with Scorpion's like funky distance semi-zoning play, he's hoping that you're gonna like run into Spear randomly, or he's like hoping for errors like that. And we've seen that a lot throughout this top 8. But against VGY's not like his point character moving forward. He's calling knives, and here's a perfect example. Calling knives to let that do the work, and that means he's not really putting himself at risk. So he gets to move forward, but he's not doing it in a way that's like risky versus the way that Javier likes to play.
But it's all the more important that when Javier can find those openings, that he is getting the damage and he is maximizing it, but kind of all of it just is working against him right now. Okay, good respect shown. And again, whenever VGY has a lead, he just doesn't seem like he has any interest in extending. It's like you mentioned, letting Kano do the heavy lifting of the neutral control, knives coming through. Good block on the overhead again. Oh, there's a Kano again, plus frames. Good block. Again, the overhead, the mix-ups. Javier not falling victim to him yet, but oh my goodness. Oh, never mind. VGY barrels forward and now is at tournament point, potentially for back-to-back 3-0 for a clutch anti-air from Javier. He is not out of the tournament yet.
That was against one of the best jump buttons in the game, too. Just didn't have quite time to get active is what it looked like. 432, pretty good way to start. Yeah, you know, we really haven't seen the regular Striker overhead low mix-ups. He's actually got plus frame overhead and low options, but that hasn't been what Javier's gone to.
He's basically, it's just grenades. Yeah, it's basically just a grenade machine for Scorpion's control, I suppose.
Still there. Ah, boy. He has had pretty good defenses, Javier. He has blocked a lot of those. That time, no, and he's stuck in a bad spot.
Nice. Finds it. Okay. One of those defensive calls again. Comboing from the grenade this time. Does it? This has got a kill, right? Spin the bar. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, Javier. Signs of life to be seen. So much work left to do, but not insurmountable. Oh, actually, Kano got hit, so he's going to be gone for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and then he just walks into a spear. This is a much better turnaround for MK Javier.
Well, there was no Kano to help him move forward, right? That's a perfect example of how Javier would like to play against people who need to move forward without just having their assist.
Kano gets clipped again. VGY forced to play without a cameo for quite a while. Huge neutral jump. Hello. Spends the bar. Yep. So much damage too. Look at that.
Big. You're right. There's always at least an attempt.
A tech or a failed tech. But there will be a tech, I promise you. Now, VGY, I actually think he's being a bit too eager with the Kano in this round because his Kano has been hit 3 times. Yeah, he's about to lose the round. And okay, MK Javier is not out of this tournament. He's able to just really shut down that neutral Kano control by just... Remember, if you call your cameo and your cameo gets hit, he is then effectively knocked out of the game for like, I think most of the time it's like 6 seconds. I know for some of the moves it's like 3, but generally speaking, if you call your cameo and they get hit by something, they won't even be starting to recharge for like 6 seconds. And then they start to recharge. And during that 6 seconds, you can't call them out again. So if you are using them in the neutral like that and they get hit all the time, that is going to add up quick. You know, it really will. And that's what we saw there. Easily the biggest problem that VGY had in that match.
And I think it's no surprise that that's the one that he lost. When he didn't have Kano knives to help him move forward, when he didn't have them to help him pressure.
Yeah, it's true.
So he's really got to be thinking about that. But for Javier, maybe, perfect for him. Excellent start. The back 3 actually hits Kano yet again. We've seen that multiple times already.
That's like the worst way.
Maybe that's part of the change.
It's so far. It's like at the perfect range you would want to call Kano to get you in. The back 3 will trip you up. And it's also at a range that even Xiao, with his forward movement and standing 2, is going to have a hard time punishing it.
Striker to the rescue. Still Xiao's turn. Oh, nice attack. Very aware. Jailed, and it's still chance. Still chance for offense by VGY.
That's crazy though. As good as your defense can be against 50-50s, at the end of the day, they're all plus or safe, and he's just going to keep throwing them at you. Oh, again! Watch your head. Oh, and he cuts it early to stop the break. Is that killing? No, not quite.
But Chip, so flawless block, so important, but then nothing else, and VGY took his turn to get back to match point, tournament point. No pickup there. Can he not have?
I think because the button hit.
Connecting.
Yeah, I think it's because the move hit and then the grenades did. I think that would have been one of those
there was a previous one that. Yeah, I guess.
But you would have still had advantage at the very least. Okay, Javier has all the bar in the world to play with. Spending one now. Ah, such a cool combo, man. I love that.
Yeah, very pretty. Here's
okay. Yeah, this is a situation that VGY has been able to avoid. Oh, and then walks. Okay, VGY is definitely losing some patience here, and Javier is pouncing on it.
That was when Kano was available, by the way. Like, that wasn't. He didn't need to be walking forward in the way that he was.
Final round, fight.
Yeah.
And then
again, man, that has been so big. Combo it, yes.
Combos.
That is good stuff for Javier. This changed the back 3 to snipe Kano, then his defensive counter calls into 400.
You'll love to see it. Oh, big catch. Oh, combos. Oh, spends the other bar too. What is this damage? Oh, 559. MK Javier, you absolute animal.
VGY into the corner. No meter for Scorp. Block. It was so important to get the block. Yeah, and VGY tried to steal a turn again with armor, but that was not going to let him survive. 2-2, all of a sudden. Tying it up is Javier.
You know, I was saying before about how, like, it seemed the biggest problem Javier was having was execution on hits that would have, like, absolutely turned the tide or straight up won rounds or games. This is basically the opposite effect. He's hitting everything. He's hitting the hard stuff for, like, squeezing out as much damage as he can. So the next hit, it's enough to try as much. And now we are on the verge of a potential bracket reset. From a dominant 2-0 lead from VGY, we are now looking at a potential reset. This is the grand finals I think we wanted to see.
Since Javier's been sniping Kano out more, it's really changed.
Oh, it's transformed the entire neutral game. Yeah. Just effectively removed Kano from the equation. Tries it there. Yeah. moves in too much.
So it's going to be on VGY to change his call timings. Of course, he doesn't need to call Kano in those clear and relatively obvious times that he was before. He can certainly mix it up.
Oh, again, when they're both stuck there without cameos whatsoever, you see Javier really trying to build that space, buy that time, get those striker grenades back.
2 Kanos ready. There's one.
And down to the underneath. I love it. There's like that kind of sweet spot jump distance range where he's like tripping Kano up, and then any further than that, that's where he can down 3 underneath. Oh, what a jump back.
Just gotta hang out. Oh, very nice, but not in time on jump 2. And so right away, Javier with the grab again, back to a comfortable range. Again, snipes out Kano.
And Striker can't throw the grenades in time, but no bar. Oh, massive whiff.
Grabs have been huge for Javier. He's taken a lot of his turns with those, and they've been effective. BGY looking for that movement. That's exactly what came. No! Oh my god. Look at the time, by the way, 10 seconds.
Good flawless block. Can he find it, though?
7 seconds, 5. How can you chase this little bee? No!
Yeah,
he wanted to take the big risk.
He committed. Yeah, he committed. Oh,
I understand. I understand committing, man. That was your last chance, and probably was his last chance. I get it.
And we just saw an overhead blocked as well, so I guess it's like, well, the overhead was blocked this time low. Oh, hello. Now reset point for Javier. We have to remember if he wins this round, we go back to 0-0 and we play one final best of 5. There's the escape.
And the full escape. No, he's in the corner and not for long. It's back to the range. Here's Kano. Snipes out Striker.
Oh, dash up grab. I love the play.
These grabs in, after those situations where it's no longer really VGY's turn, Javier has taken his turn by doing grab a lot.
Confirms though. Hang on. This is still corner with unarmed Xiao. I say unarmed. Hand to hand. He's just got a different weapon. These guns.
These grenades. Get him! There was no Striker to call. VGY! Oh, he is gonna take it down to the final round of this set. Either he wins the tournament or Javier resets it in this round.
Oh, and
again, Kano sniped.
Yeah, that's a bad way of starting for VGY. Kano getting tripped up. Hang on though, forward throw. Some damage and still the corner, that's the important thing. Hey. Oh my goodness, what a confirm from Javier. All the way out of the corner and then some.
Looking for Kano, nothing came. Now, there's no Striker to call for a little bit, right? So that's the perfect moment he gets the confirm.
Then he just got knocked out of the start of a teleport.
Such great play against the assist, low start.
Oh, sweep, catching the jump. Javier does have a break, but it also means he's got... Oh, hang on, he has to break, Okay, yeah, another chance is given.
Again, Kano sniped! Boy, what else would it be but the grab? It's been so big for Javier, now he's got all of that stage to run away.
It's so weird, like BGY has the lead, but... Oh, no, hang on!
Grab again!
The escape failed as well!
Again, the sniper! Oh my god, to win it all, VGY explodes with the armor move and will take the tournament.
Oh, he missed the fatal blow. That sucks. Oh, what a play, though. Oh my goodness.
West Regional Qualifier winner #1, Video Games Yo.
Wow, that is a result I can promise you VGY is going to be happy with. What a set! To go from 2-0, like, in dominant fashion to a literal nail-biter of a Game 5, potential reset, potential end of the tournament. Oh, what a turnaround. Oh, I love watching Europe play Mortal Kombat.
That was sick.
Oh,
amazing topic. You know, just a couple of the characters that you expect in Grand Finals, right? You know, Xiao and the Scorpion. Actually, I thought it was funny that I briefly take a look at the chat and people are talking about like, oh, is Xiao top 5? And is Scorpion really good? It's very funny watching VGY and MK Javier provoking that kind of reaction from the crowd. That's how you know that you're playing your character well.
You are making your mark. I can say that for sure, Javier, and obviously VGY as well. But like, It's one of those weird things where I feel like the general opinion is that Scorpion is on the weaker side of things.
Sure.
But I feel like whenever there are so many competitive players that I've heard talk about it and be like, no, there's no way he's that bad. But like with not a tremendous amount of elaborating. So I feel like there are just some characters who are just still a bit of a question mark. You know, the game's only 4 months old, and I know I say only 4 months. Trust me, in the grand scheme of things, that really isn't all that much. So who knows? Who knows what we'll be saying about the game? You know, and even 6 months from now, and how the game could evolve and what characters will be doing. But I guarantee you one thing will definitely be the case, and MK Javier will still be playing Scorpion. But that means that we have had Xiao and Scorpion grand finals. That's pretty cool, if I do say so. Okay. But that does mean that that brings us to an end of the first EU West tournament for MK1 in the pro competition in the Intercontinental Combat. Huge shout outs to, of course, all of our players for making the top 8 and putting on some fantastic show for all of us. It's been a lot of fun. Of course, huge shout outs to you watching at home for spending your evening or morning, whatever time it is, with us. Of course, shout outs to you, David. Thank you for commentating with me. It's been a pleasure.
As always, man, always fun to hang out and watch some good games. Congrats again to first place there, VGY. Javier, it's not the result he wanted, but second place is great. It's a lot of points. Third place was Boki. Awesome to see. Fourth place, Josh. Shouts to fifth place is Law Corridor and Kanimani in fifth place. And then seventh, Rothor and Zensei. Awesome to watch. Thanks a lot, everybody, for sticking with us throughout this. There's a lot more of the Pro Comp this year. We're still going to be seeing a lot more stuff going on, so please pay attention to NRS Esports on Twitter, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much.